Kalau jadi-jadilah. Kalau tak jadi, next time.
Week kedua ni kita orang dah agak teruk performa kita orang. So week ketiga nak tak nak kita orang kena raih bonus point yang tinggi untuk lepas ke grand final.
So untuk week 3 ni saya rasa tim Malaysia semua akan lepas ke grand final. Malaysia boleh. Let's go. Kita pergi grand final sama-sama.
Jadi untuk tim Malaysia, ini adalah peluang terakhir. Jangan bazirkannya. Kami yakin semua fans anda pun yakin dengan anda. Semua warga Malaysia sedang menyokong anda. Untuk semua tim SEM9, Forever, DVD, Geek Fam dan juga Yoodo Alliance, good luck, all the best. Kami tahu yang anda boleh buat, hanya perlu yakin pada diri saja. Malaysia boleh!
Jangan tabrak kita orang, nanti rata.
เจอเฟสก็ระวังไว้ให้ดีล่ะเพราะบุลเลตมันจะทูโยเฟสโดยไม่ทันตั้งตัวจะได้ยินประวัติศาสตร์ซ้ำรอยไหมนั่นคือสิ่งที่จะเกิดขึ้นในตารางคะแนนสัปดาห์ที่เหลือจะขวางทางทีมผมมาหิวไก่ไม่ได้กินข้าวมา
Awak down. Hantar awak lah. Kau tak down.
Untuk last week PMPL SEA ni, semua tim kena hati-hati. Jangan tabrak kita orang, nanti rata. Untuk semua tim Malaysia, kita boleh sama-sama pergi ke grand final.
Bagaimana rasa 4 kill dari gue Bacon? Lain kali permisi dulu ya, biar nggak kami ratain langsung ke lobby.
Ditunggu aja comeback dari kami guys. Nggak ada yang nggak mungkin di PUBG Mobile. Intinya dukung kami terus. Kami akan memberikan yang terbaik untuk Indonesia.
Apa kami bilang kemarin? Terbuktikan tim kita yang paling meroket. Invin aja si paling juara dunia bisa kita sikat. Next, tim dulu bos.
Hi everyone! In PUBG Mobile version 2.2's new mode, Gearfront, we've introduced a new gameplay feature, Strange Town. Strange Town has a spooky atmosphere, which spices up the gameplay. In this video, we'll be exploring Strange Town. So, come on, let's go! Strange Town will be available in ranked modes Erangel. Strange Town will be located between Stalber and the western coast, and will be shrouded in darkness. It's styled after a medieval European village. Upon entering Strange Town, players will discover that it's nighttime. Experience the return of battles at night. Strange Town has a fairly compact layout, where a tall, mysterious bell tower occupies the center. The four sides are surrounded with houses and cover. Strange Town is littered with Andy's puppets, as well as decorative pumpkins, which really add to the spooky atmosphere. This area's design is full of personality, and we hope it will give players new and interesting combat experiences. Strange Town will be available from September 29th to November 14th, UTC +0. During this period, Strange Town will become an important resource zone in Erangel, and will be a hotspot for trigger-happy players to scavenge and fight. Strange Town will also spawn a recall item, the Respawn card. If a player has a Respawn card, and they get eliminated, they'll be able to respawn and jump back to the battleground. The Respawn card uses a recall tower attempt when activated. With a Respawn card, players can try out more daring tactics in Strange Town and really take the offensive. But keep in mind that the Respawn card can only be used for a certain time after the match starts. The item itself only effective for this duration, and players can only pick up one Respawn card per match. Make the most out of it. After the match has started for a certain amount of time, 2 hot air balloons in the form of Andy's puppet will rise to the air. From the center of Strange Town, players can pilot them to get away from Strange Town and avoid more battles. Once players leave Strange Town, it will no longer be night. Hot air balloons can be flown across Erangel, and you can pilot them again even when you get off. When players are riding a hot air balloon, they'll be able to parachute to the battleground again. However, it's important to know that hot air balloons have an energy meter, and they will automatically descend before the final play zone, after which they'll deflate. Players should take the opportunity to pilot the hot air balloon while they can, and travel to a more advantageous position for battle. Furthermore, players can also ride the cable car at Stalber. There will be 3 cable cars at Stalber that players can use to quickly travel across the map. The new gameplay will be available from October 13th to November 14th, UTC +0. There will also be a disguise gameplay feature in Strange Town for a limited time. Throughout Strange Town, a special item can be found, Andy's puppet. When players enter Strange Town, they'll be able to disguise themselves as a puppet and blend in with their surroundings. It's a brand new, never-before-seen tactic. When players disguise as a puppet, they can still move about, albeit slowly. You can choose a good hiding spot to disguise yourself and avoid pursuing enemies to survive. You can also surprise unsuspecting enemies by removing your disguise and taking them out. The moment the disguise is blown, you'll become the target for enemies. Once struck by enemies in succession, players will still return to their regular appearance. Disguising comes with risks, so remove it with caution. At the same time, make sure to pay close attention to the Andy's puppets in your surroundings. Any one of them could be an enemy in disguise. If you see through the disguise, fire at will. Do keep in mind that disguises only work within Strange Town. As soon as players leave, they'll revert to their regular selves. So, have fun in Strange Town and experience the unique, spooktacular gameplay. While Strange Town is available, several strange garden parties will appear on Erangel. Players will receive a Halloweek's crate full of extra supplies from October 13th to November 14th, UTC +0. The crate will turn into a clown crate. When opening the crate, there's a chance that a clown will appear. Make sure to dodge its attacks and defeat it for advanced supplies and firearms. Strange Town's spooky theme, abundant supplies, and disguised gameplay will give players a fantastically fresh new take on exciting combat. Call your friends now to go to Strange Town and experience all the surprises. For more details, don't forget to follow the official PUBG mobile community. See you next time! Gearfront Introduction. Greetings, PUBG Mobile players. Welcome! PUBG Mobile is launching a new themed game mode, Gearfront. In this video, we'll be introducing the skills gameplay, Strange Town, and more. We hope you'll like it. New Gameplay 1, Skills Gameplay. In the upcoming Gearfront mode, players can have 8 skills to choose from. Each skill has its own distinct characteristics, and players can bring one skill into battle for each match. Different skill combinations will add to the team's tactical and strategic options. Now, let's take a look at these skills in action. Trace. When hitting an enemy, a marker will be shown above their head. These marks track the enemy's movements, even through obstacles. Supply Scan. Use the Supply Scan device to scan and detect nearby advanced supplies. Black Market. Quickly builds a black market shop to conveniently purchase items. Gliding Doll. Makes players soar into the air before deploying a puppet for gliding. The puppet will be deployed automatically when used in the air. Play Zone Analysis. Analyzes the next play zone and displays its location on the minimap. Lucky Backpack. Gives the backpack the new ability to convert items into another item of the same type. It also increases the default load of the backpack. Healing Smoke. Throws a special smoke grenade that restores players' health and energy while in its vicinity. Vehicle Airdrop. Throws a beacon, which calls a vehicle airdrop. Skills will be available in Gearfront from September 29th to November 14th, UTC +0. It will be available ranked mode in Erangel, Livik, and Nusa. There are a myriad of skill combinations to choose from, and different combinations provide different advantages on different maps, which provide players with a wide range of strategic options. So, go invite your friends and experience it together. New Gameplay 2, Strange Town. We've also added a new gameplay mechanic to Gearfront. Strange Town, Area Introduction. Strange Town will be available from September 29th to November 14th, UTC +0, and will be released in 2 phases. On September 29th, UTC +0, themed area gameplay will be released. And on October 13th, UTC +0, the disguise gameplay will be made available. Strange Town will be available in Erangel's ranked mode and is located between Stalber and the West Coast. It's styled after a medieval European village. When players enter Strange Town, they'll enter night mode, allowing them to experience the thrill of night battles. Respawn items. Strange Town will become an important resource zone in Erangel, allowing trigger-happy players to loot and battle to their heart's content. When eliminated, players can use the respawn card to respawn and jump back into the battleground, which also uses a recall tower attempt when activated. Hot Air Balloon. After the match has started for a certain amount of time, 2 hot air balloons in the form of Andy's puppet will rise to the air in the center of Strange Town, allowing players to ride away and avoid confrontation. The hot air balloons can be used to travel the entire map and can be used without limit. Players can parachute again while in the air, but hot air balloons have an energy meter and will descend automatically and deflate before the final play zone. Furthermore, Stalber will also feature 3 cable car lines for players to ride and move around. Disguise gameplay. From October 13th to November 14th, UTC +0, disguise gameplay will be available in Strange Town. Players will be able to disguise as Andy's puppet and blend in with their surroundings. By disguising themselves, players can escape enemy pursuit and counter-ambush them. But keep in mind that, after being hit multiple times by the enemy, players will return to their normal appearance. Strange Garden Party. Strange garden parties will also appear in Erangel. From October 13th to November 14th, UTC +0. There's a chance that a clown will appear when opening crates, and players can defeat it for advanced supplies and weapons. Other updates. Vehicle Radar Scan. While Gearfront is available, the in-match shop in ranked mode, Erangel, will offer players an all-new feature, the Vehicle Radar Scan. It can be used to easily search for vehicles. That's all for this video. We hope the upcoming Gearfront mode will give you a better gaming experience. For more details, feel free to follow the official PUBG mobile community. And I'll see you next time. Hi everyone! In the PUBG Mobile version 2.2 update, Erangel is getting an overhaul with changes to the map, vehicles, and modes. Without further ado, let's find out what these changes are. In this update, we made several changes to the map. First, the hospital. It's one of the bigger buildings in Erangel. In this update, the following changes were made to the hospital. How to get in and out of the hospital, its structure, nearby objects, and the vegetation surrounding the hospital. Veteran players should know that some of the fences of the hospital can be scaled to enter the hospital. The ones near the ridges are how most players enter the hospital. Now, 2 spots along these fences will be blown up, and players can enter the hospital area through the gap directly. The building itself also got a new entrance. Players that are on the ground can enter the first floor of the hospital directly through the newly added damaged wall. Those who parachute to the hospital can land on the roof and descend to the 3rd floor immediately. These changes will make it easier for players to spot the entrances and streamline their movements in this area. Those attacking and defending will know where they should focus on as well. On the inside, we simplified the structure of the hospital. Originally, the 3 floors had different layouts, and there were many rooms on each floor. So, searching the rooms was very tedious, because players had to go into each room. After the update, the 3 floors are now more or less the same. Some rooms are now also connected, making it easier for players to remember and to search the rooms for supplies. As for the surroundings, we also made some improvements. We added abandoned ambulances and ruined medical crates to the areas surrounding the hospital, so now it feels more authentic. We placed some objects at the entrance of the hospital so that it wouldn't be too empty. This gives players heading toward the hospital a covered area to protect themselves, so they are not directly exposed to enemies inside the hospital. Outside the fences on the side of the hospital, we added a new climbable spot. Players can hide here, or they can scale the fence to enter the hospital. As for the fences by the ridge, since there are now 2 gaps to enter the hospital, we've reduced the number of objects in this area to make it more visible. So now, both attackers and defenders can see each other clearly. Further out from the hospital, we've added some new vegetation, so that players hanging around the hospital will have more places to hide. Milta Power also saw some changes that are mostly in the generator area. Players who are familiar with this area should already know that this section was quite a choke point and was not easy to get in and out of. Those who entered either came out the same way or had to take a detour to the other 2 buildings. In this update, we added a new entrance on the 1st floor to make this area more reachable and easier for players to get in and out. The layout was also modified. We simplified the complex floor plan so that players can see more and plan their routes better. When battles break out in the generator building, players will have more offensive options, making these battles more exciting. In this update, 3 new ports will be added to Erangel. The first port is by Ferry Pier. We added a port here, as well as increased the amount of resources in the area. The Ferry Pier will soon be more abundant in supplies. The 2 desolate beaches to the southwest of Farm and to the south of Sosnovka military base will also get new ports. They will both contain a good amount of resources. Players will also find boats at these ports, so they can quickly travel to another location. So, keep these places in mind, because they'll make for a great landing spot. During the previous themed modes, players really enjoyed the special crates. In the new version, we'll add special supply kits to classic mode. Players will be able to find special supply kits in buildings. There are 3 types: medical, tokens, and military supplies. The resources in these supply kits are very good, so keep an eye out for them when searching. In the new version, bikes will become a staple vehicle on Erangel. In some of the more remote areas, players will find bicycle sheds. Each shed will have 4 bikes initially, and they're first come, first served. These bikes can be collapsed and put into the backpack, so they're really convenient for traveling to other locations. In addition to the sheds, players will be able to find bikes in other areas. With a bike, players no longer have to worry about being too far from the play zone. In the new Erangel, there will be flash shops. They will spawn randomly in outdoor areas. Those who find one are in for a treat because there are tons of random discounted items. So keep an eye out for flash shops during matches. Running out of fuel is one of the worst things that can happen while driving a vehicle. Erangel's gas stations will become functional for refueling vehicles. For the cost of just a few tokens, you'll get a full tank of gas. Find a gas station and try it out. These are the main changes in the version 2.2 update. For more details, don't forget to follow the official PUBG mobile community. Winner, winner, chicken dinner. See you next time.
Gerakan silam, elemental, Papa Boy, PUBG Mobile Esport พร้อมโหลดปะ Go
ไม่ต้องงงค่ะพี่
มีไอเทมใหม่จากพวกเรา 4 Eve คูลสุดๆ ดูอย่างเครื่องบินลำนี้สิน่ารักปุยนี่ชุดระดับ Epic และ Legendary สวยไหมคะ สวยพอคิวค่ะกรอบรูปโปรไฟล์ก็รสไม่แพ้กันเลยนะพี่ แถมยังมีแพ็คเสียงน่ารักของพวกเราด้วยนะเธอไม่ชัดเจน หรือเราไม่มีสโคปจะวิ่งให้เหนื่อยทำไมขึ้นรถมาดีกว่าไม่คือที่เธอเอาละนาPUBG Mobile X4 Eve ไอเทมพิเศษสุดคิ้วจากพวกเรา มีแล้วแจ็คพอตแน่นอน PUBG Mobile X4 Eve ที่หนึ่งในใจฟีดเลย
Good morning. It's really early in the morning right now. Today I'm gonna do a vlog. It's a very special day because I'm gonna do something very special. So I'm ready and let's go to the studio. It's so hard to find the parking here. I'm at the studio now. So we are here today to do something special. Hello guys, I'm Theo from GIDS. We are doing my edition of voice pack. This voice pack is for the community and for the fans. Let me drive, baby. Baby, I got you. The experience so far, I feel like I'm an artist because this is my first time. The experience it was fun. It was strangely fun. I'll go from the back, baby. Nice one. Because it's too early today, so I decided to came here a day in advance. So I came yesterday night and I opened my waist. It was super jam. So I closed my waist and I waited until midnight. Only I came to KL and I just checked in hotel and I just sleep. Yeah, it's also my first time doing vlog. It's a very strange experience also because the moment I enter my hotel room, the first thing I look at is there anywhere I can put my phone to because I don't have the tripod with me. Anywhere I can put my phone to record myself. Oh, there was here and here and here. And then I had to just record, then record myself, checking out this and that, driving here. It was something I always wanted to do. I just didn't expect to do it like now. Get in the car. Get in the car. So the favorite thing about having my very own voice pack is that I can add in my own style, my personality to it to make it different. Wait first, baby. Let's go. Hiya! Five flying. All those with babies. Oh, sorry, baby. Let's live, baby. I got you, baby. Get behind me, baby. Oh, and nobody but you. It was freestyle, it was last minute, but I think it was a good one. So other than the voice pack, there's also something special here. So you guys can stay tuned. See you.
GT Neo 3, Neo Speed Awakens.
Hello everyone and welcome back. This is PMPL SEA Championship Fall with me, Tash Buddy alongside Contra. Today is day 2 of week number 3 and we're starting to see all the sleeping underdogs.
Sleeping giants, I would say.
Giants start to wake up.
That's right, and of course, we see a lot of great, pleasant surprises in store for not only us, but for all of you guys back at home. But so we want to start the day right, and with that, of course, we'd like to thank all of our partners for making all of this possible. And let's start off with our official smartphone partners, the GT Neo Tree. With that, the Neo Speed Awakens, and of course, all thanks to Realme for all these great offerings, as you can upgrade your experience on the PUBG Mobile Battlegrounds with the Realme GT Neo Tree. And of course, other than that, we also have to give thanks to our official live stream partners. It's TikTok, where you can hashtag be the one with the TikTok challenges.
That's right, and last but definitely not least, if you guys are hungry and it is now about tea time, don't forget guys, you can get 50% off discount with Grab Food when you use the code PUBGM. So for first time users, only terms and conditions apply. If I were you guys, I would order myself a cheesecake. He got me one just now, as well as a coffee because that is so good.
Well, there's going to be a lot of things that you guys can find in your Super app. Just go ahead, download Grab Food if you haven't got that already. Man, you must be living under a rock. But you know what? If you guys have not found out what's really the format and the schedule and the rules, who are the teams playing, let's get on board into the program, shall we? Because we are about to kickstart our 5 matches real soon.
Okay, so yesterday, let's do a quick recap. Yesterday, we saw the rise of 4 rivals. From being at the bottom of the ladder, they finally start just go really insanely crazy, getting second place, almost overtaking FaZe Clan in one particular map. On top of that, DBD as well started to show us that what they are made of. We talked to them yesterday, then they wanted to just have fun and make sure that whenever they play, they want to make sure that they will not be regretting it because they want to get top 5 for this week.
That's right, and man, this is a brand new day with a lot of teams who are still vying for the top 16 spot into the grand finals, and therefore every points that they accumulate throughout this week itself would be vital for them to proceed forward in the competition. Speaking of which, of course, we'll eventually bring you through step-by-step processes of how things are being run here at the PUBG Mobile Pro League Southeast Asia Championship Fall 2022. Well, of course, Cash, let's run them through, starting with the schedule.
Let's go see the schedule for today. But before that, this is the format first. So starting from the 28th of September all the way till 16th, which is, I think, this weekend, we're playing 5 matches a day from Wednesday all the way till Sunday. And then after that, from the 23rd of October all the way to 21st to 23rd of October, we're going to be playing the SEA Championship Fall Finals from Friday to Sunday with 6 matches per day. This is where all the team staminas will be tested. And last but not least, 5 teams out of that will be going straight to the 2022 PUBG Mobile Global Championship League, which is absolutely exciting. Only 5 teams out of the whole 16 that goes into the fall finals.
We're getting closer and closer to that stage. But first, for those of you guys who are wondering, how does the point system run? Well, every team will be placed into certain positioning by the end of their match. And of course, the first place with the chicken dinner will be awarded with 15 points. 12 points for second place, 10 points for third place, as the numbers dwindle down by 2 as well as 1, all the way down into the 8th spot. Everybody from 8 to 12 got themselves 1 point apiece in terms of ranking. 13 to 16 won't get any points, therefore every elimination point matter, as they are vying for not only the position into the global championship, but also for the prize money of $200,000.
So this is where it gets really interesting, these bonus points here. I mean, we spoke to DBD yesterday and they are vying for the top 5 because they're hoping that with these extra bonus points, it will launch them all the way to the top 5 at the end of the week. And honestly, I am not surprised because when you see this weekly bonus, especially 20 points for getting first place for the week. And on top of that, we also have the league bonus, the total bonus, the initial bonus, which means that each and every single performance matters in every single week that you play.
That's right. And overall, we've already tallied up 2 weeks of play. 3 teams are tied up at that #1 spot, and we're looking at teams like Infinity and also GD that have been working wonders throughout the course of the competition. And now let's take a look at some of these teams yet again in Group A, B, C, D, E. These are some of your favorite teams out there. And of course, the teams that are currently battling for position. We're looking at teams like Box Gaming, 4 Rivals, Sem9, and by the border of it, there's also Yoodo Alliance. Some of these Malaysian teams are not safe just yet. For Geek Fam, they can't really take it all too slow because other teams are already catching up. On top of that, I think that there is still a lot of work to be done by BN United, Ego Esports, and a few other names to be mentioned as well.
Speaking of that, let's look at the rankings for this week right now with Infinity leading the pack, but they're not necessarily super ahead because TEM and BAC are the same scores as Infinity right now. FaZe only 4 points behind with 32. This is a very interesting situation, seeing how close the points are all the way till 1 and 5. Now, if you look at from the 20th to 16th as well, this is where things get very, very complicated because yesterday, DBD showed one of the biggest showings. So the bonus rankings for them for this week's perhaps might just launch them all the way to the top because you see 2-2 and perhaps maybe a 10 if they actually go for that top 5. And 4 rivals as well. First week looks good, second week is kind of like down a little bit, but this week with that second place spot might just put them in a better position for the weekly bonuses.
It's still a really dicey situation for teams like SEM9. You take a look at their current performance heading into week 3. SEM9's currently at the bottom of the standings, while Boom Esports are currently sitting at 17. They still need more points in order to make the cut into that top 16. They're hanging on a thread on 15 to 16, and they are basically tied with SEM9 with the same amount of points accumulated, while we see a little bit more improvement coming from Box Gaming overall. And of course, the biggest jump that we've seen out of teams out there that are fighting for the top 16 has to be 4 rivals, currently sitting at 8.
I mean, if you look at the big jump from 4 rivals, it's mostly because they had that one good game. It's very different than what we see from DBD, who is currently showing a little bit more consistency. So the difference is for DBD, they played all their games to get the score that they got, but for 4 rivals, that one game launched them to the top. I was actually watching the IG stories from Putra from SEM9, and you know, SEM9 currently stuck in this rut, I feel, where they're trying to figure out what exactly they need to do to bring themselves up there. Because when you are a team that's one of the best in Malaysia, what can you do to make sure that you can come back stronger and make sure that you can fulfill the expectation a lot of the fans have for you?
That's right, and so far we've seen stories a little bit more of an attempt coming in from the respective team, but the most respectable attempt was coming in from 4 rivals where, like you said early on, they almost brought down members of FaZe Clan fighting for that chicken dinner. And yet again, we see battles between GD as well as Vampire Esports to be the team of the final showdown for most of these maps. And this was one of the most impressive runs that we've seen coming in from GD. They didn't only secure this chicken dinner in Miramar, heading to Angle, they managed to back the final match. That was heading into the past week. Now we're going to move into our very first map, and these are the teams to look out for.
Yeah, so looking at Sanhok, Infinity, GD, GID, FaZe Clan, as well as these Xavier are the teams to look out for. I mean, honestly, if I could put an honorary mention, put in Bacon Time, honestly, because they've done really good with that healing game as well, seeing that they're always top 5, top 6. Regardless, these are, if you see the way all of these teams play, for GD, GID, as well as FaZe, they're very similar in terms of playstyle. FaZe, of course, being a little bit more aggressive, but GD, GID, very, very consistent on how they play, how they take positions, and how exactly they move into the circle, as opposed to Infinity, who are more aggressive.
As we take a look once again at the highest damage dealer, it has to be Tony K. Almost reaching 20,000. Will we be seeing 20,000 today? I think it should be very, very likely. While Newsy has break the 100-point mark, making it 101 as the current top Terminator.
The Eliminator going around, just looking for his next potential victim. That's exactly what Infinity does. But speaking of what people do, the first match day will be opening up with Sanhok with A, B, D, and E. So no Group C. So this is going to be interesting. No Ego Esports, no FaZe Clan, no NFT, and as well no SEM9. I think that would be a little bit rough on SEM9, given the fact that for Sanhok, you can still sort of farm points either by just getting those kills or just either surviving as much as you can. Regardless, it does give them some breathing space to kind of focus on the bigger maps like Miramar or Erangel.
That's right, and overall, I think like there are teams that are experts in the bigger maps overall. We see a lot of all the Thai teams basically step up. On the final circle yesterday, we see majority of it making up into the top 4, or mostly from PMPL Thailand, and it just shows the masterclass performances of how they managed to survive very tough situations. I would say Indonesian teams as well as Vietnamese teams have been able to do that very consistently as well. But I'm hoping to see teams out of Malaysia to be able to offer the same sort of tenacity.
Speaking of tenacity, we should talk about one of the most tenacious cars I've ever seen. Well, ferocious rather. This would be the True Speed Real Attitude car from Vasilius. This is the first original PUBG Mobile sports car, and I'm really hoping that in one of the activations or even campaigns that happens with PUBG Mobile, like maybe even a roadshow, they actually bring these cars to life, because it will be hella cool, not only for fans maybe to get a chance to maybe test drive it or maybe take some photos.
Perhaps so, and who knows, we might actually see that happening in one of these big events that will be held some parts of the world eventually. So keep your eyes peeled out for that. Well,
Global Championship.
You can basically secure it in the game. Why not do that?
Yeah, but if you guys are more into the spoopy season, we all know that pumpkin season is now here, which is the month of October. So enter if you're there. The Strange Town is available now in PUBG Mobile. Play with your friends, have some funny spooky moments, or be the spook if you want to. I don't know. I always think about Friday the 13th, you know, Jeff the Killer.
Okay, well, if you do get a chance, what would you dress as?
Jeff the Killer.
Oh, good choice, good choice. But again, I have to ask, what is your A skill, Tash?
Eating.
Eating.
Did you see how fast I demolished the cheesecake you got me earlier?
Oh, yeah, that was less than 5 seconds.
Exactly. I was starving.
I think mine is drinking. Energy drinks.
Energy drink? That's actually really scary when you think about it. He goes brrr.
I get boosted up. I get to run a little bit faster in game. Why not? Well, you guys could also land yourself some cool set that's currently available in the new Royale Pass. It's going to be the Clavorian Fox set as well as the Modest Fortune set, which is going to be here only for some time. Make sure you secure it before the season ends.
Yep, it's in the new Royale Pass, which is available right now, but there's also something else for you guys. If you guys are just dying to go on a journey to an island, and right now it's monsoon season, why not go to Nusa Island instead in PUBG Mobile? This is the new Nusa map, which is available right now, where you're able to not only use a tactical crossbow, but you are also able to burn down buildings.
Well, that's right. And on top of that, we have brand new voice packs. Early on, before we start the show, we are here preview making his own recording. We even have voice packs coming from Tony K, Baby La, and also many more. We have Silence and even Capone. Wow.
How does Tony K sound like?
That we'll have to find out from, you know.
Why must you make me want to buy Tony K's voice pack?
You just gotta pay for it.
I just gotta hear how he sounds like in-game, you know? But speaking of in-game, we also have Bobo Boy Kwasa Elemental. This is a very, very exciting collaboration for us in Malaysia. Monster Studio, a local studio here, collaborating with PUBG Mobile for our local animation. Bobo Boy, our own superheroes. Bobo Boy Kwasa Tiga! You know that one?
I'm a little bit more of a boomer, so
understandable.
I think I have to catch up. But you guys can catch up to this. There is the PUBG Mobile Campus Championship happening real soon for the second qualifier. Make sure you scan that QR code as you can vie for that 40,800 ringgit. This is the last chance to qualify for the PMPL SEA 2022, so make sure you don't miss it.
Yeah, this is the time where you can show everyone in your campus how good you are in PUBG Mobile. You know that meme where everyone's just hanging around the party and then you're just standing there like, they don't know I'm a PUBG Mobile demon.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, that's the one. So that's when you get to show
yourself and be the one.
Yeah, exactly. Be the one by joining the PMCC. Regardless, after this, we're gonna...
We're on the same page here.
I think we're starting to understand each other. So just for you guys at home who don't know, this tournament is our first time actually casting together. So we're like trying to figure out how exactly we tick. And turns out we're starting to be...
in sync?
Yeah, we're in sync right now. GD, GID for Sanok. Honestly, I wouldn't be surprised. They have some really insane performances yesterday, and even in a 2 versus 3, they managed to do some insane plays with some insane crossfires.
That's right, and I think that this streak will continue on for today. Sanok is also one of the best maps, but we also have to see how well Infinity fares. Though it may not seem like it's very consistent that the Infinity secures the chicken dinner, but they've always been within the top 4, as they'll be the biggest challengers to GD in this particular map.
You know what's really insane about yesterday? We had some normal circles throughout the day, and then suddenly toward the second last map, bam! All the way to the southern side. And I'm just like, what is going on here? PUBG Mobile Circle Gods, talk to me. What exactly grinded your gears so bad that you love seeing people suffer?
Well, they just want to see a great competition to be fought out, for sure. Same goes to you guys back at home. Put in your prediction as well. Drop that follow, drop that like, drop everything you have that's not going to be PUBG Mobile right now. And tune into what's about to come. We'll see who will be the big victors in this matchup as we are bringing you the best of action, what Southeast Asia has to offer here in the PMPL Southeast Asia Championship League. And of course, we're about to kick off, so Tash, get ready. Buckle up the seatbelts. We're going in for the flight in 2, 1, let's go.
Always leave it to Contra for an insane intro. Love it. Starting off really high energy today. And, you know, after yesterday's matches, why wouldn't we? We've seen some of the most insane plays yesterday. I mean, we just talked about how last week was like the highlight day, right? It's like every day, these players are finding more and more different ways to just awe and shock us. It's very, very insane what these players are able to do when they're synchronized together as a team. And we've seen that from GIDS. We've seen that from Infinity. We've seen that from FaZe Clan. But for now, which team in this particular map will be giving us the highlight reel?
Well, I'm taking a look at what's going on over on Hot Team. We see Alter Ego separating into different sections of the Alpha camp, while two teams are battling for that spot inside the city of Hot Team, as DBD are looking to challenge the rest of Boom Esports. If they do win this trade out, hey, they're going to position themselves real well. Circle does appear over in the southern corner of the map. Let's see how quickly can DBD have some of these scores. Octa already picking up that AK. Landing a few shots out there, but it's Yummy that brings down Ziggs.
Yummy has always been really quick on that, and this time Yen tries to pick up his teammate, but what he doesn't know is that Octa was coming up from the top. Great cross and great tag team situation here coming up. Yummy starting off real good, and for DBD, I think it's now time that they hightail it out of here, because surviving with 3 can be pretty rough, and it's better to just, I don't know, be safe than sorry.
Yeah. What's worse than 3 is 2. 2 versus 4, very unlikely against Boom Esports, especially when they do have the entire surroundings all cleared up. And DBD forced to run. No weaponry coming in for Jamie OP as well as Echo.
Boom is chasing them.
Oh, Razy's gonna do it.
Oh my god.
Can he find him?
I think he might just be able to, but they're
Echo.
under there. They were already anticipating that. Now, this is a question I have here. Your teammates are not near you. Why are you playing the hero?
I guess like he has the same sentiment where they think, oh, DBD members, they're hightailing out of the situation. They must have not have any weapons. And Echo came with a surprise.
Surprise!
But do finds Jimmy.
I actually do have a gun.
Oh boy.
No.
And DBD down to 1.
We were just saying that, you know, what's worse than 3 is 2, and then suddenly it became 1. I don't know why, but I feel
what's
like...
worse than 1 is none.
Well, let's hope that doesn't happen. Seriously, that would be really bad. Speaking of bad, this is Repo Boy all alone right now. Where are your teammates is the question, but C-Sky's teammates are also nowhere to be seen. Perhaps we're going to be seeing a 1v1 between the two, but there we go. Olio from the back here. Repo Boy just zigzagging, trying to buy time so his teammates could just come in for the flanks and just stab them in the back.
Not too sure if they will have any supplementary attacks, though. There's just going to be a smoke grenade thrown over the top side just to steer clear away from danger. He's currently now blinded by the smoke. Olio's flanking from the back, so backup has arrived. So this was going to be a 2-on-1 situation. C-Sky only should be forcing his way to a retreat, but how far can he run, though?
There's Olio from the backside, but Kingzo as well as Tiger is coming here soon as well. C-Sky only still is just trying to swat away Repo Boy. Is a thorn in his side. That grenade, ooh, does get some damage in, but not enough for the knock. Tiger is ready to help out if need be. So these smokes are really good. It does allow some cover and allows him to just weave in and out here, but Tiger, we know that he prowls forward and gets 1 knock here. This is going to be really detrimental without Repo Boy, as the other members of Yoodo Alliance are just taking in so much damage, but Olio a little bit too aggressive here. He still gets some value out of it. Now, Tiger and him zigzagging left, right, up and down. He still wins it in the end.
My, oh my, the battle between these two are just unrelenting. Now it's down to Kangzo as well as MyNameP, but they're so far away. Yoodo Alliance should be able to get themselves back on their feet. Meanwhile, 2 members down from the side of Buriram United. Gonna have to suffer a couple of casualties here. Adik Luke will drop those numbers down to 3. making it to real soon, while TEM has battling Vampire Esports as the fights have been happening simultaneously over in the corner of the bridge, where he's seeing Mormon getting a glimpse of Stone, gets him down on the ground. Won't be able to knock him out just yet, but Ravenclaw has already been taken out. 2 members down from the side of VPE. Players are playing so aggressively today.
This is really good for TM, but this is very, very early in terms of skirmishes because usually we don't see it until a little bit later. Usually you have this like sort of gentleman's agreement, maybe a skirmish down there, and then suddenly it just lulls down, but it doesn't seem like the action is stopping just yet. So coming back into Yoodo Alliance versus Buriram United, it feels like what's really great about that situation is that Repo Boy really took advantage of the fact that C-Sky was all alone. And not only that, Schweppes is now down, and the other members of TM want to rush forward. It's going to be Schweppes straight up to the lobby, not wasting any time, not even bothering for the bait because they want to play it safe and they don't want the numbers to come back to 4.
And that was quite the drive-by coming from TEM, being so confident with their pursuit. And now they dominate the entire sector of this river, making it really hard for them to cut across. It's only going to be Flukas left. 2 squads with only a singular member left, and that's VP as well as DBD. TEM quickly draws into another position, being so disciplined to know for a fact that they have taken quite some attention over on the central area. Oh, a little drive-by coming in. High now has to force an engagement. Max LB immediately drop. Quick swerve. And my God, quick thinking coming from High Boy to switch over to the DBS, landing that one tap. And now looking for Sunoaz.
I think what's really interesting about Geek Fam is like this strong start and how they play just really shows a statement as to what they want to kind of repair from yesterday. It was a little bit of a slow day for them. Usually they would have at least top 5, at least twice or once. But yesterday was a little bit slower. Max knocked already. As Noah's from the backside, he wants to get the pickup. But little does he know that shots coming in from the backside, and Geek Fam has them surrounded from both angles. But no worries about them because it's going to be no issue for that. Never mind, because Yuhai had it all planned all along. Here comes the barbecue as well as they push up, but they have to be really mindful that 4 Rivals is very close by.
Yeah, they're the ones tagging onto the corners of VN United. So even Geek Fam has to find ways to approach this with caution. That's why they're not immediately pushing to secure the knockout. They do land the finishing touches. Now it's only going to be Capone on the corner of the door. That Shaq's not going to be able to help him last out. Same goes to Silencer. He hasn't revealed himself as compared to Capone, but
what a shot!
And Damroot does get it with his M416.
He was primed and ready for that. You saw that he was already pre-aimed there. That means he already knew that 4 Rivals was there, and he was the main guy that was supposed to watch out for that team. This map awareness is just so great. But Capone, I don't think he's going to be surviving a lot longer. Look at how fast Yuhai is moving forward here. The damage comes through. Doesn't even need his teammates for backup, and immediately just setting him out of the way. But Silence will be as silent as a mouse, but is going to find snipes. I think it's good, I guess. 3 for 1, I suppose.
Not the best, not the worst. BN United at least walk away with 2 points for now. What more can they get out of this? We'll have to find out, where Damroot as well as Yuhai is still trailing around the corner, as there is members of 4 Rivals over on the top end of the hill. They've already heard the shots coming in from Silence. Should be drawing in closer and closer. I think they'll connect a nade, but there's no windows for them to prime right inside. Voki has got his eyes pretty close by. Remember, Flukif all alone. Vampire Esports gotta tread lightly though. Well, have something fired over on the side of Yuhai Boy, hiding behind that rock. As Yuhai, we saw that sort of push with full confidence all alone to bring out Capone. Sure, Silence want to avenge the death of his fallen teammates, but not much that he can do for now.
Are they aware that Flukuth is up there is the question. So. Yeah, maybe, because look at how Damroot is moving here. It's kind of like stalking.
Oh, he sees him?
Yeah, he does. He's very aware. He's been very quiet about it as well. So this might be a good thing, considering the fact that if he's able to get the extra point, but Yuhai will be in trouble next. And Silence is always just so sharp. See how
the red
long.
Dot.
Exactly, with the red dot as one. Number 2, how long has he stood there staring at Yuhai Boy, just challenging him to come out?
I'm not too sure how would Damroot approach this because now they have to go in for the revival as well. Geek Fam, despite walking with those 3 points, they suffer the same fate. This is the most aggressive we've seen players go in less than 10 minutes. I'm enjoying this
Yeah, it's
full-heartedly.
So
And guess what? Alter Ego arrives, steals a point away from being united.
oh man, this is why this map can be kind of difficult. You want to have all these all-out fights, but because the map is so tiny, you have to be mindful. There's gonna be another team on one side.
Every corner of the terrain is not safe.
And plus, look at where the circle is. It's toward the tiniest island in all 3.
And every other team, they're fighting for this hill. We understand why they're battling for this huge control over the course of the peninsula, and we're already seeing big in time. All decked out. They usually loot plenty over in the corners of Sami. SLD will have a lot of areas of play for himself as they continue to go on the 2-2 split formation. Box Gaming, safe route into the township of Painan. But the question is, how is DX going to approach this later on? We see plenty of teams over the central area. They're about to hit there. Fluke still gets caught out. That's the end of VPE. And another one bites the dust. Adik Luke takes out Allen.
Look at the weapon he's using as well. He wants to go. Yeah, he wants to go up close and personal with the high damage if you can. Regardless for Yoodo Alliance, they already are doing so very well. 3 kills already in their pocket. Now, coming in through blue zone can be a good thing, but getting into the circle can be another. Regardless, they are trying to find the other members of GIDS. We've seen this aggression on the second week from Yoodo Alliance, and we saw a change because they were getting knocked out so early for it. I'm curious to know if they are going to be playing a little bit more aggressive today compared to before.
We would expect them to do so, as Yoodo Alliance have been able to prove that they have been an worthy adversary to many teams that have been standing to challenge them toe-to-toe. Now, Geek Fam only relying on Damroot. I don't think Alter Ego has any clue that he's hiding right behind the rock. He might be able to get at the very least one pick-off if they were having a straggling member to be running down the hill. Fnatic, he's got his helmet shred much early on. I wonder where the damage came from, but thankfully he did survive the brunt of the damage. Bacon time, still on the corners of Sami. Not going to be making too much of a drastic movement while being united. Doing exactly the same, hiding inside those huts. It's going to take a while before these solo units bow out. GD now forced outside the blue. Same goes to Buriram United, Infinity, as well as Yoodo Alliance.
Damroot all alone at the bottom of the hill for Alter Ego. Now, given the fact that they're moving that way, maybe they don't know where Damroot is, and we know that Damroot can play very quiet, wants to go for that placement point. Now, for Box, yesterday we did see them kind of like, I would say, step up, and we were so excited, but it was really, really short-lived. And you mentioned yesterday that Box is a team that we all see they're kind of like a household name here in PUBG Mobile. But hold that thought because Booms is now in trouble.
Wow.
Look at those sprays coming through for Booms. What did his day play? Get 1 free 1? All alone?
And he did receive a little bit of assistance coming from his teammate. Daybot chipped in the damage as well. Now, Yoodo Alliance brought down to 2. They're all split up. One member falls. It's going to be like a domino effect for now. Yoodo Alliance now being held back by the blue zone. They are forced to utilize whatever healing aids that they can get. Meanwhile, Damroot has been caught out. Olio as well. One by one, they all falter as Olio seemingly will not get any assistance coming in from Repaboy being so far away. And GD just always being so sharp. I'm not even certain if they could basically get out of this hole where I don't even want to call it a hole. I mean, it's a hill. So 13 minutes of play. Look at the players that still left. 41. Usually, it only happens by phase 5.
Yeah.
So they're speeding up every single processes. Whoever plays outside of the play zone don't really have the best ability to get by.
I think it's more of just the circle being at the bottom side here. The rotations are making sure that everyone has to cross early, has to move early, and it's actually forcing in all of these fights. Regardless, we actually saw Geek Fam just now get eliminated. We saw that Dumroot wanted to get a pick onto, I don't remember which player it was, but because he got that pick, Alter Ego saw him and immediately he was sent to the lobby. I think that he knew what he was doing. It's just a matter of fact, like, at least I get one more point before I go. Regardless, now for Boom Esports, they're having trouble here. They cannot cross in front of where they are right now because 4Rivals has full control of that area. And if they were to cross through the blue zone, I think it's very much possible. The third zone circle doesn't hurt so much just yet, but it's going to be a very long rotation for them.
It's a long process, I would say. They finally spot a bike moving over coming in from Boom Esports, making a little bit of noise. April will give them a little bit more of a warning so that they don't cut into the terrain. A little bit of a mental warfare being brought forward by the likes of 4Rivals as they decides not to pursue this any further. Repo Boy only has 3 first aids. Oh boy, I think he's going to be looking for the crate of his fallen teammates so that he can basically restash.
That's smart. Wait.
What's going on?
Oh man, I thought that they were hiding on the top of the hill so that they can catch Repo Boy as he's running away.
I think they're just passing.
It sounds like, okay, I don't know if you know this fun fact, but did you know that chimpanzees, they are the type to actually fight with each other, and sometimes they let the chimpanzee they're killing go away, thinking that they're safe, and then they
sounds very.
And then they kill them. They catch them again and kill them.
Oh, it sounds very brutal.
Well,
I don't think I'm ready for this so early today. Anyways, I mean, humans as well. I mean, we're far relatives of
no, we're the
hierarchy.
Closest. We're the closest to a chimpanzee.
Okay.
Yeah, you learned about chimpanzees today.
So, should I be concerned?
I don't know. I
with
find
that fact that you just gave me.
are so insane.
Anyways, back to PUBG Mobile. We have GID now pursuing Buriram United very close into the sector.
Wait, you're running into
some of these movements. They bought over the top side of the hill. He does not witness this, but random shots have been fired, and that will be an open terrain that is walking on a trap set by Buriram, and they will eventually pay up for the dear lives. There goes GD. Very early onto this game, falls off at 14. Only 3 elimination points, and Buriram has got all smiles on their face.
You know when people set up mines, like landmines, and you hope that they walk on it, but like my name P is the landmine. You didn't see the landmine, but he gets up and shoots you in the face and then finds another one. And I'm just curious
My
to know.
name P?
Yeah?
P stands for Punisher. He punishes them.
Oh wow, well, that's actually really good. You're still on fire from yesterday, man.
Yeah. Somebody put out the fire. I'm burning up.
I don't know. I still think it's the coffee from yesterday, man, that I got you.
I got a refill today, so it's all good.
Round 2.
Yeah, we got more and more coming up. Appy ain't so happy about the situation that he's in, but he does find Yummy moving across. He see a glimpse of the pixel as he will immediately skirt off with the vehicle that he has. Boom Esports, they were allowed the entry into the island as they will be getting past the ruins, but Painan is where the fight's going to be at. Box Gaming booked themselves the perfect location.
This feels like deja vu, but look at this aggression coming in from Yummy. Boom Esports today just showing what can happen when they have a good start. And I think we're seeing that from 4Rivals as well. They're still very much alive and kicking with 4 members still. And the momentum is kicking in really strong for 4Rivals. But for Boom Esports, even though they lost 1, I don't think they're slowing down anytime soon. But it's a team that is kind of struggling right now would be DBD, BN United. And these are teams that honestly surprising because look at GD, VPE, and Geek Fam. Some of the strongest teams are out really fast.
Oh, they spot out the rest of Alter Ego. Boom Esports hoping to pick up this fight. Remember, BN United has a solo unit hiding inside the shack. They should not run any further. Octa being out in the open, he's the only one pursuing all of this. He spots out the rest of 4Rivals, cutting across with those vehicles as they go for that quick rotation back into the city of Painan. And as the areas restrict into the middle, Infinity has been moving rather quietly into this matchup. Without the presence of GD, this is a team that we're hoping to see show up yet again. Look at BRU. They're so far away. My name P. This is waiting on the edges, hoping that the Infinity will leave this terrain, but they still have to circle. It won't be anytime soon. 4 Rivals will approach closer to Box Gaming. Let's see whether we'll pick up a fight.
This is interesting. Neighbors, but you don't like each other. But for 4 Rivals, they know when to be aggressive and when not to be. They're not rushing in like what we saw from last week. We hear shots, but not necessarily having to push in is what they were trying to do. But for Boom Esports here,
they found one.
Yep, they did find one.
And that's the end of DBD.
That's so sad.
They've had the roughest of run, and I think Boom has completed the finishing blows to the team that they've been seeking out for the longest of time. TEM comes in with 5 elimination points. Well, there's still a chase going on coming from Boom. They spot out members from the side of the Savior. There's over on the top side of the hill, but the problem is this. Take a look at the mini-map. Boom Esports, they have to cut across. They only have 37 seconds from now. And Yummy, he doesn't really have much time. He's going to spend a little bit more being depleted by the zone itself. Octa forced to basically take a little bit of a swim if he needs to. And those kind of smokes aren't exactly helping them, while Lambo will go in for those random taps of spray. As we see Kwang of SLD take one member out of the side of Bacon Time.
This is just rough when you are getting kept outside, but this is the problem when you are going to be rotating in a little bit too late. And on top of that, DX has the higher terrain, but this separation of 2-1 makes things so interesting from Boom Esports. There's a lot of trust put into Yummy here. Does take a lot of damage. Hexa's getting knocked out, well, almost. But if you see on the other side of the map here, looks like TM is in trouble. Regardless, TM has been eliminated. They do have 5 points in their pocket, so they're going to be pretty okay with that.
Yeah, 21 minutes of play, and we're seeing full aggression coming in from all corners of the map. The Savior managed to punish one member of Boom Esports cutting across. They did spot Yummy climbing those hills, but he's being forced to stay outside for much longer. Kwang gets knocked out by the play zone itself. SLD also being denied entry by Bacon Time. They only walk away with one player taken out from Bacon Time, but now Boom has also got crosshairs coming in from Box Gaming, Alter Ego. Everybody's eyeing out for Boom.
Look at the damage coming in from Yummy, though. He's playing this very, very smart. Now, it might be a little bit hard for him to survive for as long as he can, but this aggression just shows us that what he wants here is not those placement points anymore. He's trying to gun for as many kills as possible on top of the kills. I mean, the placement point is coming through, but Lamborghini nearly gets knocked out there. Alter Ego putting up a huge fight against the Thai teams.
Alter Ego finds another one, picks off Octa as they got themselves 5 streaks of back-to-back takedowns. Bacon Time now moves deeper into Pine, and Apo gets double-mated. No chance coming in for 4 Rivals, but there will still be blood splatter on the ground. Dokyopi goes in for the refract, and he will claim 1 point. The first one for 4 Rivals at the very least, as they're trying to force a defense, but the zone is closing up, and Box Gaming is still around the corner. Same goes to Bacon Time. It's just a little bit rough here. I'm not too sure how will they actually make it out without taking this battle. Isis drops a nade, almost connecting onto Voki. Thank goodness he didn't push up just yet. But Bamburu, they're going to rush in all together.
Bamburu's a little bit low here. Nate just to clear those corners. What a beautiful one from Api straight into Isis. They're going to be pushing up. See how they're playing is just so methodical, and they're actually moving together as a unit, as opposed to what we saw from week 1 where they're just very, very separated. So if this keeps up, this could be a good thing, but they don't want to bunch up together too long in case they get blown up.
Yeah, backline towards the northern entry points, we see DX trying to get by into the outskirts of the city. They should be able to take control of this entire area, but Rapper Boy, though he might just be alone, he has a lot of area of coverage on the top side of the hill. But DX, they see all these movements coming from the rest of 4 Rivals as they pursue Box Gaming. But there's too much pressure mounting onto the Malaysian team. Nate's falling in. Bensu finds one. Rabbits was the one that tags one player out of 4 Rivals. Still hunting out for the number as Appy cuts across. He tries to go in for entry. Bensu gets delivered that free pointer. Thank you very much, DX. You did the damage, but here comes Refracts coming in. And this is just looking worse and worse. Bensu gets a clip onto Appy. Takes those points. Box Gaming having the best performance of the holdout as they will celebrate a 5 streak of kill.
Survivability is great for 4 rivals, but they're not able to just continue on till the end. Regardless, Infinity is one now in a pickle, having to fight DX for this spot. And they're a little bit low in terms of men. Lost 2 players already, and Lamborghini, he has the upper hand here. Look at how much control they have of the entire circle. And now Box trying to come through. Oh man, break, not a great situation. Eats up that nade. His teammate from the backside, Trisme, wants to push up as well. They know a general idea where he might be, but not exactly where he is.
They're just going to be forcing kills outside of the play zone. Boy still finds one. He's trying to get everybody on board, and he will crush the rest of Infinity before falling out. What a finishing blow dealt by Yoodo Alliance as they secure a 5 elimination point finish at 5th spot.
This is a great thing for them because it means that before he went down, got 2 more points. Regardless, trust me, this is a great opening from him. Takes up a lot of damage from the blue zone as well, but he's not going down behind without a fight. Now, for DX, what they've been doing is third partying, and it's been working out so good for them. They have gotten a few more picks, but in terms of BAC and AE, no one will be coming here. We'll be having a non-climatic ending as the other 2 players here from BAC and Alter Ego will just be playing the healing game. I'm just curious which parts of the map they're in.
We're going to take a look in a short moment in time, but the Savior, they played really safely. They moved in step by step into the circle, and now they are uncontested. Look at this.
Wow, this is a very interesting healing spot, which I really like. As usually it's inside a shack or inside a house. This is the
Nobody
first
would
time.
suspect him.
Exactly. No one
Does he have
suspects
angles?
the bridge.
Can he shoot members of
No,
DX?
because
They're already
look
celebrating.
at the terrain there. It's actually hiding them behind. They can push up if they want to, but they have no clue where he is. So
I just love that dude is just blowing everybody a little bit of a kiss.
Thank you,
A little bit more love. Can we see more dance moves? Oh,
Thank
there we
you,
go.
Du. You know, we're having a bad day, but Du is just giving us all of the
I don't
love.
feel like I'm having a bad day.
He's making me feel very, very happy. Thank you, Du.
Okay.
How many did he have? How many med packs?
Dances? Oh, my word, Lapo gets him!
No way! No way he got that! No. What?
He sees him all the way up top.
This man has a magnifying glass.
That tells you that they have microscopic eyes.
Exactly.
Microscopic eyes coming in from
Wait,
Lambo.
how many does he have? Is that last one?
I think there's still another pack to go. Okay, that should be it for now.
Aw, man.
Let's wait it out.
BAC, I remember how last year, a few seasons ago, we were like, the best healing team is from Indonesia. It's Bigatron. Now look at Bacon Time.
I don't recall Bigatron.
Was it
being
Bigatron?
loved.
No,
it was a different team, I believe.
Kacang Susu is Malaysia.
That's a Malaysian.
Kacang Susu is what in.
Anyways, the match has ended. Congratulations to Xavier. They are the grand winners of your round inside of Sanok to kickstart Week 3, Day 2 in Match 1. And they even basically crushed the competition, not losing a single member where everybody thought, hey, the circle is going to go back into the Charlie side of the section. And it throws deeper into Painan and back into the mainland. And the Xavier, they booked that lower spot of the hill right below bootcamp, and they managed to walk their way through. Kudos to them.
You know what? Next time we see a Sanok map, I'm just gonna choose BAC, even though they don't get chicken dinners, but you know they're gonna get second place through healing. That's how insane they are. But speaking of that, how insane is
there's a lot of great fights in the early game.
Yeah, very, very early, very, very aggressive, but it's mostly because the circle went toward the southern side, the smaller island, in fact, which means that you have to be really quick in terms of getting that spot. But what a nade from Yuhai. That's crazy.
Yeah, not only the names, but all the close range battles. We see a lot of BTS action coming in from Yoodo Alliance and also Yuhai Boy himself. While Buriram United have set up quite the trap that has managed to gatekeep the entirety of GD, forcing them out of this match very early on. And then we have Bacon Time, right? We see this fight happening inside of Painan, which they managed to bring down majority of these members of 4 Rivals. Though we've seen struggles coming in from 4 Rivals from the past week. This is a grand revival that we're seeing coming out of a team that has been able to make themselves into the top 8 situation a couple of times. And this final entourage that we've seen coming in from Yoodo Alliance, securing a 5th place finish with 5 points, That's huge coming from the Malaysian team, but none of these teams have challenged DX.
Yeah, DX just a little bit better in terms of positioning and timing. And look at that, they barely spent any time inside of the blue zone. DX doing what they do best, which is finding exactly where the circle is going to be. Now for Bacon Time, this is not the longest we've seen them in the blue zone. I mean, throughout the entire map, we see them kind of taking fights. And then they go like, okay, plan A, take as many fights as we can. Plan B, go heal. Which is what exactly they did till the end. Alter Ego as well, not too shabby. And Box Gaming, this is one of their best performance so far. And finally, we're seeing the rise of the Vietnamese team, Box.
That's right, and we see two Vietnamese teams over on the top 4. I think this is a great sign of hope for the entirety of the region as well. DX heading into this week, coming back stronger as it progresses, as they manage to close out the match with 22 points. But coming in closely from the rest of the squads, you see many of these teams stacked close to each other. Bacon Time with 17-15 for Alter Ego. Then you have Box Gaming as well as Yoodo Alliance, both tied for 11 points in the top 5.
This is really interesting as we start seeing the teams such as VPE, SLD, GD, Geek Fam. These are teams that we expected to be at least on the top 5. But we're seeing teams like Box Gaming, 4 Rivals go up now, and it just really shows how competitive it was in this particular matchup. And it's going to be Lamborghini right now as the MVP. 42%, almost half, has been done by him. And honestly, not surprising. We've seen how aggressive he can be at taking angles and just going in for those fights.
And the final shot to claim the member of Alter Ego.
Oh yeah, was this 167 meters? You think that one?
I believe it should be that 167 meters if you put it that way. And I believe there's a lot of more interesting stats, but we go back into the weekly rankings as we add the points all together. Alter Ego as well as Bacon Time, they move up a couple of spots. Alter Ego currently sitting at 3rd place, overtaking Infinity by 1 point, while Bacon Time with his 2nd place finish got themselves 45 points. Now moving into 6th, the Savior with the Chicken Dinner are now headed into the top 5. But we see Yoodo Alliance now approaching to 11th, and Box Gaming, remember they were near the bottom? Now they're not. 14th place with 26.
This is I would say the great thing about PUBG Mobile is that, you know, basically every round is an anything can happen moment so long as you go into the next map with a different sort of mindset. Getting these points are great because it really launches you all the way to the top. And on 14th place, finally after 3 weeks, we're starting to see them here in the middle of the ladder. Regardless, for our prediction today, I must say something. We were both wrong and we probably have cursed them, so give me a high five.
No.
Please!
Because there's more to go.
I mean, it's just for the first map. Okay, fair enough.
We fail together, we rise together.
Exactly.
And of course, let's go back to the recap first before we proceed further into our next discussion for our upcoming map. Now, Alter Ego starts it from the alpha side. And what was interesting to note is that there are teams around that hunting section. They managed to cut across rather safely. Now, Bacon Time, why they always play the healing game? Look at that widespread. They basically conquered the entire area, loot up very quickly, and then get to where they need to be, which is Hainan. But they couldn't exit Hainan, so what can they do? Just go heal. Easy as that. While DX, they came in from the main peninsula, moved in from the boot camp section, and they stayed put from there onwards, and that circle just strings further and further into the areas of DX, where Alter Ego, Bloom Esports, they were not allowed to proceed forward because of their aggression that has been shown. And there's other challenges that came in from the far east side, and even then, DX have got the whole section covered up, and therefore that will be the summary of what happened back inside of Sanaa.
I think what's really interesting to say is that Circle also ping-ponged, while a lot of players actually kind of predicted the Circle to be toward the smallest island. What happened is that ping-ponged toward the eastern side of Hainan, which means that players were moving in between the two islands. And whoever that was already waiting on the island would obviously have the upper hand. Regardless, I don't know why, but DX seems to have great understanding of how the circle would move. And in terms of their, predictions has been pretty great as well. I mean, we did hear from Geek Fam in terms of Yuhai, they would say things like, oh, if it's a circle like this, this, we can already predict where it's going to go. But even they had some trouble trying to figure out where exactly it's going to go between the main island and the smallest island.
Yeah, overall, it has been a really tough placement for teams to really place themselves, and with such a hard rotation going onto some of these corners, the only few teams that does have vehicles for choice was for Rivals, where they managed to get into Thailand, but they couldn't safely cut across. We saw how DX denied their entry along with Box Gaming, and there's just no way that they could escape some of these grabs. But let's take a look at some of the summaries here as we match both Bacon Time as well as DX.
I mean, if you look at in terms of damage, DX didn't really go into head-on fights. It was mostly third parties as everyone is trying to swim across Painan. So all DX had to do was third party and just shoot from the side, and that's where most of the damage or majority would come from, as well as the eliminations. Now for Bacon Time, this is where things got really interesting because they only really took fights in the beginning of the map, and then as their numbers dwindled, they went toward the healing game instead.
That's right, and as we move forward from our past game, we're going to be looking at what's about to come into the map of Miramar. Buriram United has shown us that they have been performing with outstanding numbers here with the highest ranking points. They make the cut into the top 5 very frequently, but FaZe Clan, when they do swing, they swing really hard. TEM has gotten quite a number of chicken dinners throughout the past week as well as this week itself by playing inside this map. We just see 4 of these names coming in from PMPL Thailand to be dominating in this matchup.
It's a very interesting situation now. BCDE means no Group A, no Xavier, and I think they're very happy with the points they got in Sanok.
Especially
anyway.
no Buriram and TM.
Yeah.
That's huge news for everybody.
Exactly, but for Rivals, I mean, if I were them, I would want to play this map because this is when our momentum's really high. We're doing really good in terms of survivability, and I'm really hoping that their momentum can bring on over to the next match when they finally come in. Regardless, for Sem 9, they haven't played yet today, and after I said about, I think, you know, at first, like, we didn't really understand what was going through their minds, but seeing Putra's story about kind of being frustrated, I think that today might be a different day for them, trying to figure out, and exactly, it's like a test of will, if you may, on how exactly they want to tackle this situation. Sometimes your biggest enemy can be yourself, and I'm really hoping that the Tigers can come back stronger and overcome this.
When I used to manage team, I always tell them that the biggest enemies were never really the ones that are presented to you in that competition. It's more of yourself. How much do you trust yourself, your capabilities, and how much can you offer to the table to your teammates so you could basically hold your ground. And always remember, another day is always another chance for each one of them to shine. Though they have had some really bad runs overall, this is definitely words to those that have not been able to see the glorious chicken dinner so far. Whatever happened yesterday, put those feelings of dread and gloominess aside, because you gotta start off with a smile, come in with positivity that you can't win that chicken dinner. So hopefully we get to see some of these teams really step up their gameplay. Though, of course, statistically, there has been not much that has been coming up, hopefully, for Rivals as well as Sem 9 inside Miramar. But put that aside for now, because we got more of all these news for those of you guys who are anticipating tournaments, and now PUBG Mobile is offering you that with a PMCC 2022.
Yeah, this is your last chance to get to PMNC. To go to PMNC, you must go through PMCC. And as I said before, this is your chance to show everyone what you're good at during campus. I remember when I was in university, I wasn't really good at, I don't know, diving, archery, and all that kind of stuff that they had. But once Esports Club came through, that was when you actually get to say, like, this is what I'm great at, and let me show you guys the other side of sports, which is esports.
That's right, and overall, I think, like, you gotta find good balance in life, and of course, studies come first, but you could still enjoy yourself and prove your worth in the battlegrounds here, where you just might be the next superstars of PUBG Mobile, either in Malaysia, in the M1S GPH region, or even in the Southeast Asia bout. So we're seeing a lot of great talents that have emerged throughout the span of the years that PUBG Mobile has dived into esports, and so many great names have been able to carve their name in history. Teams like BTR, teams like RRQ, and even Sam9, when they were known as Yoodo Gang, they have gotten the Southeast Asian Championship for Malaysia. You might just be next.
Yeah. So now coming back into our next map here as we go into Miramar. We all know that Miramar can be very tricky in terms of rotations, but some teams have really shown us why they're so adept at that map. Some teams prefer to play on the lower ground, using the side of the terrain to hide them as they move forward, playing the very sneaky deaky game. But some teams such as DX, who prefer to take those terrains and compounds early, have always gotten a little bit of an upper hand. Regardless, teams like TM, they're not playing right now, but they've been really good at trying to figure out when exactly to come in and out of a building, especially in a three-way urban warfare fight. And I think this is your favorite finish, and I don't know, I feel like today we're going to see another one.
Hopefully we would see another urban finish, but in a different city. We've seen a couple of all these circles pulling mainly towards the Los Leones area. You know, it will be definitely exciting if we get more of that Predator field finish over on the northwestern end, because that itself is one of the toughest areas to play, because without vehicles, you can't even get by. And even when you get there with vehicles, how are you supposed to take on some of all these fights? But of course, we'll just let the course take its toll while the rest of the players are preparing themselves for the biggest map challenge of it all. So I really want to discuss with you. Sure, we got our predictions coming up next, but I really want to also draw attention to non-Thai teams.
Non-Thai teams, okay.
In Miramar. Okay, who has impressed you the most?
Non-Thai teams. Honestly, SLD. SLD. I mean, like, at first when you told me to keep an eye out on SLD, I didn't really understand why. But for now, let's have a look at our predictions first as we kind of bring the story back, because right now you're going to go for FaZe and I'm going to go for Infinity.
That's why I asked you before we get to Thai teams, right?
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, they have been very consistent. But now, I think the Thai teams are here to stay, no doubt. But some teams that really have been, like, surprising me, Xavier has surprised me really well. And of course, we can look at Alter Ego, which has been...
I would say GD.
GIDS as well, yeah. Really good, but I think a team that is... I would say that I really was unpredictable and wasn't even looking at them definitely has to be SLD. New team that, and usually when we see a new team kind of join the league, they usually struggle for, I think, until the third week, fourth week, but surprisingly, SLD has been consistent throughout. It's really just putting a mark and showing veteran players that the newer players can be just as scary.
That's right, and I believe that they still have a lot to offer on the platter as we're getting ourselves ready for our third match. Well, actually, second match of the evening. So, sit back, relax once again. And of course, we're seeing plenty of all these areas to close in over the south side plenty of times already. I'm hoping to see something different, because I think the majority of the teams have been a little too familiar with Los Leones for now, right?
Yeah, they're like...
so many finishes around that section.
They're like, I don't know why you like this area so much. There's so many other attractions here in Miramar.
It is a very difficult area to play.
El Pozo is nice. La Drillera is nice. Hell, can we go to La Cabrera instead all the way north, because we're just so done with the southern side here of Los Leones. Regardless, I'm really curious to see. I mean, we did see a circle almost at Puerto Paraiso the other day, which was very, very interesting. Even Chumacera would be fun. Look at all the terrain you can work with. Regardless, here we go. Miramar, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Are you ready? Let's go.
Always a sunny day heading into Miramar with clear weather. We cut across from the southern end of Los Higos, heading up in towards the northern areas of play, as we'll see this flight take passage towards the Campo Miller Park section. Meaning to say that majority of the teams will be able to get by into where they please. And with that said, El Pozo is going to be a little bit more of a stretch for the new teams who are vying for that spot of the areas over the western corners of the plains. But then again, this gives direct access for Boom Esports to start off very early on as they float towards the corners of Valdemar. GD opting to switch it up for a little bit, as they're hoping to move their way past into the Porto Pariso corner. Buriram United should have no challenges to get into Impala, but there's not anything interesting out of this fight.
I am very curious to see where exactly Geek Fam goes next, because they're one of the teams that don't have a drop spot, and it's very, very fun to see teams not play that way. Usually in the local league, they have like an unspoken agreement, like this is our spot, that's your spot. But things get very, very interesting when you fight for that spot. How are you going to be moving through that spot? How exactly are you going to be the fastest in terms of the other team to get that? And if you are very aware where everything's going to be, I think another thing you should consider is that, are we okay with taking this team that usually stops here?
Exactly.
Now for Geek Fam, look at where Mika is. He's all the way alone up there at Torre Al Humada. I think what they're going to do is a 2-2 situation here, where Damrud and Yuhai will be in the more, I would say, aggressive areas, trying to get information, maybe steal loots.
Yeah, overall, because you consider the fact that some teams will not be playing for some of these maps, and they have taken advantage with this intel. Oh, Trongzai already secured a knock against Capone. BN United
really early.
having one member down. But back to that point, right? BN United immediately loses a member. First blood secured by SLD, the team that you're eyeing on to be able to ace out the match. But my oh my.
That is a long-range shot. It's
It
so
is.
fun to see that kind of shots happening for this map.
Indeed. And back to Geek Fam. Because Four Rivals is not playing in this matchup, they managed to take the entire section of not only Torre Ahumada, they have the areas of Hacienda. On top of that, Cruz de Vel, the city of Four Rivals, available for them to conquer. And that circle already belongs to them. No need for further rotations to be implemented. And Geek Fam has a really safe journey heading to this match.
Now, another issue with getting the middle of the circle or the best area first is how many teams are going to be hitting that area. Are they able to make sure that their resources can last, the onslaught of teams upon teams coming to the area? Are they able to play together to make sure that they don't get stabbed from behind is also another issue as well, which is why that some teams, they don't prefer getting the middle of the area first. They prefer just playing toward the sides of the circle and slowly moving in. But there's also another problem itself where you can become, gate capped.
Indeed. As you can see that certain teams have made adaptations each round as it goes. Just like how GD has now moved into Porto Pariso. Just by the very edge of it, they can take this safe highway into the northern section, hoping to not be cut off by Buriram United. And you have teams like Yoodo Alliance, which we saw early on, that's always dropped into Los Leones regardless of whatever situation it may be. And I think like either approach works just fine. As for DVD, they are inside of what I do believe could be El Azahar, not too far away. So DVD, having the privilege of the circle to be in favor of them this time around, should be able to pull strings throughout this match. Jimmy OP, we managed to speak to this young chap, and you could see that there's all smiles on the face of DBD after a really tough 2 weeks. They finally see some glimpse of success. And Boom Esports, they're going to be moving into this area very later on.
I'm not too sure what our producer is seeing, but he looks so stressed right now watching the game. I'm wondering who he's rooting for. Maybe perhaps BN United because they already lost a player and he's just stressed out for them, maybe?
Perhaps so. It could be his votes for the Infinity all the time.
Oh yeah, he has the jersey and he's like so excited about it, isn't he?
Like he just doesn't want to tell us where he gets the jersey from.
Infinity, if you're watching this, we love your jersey.
Honestly, I love every team's jersey. Like, can they send one of each to Contra and Tash?
Yeah, please, with our names on it. Thank you.
Oh. Okay.
I mean, okay. If you could have any player's name on your Infinity jersey, which player's name would it be?
Gotta be Newsy.
Oh
right?
my God, yes.
I mean, if it's not gonna be Lucy, honestly, I would like a Logan jersey.
Logan?
Like, I managed to speak to him like quite some time ago.
Yeah.
And that was when they were celebrating their Southeast Asia Championship title a couple of seasons back. And the Infinity, throughout these past few seasons, they have still remained to be the top team to beat in many of these tournaments, as we are taking a look into the areas of Montenevo where they're currently located.
I would have Mela's name if it's not Newsy.
Mela. Why?
But just now. Oh,
So it's like, oh, Who should I give this jersey to? Mila.
Me, oh, funny. But no. The reason I wanted to say in the previous game, because I saw his face, like, look how similar Mela looks to our producer. And I
Actually.
yeah, right? They're like brothers. So I just wanted to say that perhaps our producer is a fan of Mela because they look kind of similar.
Yeah, do you know that our producer does speak Thai as well?
Exactly. Maybe they are, like,
Yeah,
brothers from another mother.
perhaps so.
Who knows, right?
Perhaps so.
Now let's talk about Sem9. They're a team that, I would say that even though I'm a huge hardcore fan of Four Rivals, but Sem9 also is a team that I really like to watch as well. They've been pretty much consistent in the local league, but coming into this season, it felt like they're struggling, especially as we see a lot of teams sort of like change up the way they play, this aggression coming through, and it's not something that they're used to in the local league. And in Europe, we talked about mindsets here. What do you think the Sem9 mindset is right now?
I think like they've been trying to pick up really heavy fights in the early few weeks that they've been approaching some of all these matches. It may not have favored them all too well as they haven't been able to pull the strings all together. I'm hoping to see more cohesion, and despite that, though they didn't manage to land as much of those points as intended, the damage numbers are still on a relative high note as we see like 200 over damage being offered by majority of their members. MR5 usually playing a little bit more supportive role. You take a look at Ventores, he's been supplementing the damage numbers as well with 266 on an average matchup. And we're not even taking a look at players like, Tony K, Newsy of other teams. Oh, Beer 11's playing this time around. I haven't seen this player in quite a while. It's exciting to see.
What can you tell me about him?
Beer 11 has been in many of all these seasons in PMPL Thailand. He was in the legendary team RRQ Athena at some point ago. And of course, he stepped into this match and people were wondering, like, what does Beer 11 has to offer? And from then on, he has been the staple name for many of all these matches. I believe he spent some time in Bacon Time as well. I could be wrong. Somebody could fact check me on that. So he's played in quite an amount of legendary teams in PMPL Thailand, and we expect him to be able to pull up great numbers, just like how they've been able to achieve almost every single matchup that they go to. As for Ego Esports, none of the roster changes have been made throughout this matchup. For the past couple of weeks, things have been relatively consistent, but they could be doing a little bit better. As we take a look at the top three eliminators, once again, Newsy as well as Tony K. It's only 5 points to separate these two gentlemen, and we got Shirties of Bacon Time.
Okay, this is a very interesting fact. Just now, if I'm not mistaken, Infinity didn't have any eliminations, which is why we didn't see a change in terms of elimination points for
FaZe Clan wasn't playing.
Yeah, and FaZe Clan wasn't playing. So my curiosity is more of like, even though they had those matches where they didn't play or they didn't get any eliminations, they're still so far ahead of everyone.
Yeah, and like it's all in a day's work for some of these guys out there. Circle now does pull towards the northern end as we have wished it to be. Being United, they've already lost one much early on. And Infinity make life harder for being United. Silence have his vehicle depleted now, hiding under a rock in the hard place. And this is where the Molotovs will sink right in. Newsy hoping to basically set a record straight. And Tony K's got a lot more work to do to chase up on those points. But Silence still managed to walk away from that. Great thinking coming out of Silence. But the rest of being United, they're doing so much just to keep him alive.
You have to remember that in the previous round, if I'm not mistaken, Silence was the one who got the first shot onto Tunny, putting Infinity into a very difficult situation. Now, it's probably the revenge arc, I would say, or instant karma. Look at the damage coming into Silence. Forget the damage. It's an instant knock onto him, an instant lobby as well. So that's one thing dealt with. And there are 3 more members of BN United to work with. And I think they will be quickly moving away. Look at that. They're already skedaddling out of here. They're like, that's fine. Take this area. We want to just survive.
Yeah. Having 2 members lost in the early game is really hard especially when you're playing inside of Miramar, right? And overall, BN United, though they may have actually gotten the chicken dinner on the past week, other than that, I don't think that they're in the best of position, and they are also fighting for their tournament lives. They can't keep letting all of these minor mistakes happen. I call them mistakes because you shouldn't be out in the open in this early skirmishes, and Potato now getting peppered up by the rest of DBD. Jimmy LP over the top side of the roof, having Ziggs to find a knock against Fnatic as they will start to chip damages upon members of Alter Ego. Potato stuck in the middle of nowhere, no help whatsoever, but there is a flank coming in. You gotta look out for Potato though. Pombi
as well.
coming in.
Yeah, Geek Fam as well. I think they're just waiting right now. But the fact that DBD is showing Alter Ego this much aggression is showing that character development that we want to see. Yep, Yen gets picked off. Echo does find Potato in return. So it's a 1-for-1 situation. Regardless, DBD is trying so hard to fight with Alter Ego for this particular area. And the rest of AE are saying that it's probably best if we move away. But it looks like Potato will be getting the pickup here. But look at where Ponbi is, all alone inside of the building. They are going to be pushing forward.
Wait a
He's
minute.
playing very smart.
Sem9, their vehicles blow up, and it's upon their own doing as well. They were trying to hop over, but it's Infinity that approaches the scene. Alter Ego gets shot from so far away.
God,
Geek
what
Fam.
the heck?
They were the ones to take out Alter Ego. Now they're looking for DBD as well. Geek Fam looking extra ferocious today. Just hunting out
Look
from
at how they've
long
surrounded
distance.
them. But GID is very close by as well. Regardless, we saw Geek Fam already showing their presence in the air. Wow, that is a very, very long range. Only with a red dot. Mika is insane. But Snipes moving up forward, making sure that he does secure the points, not allowing other teams to third-party this. I think this is also because they are aware that GID was close by. You can see that they're waiting toward the southern side here, and they're just waiting for the right situation to move in.
There is no right situation for them, though. However, there's another team that's hiding right underneath where DBD is currently at. By the foothill itself, there's no exit for DBD for now. They just got to sit by and wait on phase 3 until Geek Fam leaves this vicinity. And that's GD that was trailing in. Sem9 lost out too as they exited from Power Grid, approaching into the city of St. Martin, as they find themselves stuck in the middle of nowhere yet again. Deb asking for help, but it doesn't come by. And Chua claims one back into Ego Esports, while FaZe Clan is going to be on the further side of the city. Inside of St. Martin, 3 teams will look around. Yummy of Boom Esports on top of the radio tower. They won't be looking for those pickoffs just yet, so a little bit more of a quiet time for the citizens of St. Martin for now.
For FaZe, we know that they don't show themselves until they really, really need to. For Yoodo Alliance, not sure who exactly tagged Adit Look, but look at how many teams are already inside of Hacienda. And this is because this is, again, as you mentioned, it's an area which is a town. You want to be able to get the best positions possible. You want to be able to take at least 2 to 3 compounds to yourself. All that space is great for you to allow yourself to not only get the crossfire of your teammates, doesn't allow those flanks as well, and gives you some breathing space. If you were to be pushed in from one side, you can just quickly hop into another building toward the end. Now, for Box Gaming, I think they had one of their impressive showings in the previous match. And I think, if possible, they want to bring that forward as well. It's kind of like reminiscent to what you expect from 4 Rivals, but that damage toward Allen is pretty good from Trisme.
By the window pane as well. Like, I wonder how this guy actually spots him from such a distance. But then again, if a red dot site could basically do the trick, what more can the 6 times do, right?
Yeah.
And Box Gaming, we see a little bit more of an aggressive approach being shown today. Now they're placing themselves into the 10th position. After a good round inside Sanhok, regaining more trust, more confidence on each other as the circle will close deeper into the areas of North St. Martin, just by the outskirts of Hacienda, as well as Water Treatment Infinity. Having a really good time there as they take 2 sides of the hill.
That's actually Geek Fam, isn't it?
Yeah, Geek Fam, they're really far away though. By the corners of Water Treatment, they'll be alone for now. NFT will be gatekeeping them. Same goes to players coming out from GD that's hoping to move past them. So Geek Fam, they take a little bit too long trying to pick off Alter Ego and also members out of DVD. Now they might actually suffer some of these consequences.
They need to rotate from the north side, which is like the most, I would say, open area. But toward the eastern side has been so packed. Speaking of packed, that's going to be Logan quickly getting a pick onto a member of the Bao Nam. And Tony K already on the aggression toward Bensu. That nade from Tony K immediately launches him out, knocks him down. And Bensu now needs to be picked up as soon as possible. But it's really hard because he's all the way to the other side of his team. And Break as well, he's already on being attacked. As 2 members down, as the other members of Box, are they going to give up their area, run away, or are they going to take this fight, at least try to get a trade?
I don't think they could run away just about yet. They do have a little bit of an area for them to at least hold onto before they are forced to make a move. Also, keep in mind that SLD is around the corner, even if they dash off towards the opposite side where they're being approached by Infinity. Infinity now taking on BN United yet again. It's 2 versus Newsy, which is equivalent to 4. So I don't know how they get out of this tiny shack, but they are being burned up alive. Newsy, he doesn't have to look. He gets 2 of them.
Cool people don't look at explosions, well, rather a fire in this case. And
Uzi doesn't have to think.
He doesn't have to. You just burn them alive. It's like a free oven for him.
Free oven?
Yeah.
A pressure cooker on the side of the N United.
Oh, man.
Making things worse, and now grenades are flying in now towards Stone. Luckily enough, they didn't manage to catch a glimpse of that, but they have to spot out Ravenclaw on the outskirts. Quick thinking coming out of Olio. But Chua, he stole it away.
Oh, that's unfortunate. But Chua has always been that person that's always ready to pick up those kills if possible. Regardless.
Esports, Eagle Eye on that.
Oh, that's... Wow. Wow, you still got it, man.
As always.
Oh, man.
Vampires, though,
this is the
they don't
second...
sit well under sunlight.
Yeah, this is the second map in a row. They're not doing very well, but Geek Fam, on the other hand, has already got 5. Damroot on the aggression toward Allen, but he's now in trouble. Sneasel as well takes some damage from far away as Mika. He is going to be pushing up forward, coming toward the north side here with Damroot. Damroot is so very low right now, and is really dangerous because right in front of them is Infinity. And we talked about...
as well.
Yeah, we talked about what happens when you come in late, and this is exactly it, as the members of Geek Fam are slowly dwindling in numbers, and I think that Damroot was not able to heal just now because they don't really have a lot of resources. Going to clear the shack first before they move inside. Ouch!
Oh my, they thought that someone's inside. They throw in the Molotov. They can't even get in right now. I don't really want to see that scene, man. We're already seeing Geek Fam depleted. But they did take 6 points in the early games. Now 12 teams still remain in this matchup. Circle still remain in favor of Infinity. Damroot still survived, so thank goodness for that. NFT will pepper spray them from the top side of the hill, so I don't know where else can they basically fight. Infinity has the perfect bunker. The only area that's safe to play. FaZe Clan having some troubles against Box Gaming. More numbers being taken out from the side of Box Gaming. Excuse me for that hiccup. That's ShineLikeDiamond. They're doing well, as they are the ones that can challenge players from the Infinity.
Look at how convoluted the southern side is.
Wow, the vocabulary.
I don't know. I don't remember where I learned that word from, but look at this damage coming through from Lord Harm. Nearly getting a tag onto one of the players of 2E, make it 2. Unfortunately, doesn't manage to at least blow up the vehicle. Regardless, on the southern side here, because everyone was traveling up toward the north side, which is why Geek Fam took the long rotation up north, but they were met against 2 teams. Regardless, they're inside of the circle right now, but numbers not on their side. But speaking of numbers not on their side, Tuan is the one getting picked off right now as FaZe is just slowly taking this fight against Box, and MR5 knocked down already. I'm actually surprised that Box is able to hold off against them. It's 2-on-4.
Oh, commotion happening inside of St. Martin. Everybody tries to move away from this area of play. FaZe Clan now getting tagged up. Golden opportunity coming in for Break. He's pushing through. No time to heal up. And he does get the drop. Instead, he falls to Tony K. Ready to make that push. Box Gaming didn't walk away with any points. Lord Harm as well goes down. There goes 7-9. This time coming in a 10th spot as Yoodo Alliance falls hit first. But then again, they walk away with 2 points. Meanwhile, 7-9 didn't even walk away with a single drop of takedown. Big in time, they will basically prime on the weak, but they are moving up in the buggy.
Oh my
the turret's
God.
blown up. Tony came with a slither of health left. That might just be the end of it. Buriram, the player that was introduced into this matchup, being forced to run outskirts, out into the open playing fields. And what can they do? FaZe Clan now on the run. While Big in Time's trying to make a move, it's FaZe Clan being picked off. Nine Noisy will basically make the drop. More damage being done. SLD has been spotted out. Big in Time are now forcing the move. Oh my goodness, Nine Noisy!
He's insane.
2 times in a row, aiming for the hit.
He's just so good when it comes to his long-range shots. Regardless, Octa from the side, he already noticed Noisy from that area. Gonna put an end to this man's reign of terror. Regardless for Boom, this is one of their best showings yet.
8 frags coming in from Boom.
8
what a
frags
performance.
and 4 players still very much alive. Kong in trouble, trying to get into the circle as you have Tony. What a shot. Finishes them off. That's 4 eliminations regardless.
And
but 7th place. But here we are, top 5.
Infinity, they move out of the compound, and now they're basically gunning for everybody else. They don't really care about
It's
the circle.
a free-for-all.
They know that this whole area is cleared out. Nobody has challenged us. Let's push up the hill. Somebody's going to be hiding right behind it. Boom Esports, though, 4 players still intact. They can fight Infinity if they want to. And I think they're very well prepared for battle. Oh my goodness,
That
getting
is
shot by
so
Boom.
far away. That's halfway across the circle. Absolutely insane. But right now, Gotuni is the one to push up forward, followed by Mela. And Geek Fam still playing on the top side corner, taking their time, just waiting out the ensuing chaos. Regardless, for Boom Esports, gonna try and unfortunately doesn't get to show that nade upwards, but Shirties from the side decides to make life a lot harder for Boom
He's outside
Esports.
though.
Yeah, he's about to go down here. Doesn't manage to get a pick, unfortunately. But here we go, Ryzy. This is gonna be second time's a charm. Is it gonna hit anyone? Is the question? No.
Close nade, not being able to land on top of Mela, but Ryzy slowly getting pushed. And Geek Fam, somehow they survive into the top 3, hiding by the shack, and NFT bounce out first. And they definitely have to thank Boom Esports for
Mika
that.
wants to join.
Mika's gonna join into the party, but Gotuni's marking onto him. Dabber now hoping to be the difference maker between the top 2 teams with the most numbers out there. Newsy now inside of the smoke, trying to push over onto the corners where Boom's currently hiding, but this defensive setup is not so easy to crack. The Indonesian side tries to retaliate, one member being blown up by Newsy with a long toss of a grenade. Ryzy now exchanging a little bit of flurry of damage, but Newsy's going to be dropping another nade. Not much time to go in for the save. They mass attack him up. Newsy's left by the corner of the map. Now more damage being done towards Mela. He forced him to drop over the lower slide. Dabber finds him though. Newsy's down.
Newsy down, and Mika will be the one to try and grab him. He wants to get that point. Regardless, from the top side, Mela is primed and ready for Geek Fam. They may be the thorn their side, but at least know that they know exactly where these thorns are. Newsy goes down, finally to down route. He's going to be very happy with the extra point. But Infinity right now, down 1 player.
Mela.
Mela aggressively pushing upwards to the top side. Boom, with 10 eliminations. Mela not able to play this area as Damru play the long range. Doesn't matter if he's playing on the bottom side. Those long range shots are definitely going to be doing damage onto Hexas. Can he keep going is the question. 1 on 3, 1 on 4. Damru, what are you doing? What on earth? You want this glory so bad. He can't really move anywhere.
He's still outnumbered though.
He's outnumbered, but he's a little bit more closer to the circle. Regardless for Boom Esports, they can push in together, get the pins if they want to.
It's Boom Esports time to shine. There's only 1 player standing in the way, and they will celebrate it. Boom Esports, they close out the round, and now saving the day, as this could be enough points to get them out of week 3 into the grand finals.
This is exactly what Boom Esports wanted. A little bit of a slow start into the league. Regardless, doing so very well. They have these Cinderella moments that just go boom, and this is it. But for Geek Fam, yesterday was a slow day, but now looking a little bit better as their numbers dwindle. They still managed to make it into the top 2. In fact, getting 1 more kill before going down, and thus allowing Boom Esports this space to get this chicken dinner.
It's so impressive. They won against Infinity. And they definitely have to thank Geek Fam for taking out Newsy, because Newsy was being So annoying, dropping those big nades, knocking down a few members of Boom. They managed to go for the revives at Crazy. I think he was the player that was a standout for Boom Esports in this particular match. Let's take a look again in the early games where we see a 3-4-way battle as Alter Ego, DBD, as well as Geek Fam were going for some challenges. And Geek Fam, like, we see some of all this impressive stuff. And Nuzi, this moment itself, absolutely clippable, right?
Yeah, I am.
He tosses it.
And then he just walks away like, bye. I know that you're going to go down. But this is also very interesting as well from Box. But like, I would just want to say that even though we thought that he's going to get at least 2 out of that, look at Tony K. He marked the area ready to give support to his teammates, which is exactly the reason why Tony K is up there in terms of eliminations and damage.
In fact, look at that crazy nade coming in. We thought that SLD will be able to suppress Infinity from moving outside of that compound, but thanks to that grenade, the whole area was cleared out for Infinity to basically pursue anybody on the outskirts. And then this fight happened where we see Razy pulling clutches of his lifetime. And I am just so excited for what Boom Esports can achieve throughout the tournament.
This is a very long rotation from Boom Esports, and honestly, I don't blame them because they were trying to get into the area, but look at how many people were on the southern side. So they were a little bit smarter, taking the long way through, so that at least they're a little bit more clear. Same goes for Geek Fam as well. Now, for the Infinity, I noticed that they changed a little bit on how they play. The aggression has gone down by a lot. They are prioritizing getting the circle and getting compounds first, and it's not necessarily a bad thing, but it really shows a difference in the way they played in the first 2 weeks as we move into week number 3 as well.
Yeah, and of course, this was quite the hectic round, I must say, where Boom Esports got themselves 13 elimination points with the closure with 28 points secured by the end of it all. Geek Fam, though, we were surprised that they managed to make this top 2 run, which they should have actually fallen to the hands of NFT Esports. Despite that, look at NFT, they didn't even get those takedowns. In fact, Infinity, if they weren't being punctured up, they could have been making it to top 2, or should I even say Chicken Leader was also within grasp. Bacon Time also was taken out. They also share the same elimination points with Infinity. But Yummy was the one that have shown up in this match. We saw that rotation. They were taking the radio towers of St. Martin, and just so much damage to be done from that sector because every other teams were cutting across the St. Martin section.
I think what's really great about Yummy is the fact that when they have a 3-1 situation, you can always expect the solo player to be Yummy. That's how much confidence the team has in his solo play as well as his support. Now, coming back to Boom Esports in general, it felt like before this, they were a little bit too aggressive. They kind of hesitate taking up space, and they were punished for it. But now the mindset has changed, and they're a little bit more confident in the terms of how they take these fights.
And just look at how these tables shift every single round. Boom Esports now moves into the 7th spot with 47 points. Right behind them, on top 8 is Geek Fam on that 2nd placer finish. And then you have Infinity. Sure, they're trailing right behind FaZe Clan. It's only a 7-pointer of a gap for now, which could change anytime, while Bacon Time with good rounds, it's Sana, and now another one to add into the back, making it to the top 5. They have been able to move up ahead of Alter Ego with 16 points. While we see a little bit of a downward trend for everybody else from 9th place all the way down to 14th, I think like there's still a little bit more shift of gears to be made by majority of them.
I think the reason why is because we're starting to see some teams have explosive wins, like Boom Esports, Geek Fam. That just one game, they get so many points in one go, pushing them up. But they're not consistently getting these points, which just allows them to move up and down the ladder a little bit more frequently compared to teams that are a little bit more consistent, like TEM, like GIDS. But let's have a look at the recap here for that match.
Yeah, well, we're going to be focusing on Boom's rotation in particular, and also for the fact that Geek Fam, I think like I've highlighted this from the very early game onwards that the northern section was theirs. The circle was also in favor of Geek Fam, so they have a lot of things that they could consider in that early game. So Boom Esports, they start off from Valdemar, and then you see them cut across through the highway, through Montenevo, into this radio tower where they plant themselves by the edge of St. Martin, and then look at the sector. It was just divided by 2, Boom Esports as well as Infinity, And once they did see that the circle moves deeper into the Infinity's territory, they took over this hill, which they will eventually have to take out vacant time. And after they eliminate the two biggest rivals out there with the numbers advantage, they find Damroot in that pickle situation. Of course, Damroot didn't go down without a fight, and they managed to basically seal the deal, get themselves this chicken dinner to move forward into this whole race for the top.
You know, it's fun to see consistent teams because it's always easy for us to make predictions. But I love these wild card situations and wild card plays because it just catches you off guard. But you know what else caught me off guard?
What's that?
Our official smartphone partner, Realme, with the GT Neo 3. Because honestly, the performance of this one really caught me off guard, especially when I tried it one time. I really want to be able to make a video on that one day just to try out how exactly it feels to play a lot of different games on this. But we know that for PUBG Mobile, it's the most optimized for this phone.
Exactly, and you notice that the speed of the games are getting quicker and quicker because that is all thanks to Realme. Neo Speed awakens with the GT Neo 3 itself. So we'll come back for more as we'll take a little bit of a break for dinner time. See you guys in about 20 over minutes. So, cheeros.
Hi everyone! In PUBG Mobile version 2.2's new mode, Gearfront, we've introduced a new gameplay feature, Strange Town. Strange Town has a spooky atmosphere, which spices up the gameplay. In this video, we'll be exploring Strange Town. So, come on, let's go! Strange Town will be available in ranked modes Erangel. Strange Town will be located between Stalber and the western coast, and will be shrouded in darkness. It's styled after a medieval European village. Upon entering Strange Town, players will discover that it's nighttime. Experience the return of battles at night. Strange Town has a fairly compact layout, where a tall, mysterious bell tower occupies the center. The four sides are surrounded with houses and cover. Strange Town is littered with Andy's puppets, as well as decorative pumpkins, which really add to the spooky atmosphere. This area's design is full of personality, and we hope it will give players new and interesting combat experiences. Strange Town will be available from September 29th to November 14th, UTC +0. During this period, Strange Town will become an important resource zone in Erangel, and will be a hotspot for trigger-happy players to scavenge and fight. Strange Town will also spawn a recall item, the Respawn card. If a player has a Respawn card, and they get eliminated, they'll be able to respawn and jump back to the battleground. The Respawn card uses a recall tower attempt when activated. With a Respawn card, players can try out more daring tactics in Strange Town and really take the offensive. But keep in mind that the Respawn card can only be used for a certain time after the match starts. The item itself only effective for this duration, and players can only pick up one Respawn card per match. Make the most out of it. After the match has started for a certain amount of time, 2 hot air balloons in the form of Andy's puppet will rise to the air. From the center of Strange Town, players can pilot them to get away from Strange Town and avoid more battles. Once players leave Strange Town, it will no longer be night. Hot air balloons can be flown across Erangel, and you can pilot them again even when you get off. When players are riding a hot air balloon, they'll be able to parachute to the battleground again. However, it's important to know that hot air balloons have an energy meter, and they will automatically descend before the final play zone, after which they'll deflate. Players should take the opportunity to pilot the hot air balloon while they can, and travel to a more advantageous position for battle. Furthermore, players can also ride the cable car at Stalber. There will be 3 cable cars at Stalber that players can use to quickly travel across the map. The new gameplay will be available from October 13th to November 14th, UTC +0. There will also be a disguise gameplay feature in Strange Town for a limited time. Throughout Strange Town, a special item can be found, Andy's puppet. When players enter Strange Town, they'll be able to disguise themselves as a puppet and blend in with their surroundings. It's a brand new, never-before-seen tactic. When players disguise as a puppet, they can still move about, albeit slowly. You can choose a good hiding spot to disguise yourself and avoid pursuing enemies to survive. You can also surprise unsuspecting enemies by removing your disguise and taking them out. The moment the disguise is blown, you'll become the target for enemies. Once struck by enemies in succession, players will still return to their regular appearance. Disguising comes with risks, so remove it with caution. At the same time, make sure to pay close attention to the Andy's puppets in your surroundings. Any one of them could be an enemy in disguise. If you see through the disguise, fire at will. Do keep in mind that disguises only work within Strange Town. As soon as players leave, they'll revert to their regular selves. So, have fun in Strange Town and experience the unique, spooktacular gameplay. While Strange Town is available, several strange garden parties will appear on Erangel. Players will receive a Halloweeks crate full of extra supplies from October 13th to November 14th, UTC +0. The crate will turn into a clown crate. When opening the crate, there's a chance that a clown will appear. Make sure to dodge its attacks and defeat it for advanced supplies and firearms. Strange Town's spooky theme, abundant supplies, and disguise gameplay will give players a fantastically fresh new take on exciting combat. Call your friends now to go to Strange Town and experience all the surprises. For more details, don't forget to follow the official PUBG mobile community. See you next time! Gearfront introduction. Greetings, PUBG Mobile players. Welcome. PUBG Mobile is launching a new themed game mode, Gearfront. In this video, we'll be introducing the skills gameplay, Strange Town, and more. We hope you'll like it. New Gameplay 1, Skills Gameplay. In the upcoming Gearfront mode, players can have 8 skills to choose from. Each skill has its own distinct characteristics, and players can bring one skill into battle for each match. Different skill combinations will add to the team's tactical and strategic options. Now, let's take a look at these skills in action. Trace. When hitting an enemy, a marker will be shown above their head. These marks track the enemy's movements, even through obstacles. Supply Scan. Use the Supply Scan device to scan and detect nearby advanced supplies. Black Market. Quickly builds a black market shop to conveniently purchase items. Gliding Doll. Makes players soar into the air before deploying a puppet for gliding. The puppet will be deployed automatically when used in the air. Play Zone Analysis. Analyzes the next play zone and displays its location on the minimap. Lucky Backpack. Gives the backpack the new ability to convert items into another item of the same type. It also increases the default load of the backpack. Healing Smoke. Throws a special smoke grenade that restores players' health and energy while in its vicinity. Vehicle Airdrop. Throws a beacon, which calls a vehicle airdrop. Skills will be available in Gearfront from September 29th to November 14th, UTC +0. It will be available ranked mode in Erangel, Livik, and Nusa. There are a myriad of skill combinations to choose from, and different combinations provide different advantages on different maps, which provide players with a wide range of strategic options. So, go invite your friends and experience it together. New Gameplay 2, Strange Town. We've also added a new gameplay mechanic to Gearfront. Strange Town, Area Introduction. Strange Town will be available from September 29th to November 14th, UTC +0, and will be released in 2 phases. On September 29th, UTC +0, themed area gameplay will be released. And on October 13th, UTC +0, the disguise gameplay will be made available. Strange Town will be available in Erangel's ranked mode and is located between Stalber and the West Coast. It's styled after a medieval European village. When players enter Strange Town, they'll enter night mode, allowing them to experience the thrill of night battles. Respawn items. Strange Town will become an important resource zone in Erangel, allowing trigger-happy players to loot and battle to their heart's content. When eliminated, players can use the respawn card to respawn and jump back into the battleground, which also uses a recall tower attempt when activated. Hot Air Balloon. After the match has started for a certain amount of time, 2 hot air balloons in the form of Andy's puppet will rise to the air in the center of Strange Town, allowing players to ride away and avoid confrontation. The hot air balloons can be used to travel the entire map and can be used without limit. Players can parachute again while in the air, but hot air balloons have an energy meter and will descend automatically and deflate before the final play zone. Furthermore, Stalber will also feature 3 cable car lines for players to ride and move around. Disguise gameplay. From October 13th to November 14th, UTC +0, disguise gameplay will be available in Strange Town. Players will be able to disguise as Andy's puppet and blend in with their surroundings. By disguising themselves, players can escape enemy pursuit and counter-ambush them. But keep in mind that, after being hit multiple times by the enemy, players will return to their normal appearance. Strange Garden Party. Strange garden parties will also appear in Erangel. From October 13th to November 14th, UTC +0. There's a chance that a clown will appear when opening crates, and players can defeat it for advanced supplies and weapons. Other updates. Vehicle Radar Scan. While Gearfront is available, the in-match shop in Ranked Mode, Erangel, will offer players an all-new feature, the Vehicle Radar Scan. It can be used to easily search for vehicles. That's all for this video. We hope the upcoming Gearfront mode will give you a better gaming experience. For more details, feel free to follow the official PUBG mobile community. And I'll see you next time. everyone! In the PUBG Mobile version 2.2 update, Erangel is getting an overhaul with changes to the map, vehicles, and modes. Without further ado, let's find out what these changes are. In this update, we made several changes to the map. First, the hospital. It's one of the bigger buildings in Erangel. In this update, the following changes were made to the hospital. How to get in and out of the hospital, its structure, nearby objects, and the vegetation surrounding the hospital. Veteran players should know that some of the fences of the hospital can be scaled to enter the hospital. The ones near the ridges are how most players enter the hospital. Now, 2 spots along these fences will be blown up, and players can enter the hospital area through the gap directly. The building itself also got a new entrance. Players that are on the ground can enter the first floor of the hospital directly through the newly added damaged wall. Those who parachute to the hospital can land on the roof and descend to the 3rd floor immediately. These changes will make it easier for players to spot the entrances and streamline their movements in this area. Those attacking and defending will know where they should focus on as well. On the inside, we simplified the structure of the hospital. Originally, the 3 floors had different layouts, and there were many rooms on each floor. So, searching the rooms was very tedious, because players had to go into each room. After the update, the 3 floors are now more or less the same. Some rooms are now also connected, making it easier for players to remember and to search the rooms for supplies. As for the surroundings, we also made some improvements. We added abandoned ambulances and ruined medical crates to the areas surrounding the hospital, so now it feels more authentic. We placed some objects at the entrance of the hospital so that it wouldn't be too empty. This gives players heading toward the hospital a covered area to protect themselves, so they are not directly exposed to enemies inside the hospital. Outside the fences on the side of the hospital, we added a new climbable spot. Players can hide here, or they can scale the fence to enter the hospital. As for the fences by the ridge, since there are now 2 gaps to enter the hospital, we've reduced the number of objects in this area to make it more visible. So now, both attackers and defenders can see each other clearly. Further out from the hospital, we've added some new vegetation, so that players hanging around the hospital will have more places to hide. Milta Power also saw some changes that are mostly in the generator area. Players who are familiar with this area should already know that this section was quite a choke point and was not easy to get in and out of. Those who entered either came out the same way or had to take a detour to the other 2 buildings. In this update, we added a new entrance on the 1st floor to make this area more reachable and easier for players to get in and out. The layout was also modified. We simplified the complex floor plan so the players can see more and plan their routes better. When battles break out in the generator building, players will have more offensive options, making these battles more exciting. In this update, 3 new ports will be added to Erangel. The first port is by Ferry Pier. We added a port here, as well as increased the amount of resources in the area. The Ferry Pier will soon be more abundant in supplies. The 2 desolate beaches to the southwest of Farm and to the south of Sosnovka military base will also get new ports. They will both contain a good amount of resources. Players will also find boats at these ports, so they can quickly travel to another location. So, keep these places in mind, because they'll make for a great landing spot. During the previous themed modes, players really enjoyed the special crates. In the new version, we'll add special supply kits to classic mode. Players will be able to find special supply kits in buildings. There are 3 types: medical, tokens, and military supplies. The resources in these supply kits are very good, so keep an eye out for them when searching. In the new version, bikes will become a staple vehicle on Erangel. In some of the more remote areas, players will find bicycle sheds. Each shed will have 4 bikes initially, and they're first come, first served. These bikes can be collapsed and put into the backpack, so they're really convenient for traveling to other locations. In addition to the sheds, players will be able to find bikes in other areas. With a bike, players no longer have to worry about being too far from the play zone. In the new Erangel, there will be flash shops. They will spawn randomly in outdoor areas. Those who find one are in for a treat, because there are tons of random discounted items. So, keep an eye out for flash shops during matches. Running out of fuel is one of the worst things that can happen while driving a vehicle. Erangel's gas stations will become functional for refueling vehicles. For the cost of just a few tokens, you'll get a full tank of gas. Find a gas station and try it out. These are the main changes in the version 2.2 update. For more details, don't forget to follow the official PUBG mobile community. Winner, winner, chicken dinner. See you next time.
Gerakan silam, elemen, Papa Boy,
ค่ะพี่ มีไอเทมใหม่จากพวกเราโฟอีฟครูสุดๆดูอย่างเครื่องบินลำนี้สิน่ารักปุยนี่ชุดระดับอีพิกและเลเจนดารี่สวยไหมคะ สวยพอคิวค่ะกรอบรูปโปรไฟล์ก็เลิศไม่แพ้กันเลยนะพี่แถมยังมีแพ็คเสียงน่ารักของพวกเราด้วยนะเธอไม่ชัดเจนหรือเราไม่มีสโคปจะวิ่งให้เหนื่อยทำไมขึ้นรถมาดีกว่าไม่เคยได้เจอเอาละนาPUBG Mobile X4 Eve ไอเทมพิเศษสุดคิ้วจากพวกเรา มีแล้วแจ็คพอตแน่นอน PUBG Mobile X4 Eve ที่หนึ่งในใจฟีดเลย
Good morning. It's really early in the morning right now. Today I'm gonna do a vlog. It's a very special day because I'm gonna do something very special. So I'm ready and let's go to the studio. It's so hard to find the parking here. I'm at the studio now. So we are here today to do something special. Hello guys, I'm Bill from GIDS. We are doing my edition of voice pack. This voice pack is for the community and for the fans. Let me drive, baby. Baby, I got you. The experience so far, I feel like I'm an artist because this is my first time. The experience it was fun. It was strangely fun. I'll go from the back, baby. Nice one. Because it's too early today, so I decided to came here a day in advance. So I came yesterday night and I opened my waist. It was super jam. So I closed my waist and I waited until midnight. Only I came to KL and then just checked in hotel and then just sleep. Yeah, it's also my first time doing vlog. It's a very strange experience also because the moment I enter my hotel room, the first thing I look at is there anywhere I can put my phone to because I don't have the tripod with me. Anywhere I can put my phone to record myself. Oh, there was here and here and here. And then I had to just record, then record myself, checking out this and that, driving here. It was something I always wanted to do. I just didn't expect to do it like now. Get in the car. Get in the car. So the favorite thing about having my very own voice pack is that I can add in my own style and my personality to it to make it different. Wait first, baby. Let's go. Hiya! 5 lines. All those with babies. Oh, sorry, baby. Let's live, baby. I got you, baby. Get behind me, baby. Oh, and nobody but you. It was freestyle, it was last minute, but I think it was a good one. So other than the voice pack, there's also something special here. So you guys can stay tuned. See you.
GTDO3, Neo Speed Awakens.
And welcome back to the PMPL Southeast Asia Championship Fall 2022. My name's Contra. This is Dancing Taz Bunny. I know you're excited, especially when we have already got our dinner. I hope you guys have your dinners too. So far, 2 teams have gotten their chicken dinners, so maybe it's time for you to order yours to our official delivery partner, GrabFood, where you can get 50% off when you go ahead to input PUBG M on the promo code section. And that's only for first-time users, so terms and conditions apply. Anyways, going back to the drawing board, we've already seen...
I'm sorry, you have crazy eyes. You're like, anyways, today has been crazy.
I mean, yes, the matches have been crazy. And,
Yeah.
you know, like, we've already seen 2 chicken dinners, one from DX, and early on, boom, definitely made their waves of splash.
They
getting
made
into
it
that match.
boom.
And now we're going back into the summaries as we match both Geek Fam and Boom Esports.
Honestly, seeing Geek Fam, this is what we always see from Geek Fam. Not necessarily having strength in numbers, but they got strength in their pickoffs, and that's exactly what they hit. They did the entire second match of the day. Now, comparing to Boom, how they played was that they annihilate one team, move into another side, annihilate another, and of course, with the help of Geek Fam taking down Infinity, they got those extra frags.
Yeah, and overall, Yummy is the one that did the most of the damage coming in from the Indonesian Aces, as they have been able to basically close off the match against Infinity as well as Geek Fam. But we also see Octa really stepping up to the plate, where he was playing rather riskily, and of course always being backed by Yummy, that has been able to shut down majority of the members of Infinity. And Newsy, he was basically doing 722 damage until we see Damroot as well as Yuhai coming from the far end to be able to knock him down.
I think what's really interesting about Yummy, I mean Okta, is that he's always been that high-risk, high-reward player. He's always the first one down because he's always in your face, rushing forward. But that's the beauty of how they play, because it's all according to plan. Okta, either he gets a frag or he falls down, but there is going to be a trade from the backside. It's usually going to be Yummy, and another teammate comes out to pick him up. Regardless, this is what we're going to be seeing right now for today's match. I mean, third match on the A, C, D, and E. That means no Group B, no Infinity, no BN, no AE, no Yoodo Alliance. But to be fair, Yoodo Alliance today has been pretty decent. I mean, they don't have the most points, but their performance in general, if you watch how they move in the game, survivability, team fights, pretty awesome.
Yeah, I'm still keeping my eyes very closely onto FaZe Clan, because this is a golden opportunity for the man, the myth, the legend, Tony K, to catch up against Newsy, who is currently having the highest frag. And we've seen
like what, 5 kills difference?
I think for now it's around 5 to 6. We definitely have to keep track of that, because Newsy did manage to get into the late game with a couple of takedowns of his own. So the record still remains as Newsy to be the top fragger throughout the course of the tournament thus far. So let's also have a look at what we have to offer in PUBG Mobile. This is the first original PUBG Mobile sports car, Basilius, with true speed and real attitude to offer.
You can get it right now in the game, and this is actually PUBG Mobile's first original sports car. It's really exciting, very, very flashy, and if you are playing the game like how Boom plays it, like how Infinity plays it, you all know that they like to go really fast in their cars and just hit into a building and go crazy.
I just wish they would produce real cars out of PUBG Mobile, and which one of you wills will be able to buy it? Well, we'll just have to find out, but enter if you dare. Strange Town is currently available throughout the month of Spooky October. And you know,
October.
For us, it's months of celebration, but I think I've asked you this many times. What is your A skill?
I want to change. I don't want it to be eating anymore. I want it to be sleeping, because yesterday I slept 14 hours.
Oh.
Yeah.
I guess rest definitely does help a whole lot. But I think like if I do have an A skill, I want to have an infinite backpack. Keep
Infinite
everything.
backpack. What about infinite money?
Infinite, actually, even better. If you have infinite money, you can get the Flavorian box set as well as the Modest Fortune set. Actually, doesn't cost too much of a fortune for you to sign up for the new
It's
Royal
in the Royal
Pass.
Pass, exactly. So all you have to do is get the Royal Pass and just grind the game. I mean, you are going to be playing it every day anyway, so you might as well. And speaking of that, we also have a holiday for you guys here. Monsoon season is coming, which means no IRL beaches, but in-game beaches onto the sands of Nusa. Set off on your Nusa journey. The map is available right now, so let's Nusa, my friends.
That's right. You can play with a lot of all these new offerings, new weaponry, new vehicles.
So much new content.
Many, many more. You guys can basically record some great content like Tash just said. And you know what's great with new content? New voice pack. We just heard Biu recording a lot of all his voice line. And I think like my favorite was get in the back, baby. I want to be Biu's baby. Don't you want to be Biu's baby?
No, but I want to be the next voice line. Because if I get to see the next voice line,
when are we gonna get our voice pack?
Exactly, our voice pack goes like this. Boy, kuasa elemental 3 sekarang dengan di dalam game dengan PUBG
Hold up,
Mobile.
Pat.
What?
Translate that.
Oh, right.
We're
I
on
forgot.
the English stream.
Right, I forgot. Sometimes I do Malay streams, so I forget. But anyways, for you guys here who don't know, Boba Boy has kuasa. In the game, they do like
Elemental
Boba Boy, Elemental Power 3!
All right, and you know what? You can show us your power by signing up for the PUBG Mobile Campus Championship 2022. 40K on the line if you basically contend in this tournament. This is the second qualifier and the last chance to qualify to the PMNC 2022. And that's always exciting because even the recent showdowns that we have locally are basically played offline in malls. And that's always going to be a fun gathering for those of you guys who have been enjoying PUBG Mobile
IRL banter.
altogether.
IRL banter.
IRL banter.
Yes.
That's right. And now speaking of banter, let's go to the predictions. I'm voting for VPE. They have 2 bad games. I think this time it's going to be good.
Yeah, VPE getting very unlucky early, but 4 rivals seem to have a pretty okay run from yesterday till today. Not the best of runs today. That is, they still haven't seen that aggression quite yet, but I feel like it's getting there.
It's getting there.
It's like the sauce is coming, you know? Like the sauce is
Tell me what the
simmering.
flavor of the sauce is.
It's green, so it has this...
Green?
I mean, that's the color of their logo,
Okay,
right?
okay.
So,
What's that? Min sauce?
you know Dr. Seuss?
Dr. Seuss.
Green eggs and ham?
Green eggs and ham.
Yeah.
Tell me how you make that green egg.
Gotta find the green eggs and ham.
Okay.
So that's exactly how it tastes like. We have no clue what it tastes like, but it's gonna taste like victory.
You know what? If I keep an egg long enough, it might just turn green. Rotten eggs.
You know, you do you. I'm not gonna comment on your diet. But technically there is some kind of delicacy around that, I believe.
Century eggs?
Century
not
eggs. Not green, they're black.
But their yolk is somewhat of green.
Yeah,
Anyways,
ish.
I think like we won't be able to find green eggs inside Miramar, but we'll find ourselves a chicken dinner. And speaking of which, we're ready for match 3, ladies and gentlemen. So I hope you guys got your dinners all prepared because we're about to get in for a ride in the PMPL Southeast Asia Championship.
We got scammed.
Oh. So
Yeah,
I guess
we take a break.
Pilot's got to have his dinner too, right?
No. What's happening is that they suddenly came across green eggs and ham, and they are currently in the midst of trying to figure out what exactly that is. But let's dissect the game a little bit as we go into Miramar. This is really
ham.
Yeah. That.
Okay. The game. Back to the game.
Okay, what I'm trying to say is that for this map in particular, we know exactly where 4 rivals drops. So this is the map for you.
Don't worry, I know how it looks like.
Wow. Wow,
Okay,
impressive.
Cruise the Val.
Yeah,
right?
Cruise the Val, right. So they drop here. In your opinion, what can they do different to make sure that they can win this time?
Okay, if it's going to be a very similar circle as we compare it to the past game, just copy-paste what Geek Fam did.
Seriously?
Exactly what they did.
But it
Look at
doesn't
Geek Fam, they make it to the top 2. With a better scenario, who knows, it could be a chicken dinner for them.
The thing is, we're not seeing the aggression come out yet from 4
I
rivals.
don't really want to
That's the
see
problem.
aggression for a team that's fighting for their lives.
I'm not
because
asking for aggression. I'm asking for pickups, a little bit more bolder plays, you know?
Yeah, but then again, like, they're not really in the best state. I feel like if you can play as safe as possible,
it's better to do that.
Get into the late game. If you can see, like, okay, we are already in the circle, we don't need to pick fights, let the other teams fight it out. You get a better chance at survivability. With 4 members, you can basically try your best by then. Heading into 20th minute mark, that's where you start to show a little bit more of your true colors. And that could be the green light for rivals.
Get it? Green, because the logo is green.
Exactly.
Okay, let's talk about another team at the bottom. A team that's struggling. Let's talk about Sem9 right now. What is their biggest struggle, you feel?
I feel like I don't really like to talk too much about how much struggle because we're not really in there.
But obviously, but what can you see from an outsider's perspective? What is struggling?
I think like in terms of their rotation in the past.
Rotation?
Yeah, they moved into St. Martin relatively too quickly.
Yeah.
And I guess it didn't really pay off too much.
Because they ran into another team.
They were stuck in that city with other teams. And to even get out of St. Martin, I think they have the right ideas.
Yeah.
Just that the approach can be slightly different. You know?
Yeah.
Like the way that they try to fight, it seems like there's no full commitment from all 4 members. It's always like 1, 2 members trying to tag each other up, and then like it. Other than that, I don't really see a problem as to why Sem9 couldn't pass the mid-game phase, where their struggle is always going to be in that early game.
Yeah.
But I can see a lot of strength in Sem9. Their firepower is still intact. I did bring up their average damage numbers.
Exactly. Their average numbers is pretty good.
But then again, like it's also showing that if you don't get past the early game, meaning to say that you're getting yourself into unnecessary fights.
Right.
You can do damage, but you couldn't really finish out the fight, so might as well go for a different approach. Go for third parties. Go for a little bit more of a defensive
Sneaky, defensive is always really fun to see as well. I think that's really good, but speaking of that, let's talk about the best teams right now. We see Infinity, we see FaZe. Coming from you, do you think that these sort of teams tend to run out of stamina, or do they just keep going and going?
I think there's no stamina bar for this team.
Seriously?
There's just so much that they could basically offer the Infinity. Though they are not playing in this matchup, I believe that there are going to be other teams that will be stepping up to the plate, like TEM, for example, and also GD. These 2 teams didn't really start off the day all too well, so I guess like there's just a lot of things that they can basically work on. Of course, Miramar does have a little bit of hold up. We do apologize for a little bit of
There's
a setback.
delay in the flight, guys. You can't blame them because right now is the monsoon season and a lot of flights have been delayed
It has
and
never rained in Miramar, though.
How do you know?
I know.
How do you know?
I know.
What if you look away and it's raining? Like right now, we're not looking at Miramar.
It's okay. Later when we go in, it's all sunny. It's always dry.
Okay, what if?
I think it's a sandstorm.
Actually,
yeah.
That makes more sense.
Yeah.
You're right. Absolutely right. Contra again, right, as usual. No. Okay. So, there's a lot to talk about right now. And in your opinion, which circle has been one of the hardest for you to deal with? I mean, in Miramar.
Hardest to deal with.
Like, where is it? Where does it go to? I think for me, I think the hardest might be toward Raider Fields because of the terrain.
I think that I've mentioned that before, too.
Did I copy you?
Yeah, you did.
Oh. Was unintentional, I swear.
Oh, okay. So you now know the answer. Okay.
Yeah.
That's one of the ones that are
hard.
Obviously difficult to play. I think like the 2 islands over onto the far eastern side, we have not seen that type of circle. And
no.
Honestly, there's not many boats in Miramar for very good reasons, right?
Yeah.
And
it doesn't rain, so it doesn't.
There was once upon a time in a Southeast Asia Championship.
Okay.
I think like it did end up in the waters. Like it did shrink in the middle of nowhere in the water.
Like toward these 2 islands.
Just literally in the water. Yep. It has happened before.
So the winner is basically who gets to swim the longest?
Yes. Trying not to drown.
Oh, no. I think the best way to win that, okay, call me crazy. The best way to win that is to tank the blue zone a little bit, but heal up, and while you heal
in the water.
Wait, hang on, no, don't go in the water yet. You go from the land, right? You wait there.
You're gonna get tagged.
You tag people who's going inside of the water, and then because everyone else is dead in the water, you are the last person alive and you win.
Yeah, that's plausible, but of course, not that it's gonna happen in this next matchup, I assume.
Are you sure about that?
I will put my dinner on the line.
Only dinner?
You want my lunch money?
Your big toe.
No, sorry. Wow, what are you gonna do with my big toe?
Listen, it's the month of Spooktober and we do witchy things, okay? We need a big
This ain't
toe.
no Jujutsu Kaisen. Like, nobody's gonna turn into a demon biting on my toe.
I'm not
And I don't want to even imagine, right? Let's not even talk about it. Let's not talk about that.
Okay, fair enough. Now, I really am curious to know what exactly is on those small islands to the right. So please, PUBG mobile circles, gods, please give me that so I can see what's in those islands. Is there a cool robot? Is there a big guardian? Is there, I don't know. Don't ruin my hopes and dreams that way. Is there a really cool tower building? You know, like I want to see what's over there. Regardless though, let's see if our predictions are going to be right. I tend to get my predictions right at least once a week. So yesterday already
Once
happened.
a week?
Yes,
So
yesterday.
you're meaning to say that was the one time quota that's being used.
I think so, yeah, unless I get really lucky. So, anyways, as we go into the sands of Miramar, get your food, get your helmets. Let's go, everyone. Go, go, go.
Sorry, Tash, but I couldn't find my helmet in time.
Oh,
It was way
no.
too quick, but we do get ourselves a flight coming in from the south side of Puerto Paraíso, heading up towards the northern area of Torre Ahumada
Hold on.
or the thereabouts.
I have a curious question to ask you.
Go ahead.
Where do you learn these pronunciations?
You simply just look at the origins of the map. Like, some say it's Spanish, some say it's Latin, somewhat. So, yeah. Whichever the origin is, I guess you can always Google that.
Okay, so to the right side of the map, who's gonna go to Montenuevo, Ladrilla, El Pozo, Trailer Park Ruins? You don't have any luck today. You're gonna have to walk or fight someone. I hope you guys fight someone though, because that's always fun to see early fights.
It's a direct drop coming in from GD once
That's
again.
really fast.
Two times in a row coming in from GD that
They're
they are
like-
moving into Puerto Paraíso.
They're like this. The idea is the faster we drop, the faster we loot, the faster we kill.
Oh, maybe drive. There's a lot of driving to be done inside
Listen,
of there.
why can't you just like let me have this moment, Contra?
It's okay. I mean, like, if it happens, it happens. Remember, there's still Buriram United. There's DX on the Southern Plains as well. Up to today, I kind of wish that there's an update to Miramar where they could basically name
Yeah.
the south side where DX is currently at, because that area is entirely nameless. But what
No
I'm looking
man's
at,
land.
another northern centric circle that we're getting for today, which is a great news for Blue
Oh my
Esports
god.
and also for rivals.
I was gonna say, what if it's a Campo Militar circle?
I do see like there is a little bit of possibility. I'm not ruling it out, but it's also by the far stretch of it. So I think the chances of that is rather low. If anything at all, Torre, Cristobal could be the case.
Yeah.
So these are some of the predicted areas that it could go.
Imagine if it's still the same circle to our Hacienda just now, or maybe even water treatment. That'll be like,
that's why
it would be like a deja vu. Da 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 da.
Which I managed to basically say that for rivals, just copy what Geek Fam did. Maybe that will be
Exactly.
the best play that they can pull up for today.
So you admitted that you are rooting for rivals.
I'm rooting for every 20 teams that are showing their best game possible. And
Safe answer.
yeah, very, and it's the only right answer, I believe.
Yeah, it's true. It's hard not to support every single one of these teams, especially as a caster. When you've been following their story for so many seasons, seeing how they went through roster changes, seeing where they moved to each team, seeing how they play together, it's hard to just not root
Yeah.
for everyone.
I just want to point out this amazing fact that Tony K does an average of 442 damage on an average. You put all these armory and all these helmets aside, that is basically 4 players per round that he's taking per game.
He is a one-man team annihilator.
That's right.
That's insane.
Pocket ace, if I must say.
I want, when I grow up, I want to be a Tony K, but instead of a Tony K, I'll be a Tony T, because I'm Tash Bunny. Get it?
Why not Tashi K?
Tash K? Nah, I want Tony. Tony's cool. The name Tony is so cool.
I'll
Like,
be Tony Hay.
you know what's really funny?
I'll be Tony Hay.
Okay.
Tony Hawk.
Okay, fair enough. But I was trying to say that the name Tony is like a rare name nowadays. People don't name their kids Tony anymore. Why? Tony is a really... Wait, Tony is short for Anthony. I just realized that.
Is it?
I guess.
It could be.
Yeah, Anthony. Tony.
It could be Anton, for all you know. It could be Ant.
Anton sounds like
Anton
an...
Deck.
Anton sounds like an uncle's name.
It has a certain class. Why would you do this to Anthony's out there? in
I'm
the world?
sorry, Antons. Trust.
Okay, anyways, as we proceed, I'm pretty sure that there's no child named Voki, or else I'm concerned for you. Like, I mean, I managed this player before.
What does Voki mean?
Actually, I've never asked even when I was...
I'm going to ask him one day. I'm going to meet him and say, hey, Voki, it's nice to meet you, but I got to ask you, what does your name mean?
Back then, he did have, like, a front tooth gap.
Yeah.
And he managed to fix it. Thank you, dentist, for doing that.
Dentists are cool.
Maybe, you know, when he was trying to say okay, he was like, fuck, okay.
Oh my God, no! You did not do that man's that way, man.
Well, we always made fun of his front teeth back in the days. Now
Okay.
we don't get that chance anymore.
See, that's the cool
Except for
part
today.
about being a team manager or a person that gets to regularly meet with these teams. You get to hear all these stories behind the scenes about each player, you know?
And I'm too old for that now.
Wow.
Like, managing a team is a lot of hard work. Like, you're not only taking care of their well-being, you're also taking care of their finances, you're taking care of their schedule.
You're their dad, basically.
You're more than a father. You're both the dad and mom and their financial advisor, their...
So you're basically ready for your own...
You're their therapist, you're their...
Really?
Everything. I mean,
Wow.
you gotta keep them in the top shape. Or else, like, who's gonna win the games for you?
Gotta take care of your players. That's the most important thing. I mean, to be fair, yeah. I mean, to go into a tournament, you have to be in the right mindset. Heck, even when we cast, we have to be in the right mindset. And what more even tournament? Because there's a lot more pressure. You're going up against other teams. You're going up against yourself. You're going to have pressure from your fans, the expectations that come through.
Yeah.
You have the expectation from your teammates. And most importantly, if you're representing an organization, you have expectations from there too.
Exactly, and TLDR, like, to beat the best, you got to...
Be the best.
Yeah, be the best. Simply put, like, as that, and Tony K is the one that has been...
Consistently been the best.
challenging everybody to prove that he is the best. Well, of course, the only one standing in his way has been Infinity.
Newsy.
But despite that, the ranking charts tells us otherwise that FaZe Clan is currently sitting at the top of the table with 76 points. The one trailing really closely for today has been GD. Of course, Infinity has won some of these rounds in the prior week, and we've also seen them coming up really closely for some of these matches. Level of consistency has always paid off for a majority of all these big teams out there. GD, just as Dogma, have been solidifying their own names back in their home grounds as the hot favorites of the region. Of course, without the appearance of BTR, you just basically have to root for your countrymen if you're coming from Indonesia. And what better way to really give great support to teams like Boom Esports, Alter Ego, as well as GD, that has been able to prove themselves game in and game out. And you just can't help but to just feel proud. Like, there's just great flag bearers coming from each nation. And we're already seeing a couple of teams here who are loitering outside of blue. It's a very different gameplay as we compare it to the past Buriram round.
Yeah, it's a lot more slower, which is insane. I'm curious to know if it's because of the changes in the groups.
I think it's also because of the circle, right? It's very
also
far up north.
Yeah. So we're not seeing, because it's like a circle, I would say that it's quite a centralized circle still, because it's not really like something that you have to cross water for, but here comes the action. We hear some shots coming through here. I believe it's going to be against Box. We've seen some tags earlier as well toward SLD, and it's insane to think that Box has been giving some teams quite a hard time.
Indeed, and I believe that there was just a little bit of a long-range challenge coming in. When speaking of long-range challenge, Boom's already getting tagged by the members of Bacon Time.
The ISIS? Oh my god.
ISIS,
He's insane.
Tag teaming upon GD, who has been making some huge statement across some of these matches.
No.
Style was the one to pick it up though. Bacon Time just got them all surrounded. And there's basically nowhere for Booms to even make a run. Now we do see phase 1 closing out. Let's see where phase 2 goes. Like you said, central area is the place to be.
You know what's really insane? If I could give a new name, not a new name, but a tagline for Bacon Time, I would name it Bacon Time Guerrilla Warfare, because the way they navigated this terrain has been absolutely insane. How they waited for the right time to peek upwards.
I thought it was to be something that would rhyme better.
No, it sounds like a movie name, like Bacon Time Guerrilla Warfare. Speaking of Guerrilla Warfare, Damroot going to be opening up onto Namshin over there. Damroot immediately taking you out, which is a great thing because we don't want that revival to happen, and securing those points has been great. And I think this is a good thing for them as well, because if you remember, 2E has been actively sniping those kills away from Geek Fam's hands earlier.
And if you notice, the past couple of rounds, Geek Fam has strike rather early to catch all these teams off guard, and things have been working well as they overtake DBD on the best performance of what a Malaysian team could offer for the day, as we have already seen them pick up 44 points. Add one into this, and we're having even more to go for Geek Fam as we assume them to have a relative good run overall. Boom, Esports close out that significant round on the past match with the chicken dinner. What else will they bring this time around? They spot out members of GD.
Oh, not again.
This is DBD though. Yen having a better time here as they spot A-Bot coming out of the vehicle.
Oh my god.
2 in a row.
Yen is absolutely insane. Today he's been doing a lot of the heavy lifting, immediately taking out B-Bot and Alan. This is a very unfortunate rotation for GD. First, meeting with Geek Fam and then with DBD, each of them just not very aware. Sorry, and also Bacon Time as well.
It was
calamity. It was. It's like every single place they go through, there's like surprise, guerrilla warfare.
There was basically nowhere safe for GD to go. And like, do you blame the team for rotating this way?
No, you can't.
Every other team has already planted themselves into the central area. And I guess like,
if you're not
they're just sitting ducks.
Exactly. If you're not quick enough to hold on to an area, this is exactly the consequence of what's to happen. And when you think about it, because
it was really great early game setups from everybody.
It really is. And I think that is the idea from everyone. Everyone wants those early game picks. So setting yourselves in an area by the road, by these little terrains, allows you to catch people in mid-rotation.
And that's also setting themselves up for success. Speaking of which, the X found themselves that chicken dinner inside of Sanat. But this is an entire different ball game. We did see just yesterday's one.
Yeah.
Savior managed to win one inside of Miramar as well. This time, moving into the north terrain, it seems to be a little bit of an oddball situation for the team. But if it does end up in Minas Generalis, then there will be a little bit more of a room for them to play out. That city itself has been one of the tougher ones in the central spot, where DVD currently sits by edges of, I would say, north part of the junkyard. One of my favorite drop spot if I were to play on a duo squad.
Yeah.
And this area of play gives you a little bit more safety room.
Exactly. It's a terrain in front of buildings, which allows you to retreat if you need to.
And you have Yen as well as another member of DVD on top.
So they're playing this very smart. Look at how they've positioned themselves. It's actually so good because you get so much information from all different angles. If you need another high ground, you just push up a little bit more.
Exactly, and we have 4 rivals who didn't really need to move all too much from Cruz de Val. We expected them to have certain advantages, but they will be met by Boom Esports. Eventually, FaZe Clan coming in from the north part of the map, rather surprising to see them taking that long route to head up towards the northern end. Meanwhile, every other team is coming in from the southern area of the playing field, while NFT takes the corners of water treatment. They will be met by Sem9 eventually. SLD over on the lower end will also put up quite a fight. 6 drops out of his own vehicle. I'm not too sure what happened there. I thought they were relatively safe in that junkyard compound. Speaking of which, inside of the direct junkyard area is going to be TEM. Today wasn't much of a showing coming in from the squad. We have expected a lot more. Miramar tend to be their best performing map so far.
Yeah.
And to our surprise, they also crashed out early, but Sem9, as we have expected them to move across water treatment, is just trailing right behind NFT Esports.
Speaking of NFT, they're also having a pretty low week, aren't they? They haven't really had much success as we've seen in week number 2. Not really consistent when it comes to those points. It's not generally their fault. It's more of their rotations getting disrupted by these teams that decided this week they want to play aggressive. Now the question is, how exactly do you deal with more aggressive teams? Are you going to go for a later rotation? Are you going to play very quiet early? We saw that change toward the team like Infinity, who plays like that, a little bit more quiet in the beginning, going for that placement point and positioning instead. And I think it's a great way because we saw in week number 2, Infinity was also having it pretty rough until they hit that second half of the week. For Xavier, no changes in the way they play just yet, but I'm just actually surprised that they're out in the blue zone right now because usually they're one of the earliest teams getting those prime locations inside of the circle.
Yeah, and also consider this that they had quite the far rotation. They're just taking some of this time, and
shots.
despite coming in very late into the action, they're getting shots from quite afar. We don't even get to see where Duke is currently getting shot from. And it's all upon those hills. It's Octa making it rain from the top end. Just by the edges of El Azahar as they cut right by FaZe Clan now. Launching an attack onto 7-9 members. Tony K coming over the far flank yet again. Tony spots out Putra. Putra sends a couple of bullets, tagging him up. He does have 7 bullets, but his tires are punctured up on that buggy. Putra keeping an eye closely onto the other members of wraparound. Harm goes down. Harm didn't even manage to pull a single trigger. Adib's on the far side, though. He's going to be finding a little bit more of an angle. Adib's now getting clipped up, and Torres is in the section. How well does FaZe Clan play? It seemed like they've always been hiding in the shadows, and now this circle is exciting. Yeah. In the middle of the Valley of Death.
Yeah, right there. Where you have players playing from 2 sides, but for the members of Sem9, they want to at least get something out of this. Unfortunately, Putra wasn't able to do something, and they're going to get eliminated. Speaking of Putra, it always feels like the way he plays is as though he wants to force something to happen. He wants to force at least a kill. But the problem is when you're against a team that's a little bit more, I would say...
An apex predator.
Exactly. An apex predator likes to play together where they always have a crossfire and good communication. It's not much you can do. And speaking of NFT that I was just saying just now, big shots from 4 rivals, but... NFT, another member found a member of FaZe Clan.
They heard those shots. They managed to eventually find themselves in a better location. Only one member has been not coming from NFT as well. But Ventura is now being left to bite the dust. The rest of FaZe Clan just proceeds to make a move. They understand that getting the circle is much more vital as compared to picking up these points for now. 14 teams still remain as we see Vampire Esports having 1 member down on the ground as well. We see more airtime coming in from Buriram as he has remained in the game for the course of the day. FaZe Clan now having Tony K to direct them to steer into a safer ground to play. But keep in mind though, there's a few teams that are across that section. Boom Esports was last seen nearing into those site, and we'll see whether or not will EDX also chip in from the back. Tony K now spotted out by Hexus. More of these sprays coming out as erratic as it seemed.
Look at how fast he reacted to that.
Yeah.
He didn't even drop a beat. Exactly. I mean, even though he popped a tire, but the fact that not a single bullet hit Tony K is already saying how Tony K is prepared to deal with these long-range onslaughts. He moves zigzag back and forth before he goes prone, drops the smokes. His teammates already ready at the backside to just shoot back in return. And I think that's one of the trademarks for FaZe Clan.
And I also do like that FaZe Clan is approaching this circle in a very safe manner, because when you are on the closer side into the next playing field, when it does shrink, you know that there's no other teams that's going to be outskirts, especially now it's going to be Phase 4. So they don't really have too much to worry about. TEM now goes on exchange against Buriram United. My name P. Got tackled over in the head. His helmet's having a little bit more of a chip damage. Well, C-Sky only doesn't seem to get a glimpse over onto the side of TEM, but Tiger tries to trade back towards the other corner. Long-range affairs not really working out for these two Thai teams, but we see Sovel now eliminated by ShineLikeDiamond.
This is a very interesting situation as we move up to the north side, where everyone wants to just go through this area. It's so hard to push inside. And now time is running out. They need to either take this fight or quickly get into the area. It's going to be Echo on the aggression. They do, remember, DBD has full control of this area, but when you're against so many different teams, the rush, the great migration comes through, and suddenly some teams will take these fights, but some teams, remember like 4 rivals before, they just tried to crash through and they didn't work out, and this is where those pickoffs are absolutely great.
And Echo is trying to gatekeep everybody else from moving inwards, where they're also sending Ziggs to be able to approach against VPE. VPE just trying to make ends meet. They don't seem to have any corners to play around, but Ziggs have to also hold for himself if they were the first line of defense and they were to be knocked out, then DBD won't be able to have a stronghold inside the warehouse compound that they've been holding for so long. And you see, they are surrounded by 4 teams.
Oh no.
So all these angles have to be watched closely.
We saw Geek Fam go down just now, one of the members.
Bacon
We saw,
Time too.
yeah, Bacon Time, 4 rivals. The rush of these sort of situations is hard because every single angle and terrain is pretty much covered, and the ping pong of the circle is not doing a lot of teams any favors. So just now I went toward
Goes back to DBD.
Exactly, goes back to DBD, and DBD is going to be celebrating this. But look at how many teams are on the southern side, as everyone is predicting them to go a little bit up north.
As much as it may seem ideal for DBD, I think the best location right now is where TEM is currently at. FaZe Clan also trying to book into the middle, but FaZe Clan is stuck in the middle of the open fields. More of all this demolition falling upon 4 rivals. April getting burned up. Octa finds the tag. He will be able to shred them up with a M4 that he has in hand. Crispy trying to pick up some of these points, but he's in the smoke. Let's see where he land it onto April at the very least. Josie now gets tagged up by Buriram as well. 4 rivals at least goes in for some exchanges against SLD on the lower grounds of this Valley of Death as we speak of it. BAC just neck to neck against SLD, but they're not really open fire just about yet. Eagle Esports trying to hold on for dear life, and it's just getting so claustrophobic from here on.
It's just so many different teams, and it's so hard to navigate through this terrain. 4 rivals started off so good, but now they're in trouble. 12th place with 1 elimination point. The struggle is absolutely real, but it's insane to see how Box Gaming is able to hold on to this area. And now Bacon Time slowly pushing upwards, but Eagle Esports is so aggressive right now, but so is Boom Esports. They already have 5 knocks, but look at that, 11th place for Eagle Esports, only 1 point to hold on to. As for Buriram United, they have their sights onto Xavier.
And Xavier doesn't seem like they could basically push upwards. This vehicle's flaming up. I don't think he could basically use it anymore. Octa blows it up in time, and now Tiger is stuck. 2 versus 1. Make that 3. They bring out all the vectors into play. Boom Esports, they still survive. Can they basically take out C-Sky Only as well as My Name P? They find C-Sky Only. The grenades will find in for the exchange. Yummy, the only one alive, but he has to book out. He has to leave his teammates behind. And that is not the best scenario for Boom Esports, but they pull it into the top 7. Every other team other than DBD has less than 4 members to work with other than TEM. They got themselves 4. Geek Fam, they got to be on the lookout. 9 Noisy, he's at the back. Thankfully, he does not have any more grenades available. Only 1 smoke to keep himself alive. Bacon Time, we saw them play so aggressively against Box Gaming, against SLD, against Geek Fam, and now they have been depleted.
Now it's going to be Box Gaming in trouble. That nade, fortunately, does not hit anyone. But Risey, he wants to try again. Sprays come through. Fortunately, they still are going to be surviving.
Elimination from Boom.
I know. It's absolutely insane. Regardless of for Box, they are holding on very well to this compound. Even though they have a very tiny shack to work with, they've been working very well with this terrain and using their smokes in a very, very great way just to use it for zoning, even catching so many players off guard. But look at where Bacon Time is. It's a little bit more on the high ground. It's so much more easy to get those picks.
It is a little bit more of an advantage, but not for long, though, when the circle does close up. I guess like many of these teams will be pushing upwards. That's where they might just get themselves into a dire situation. But Box Gaming, they're all stuck. This grenade, if it was lobbed incorrectly, that will be the demise of his own team.
Yeah, it's going to be a barbecue.
He's got to call it out for now. But I don't know. At the very least, Boom Esports, they're not really pursuing this further. Yuhai now pushing forward along with Micah. They're inside of the smoke though. 9 Noise somehow holds it all together. Being silent as a snake. Yuhai just went past him though.
Yeah, it was
and he
like
does
right
survive.
beside him. Yeah, I mean, he's just quiet inside of the smoke. No one's going to be expecting you to actually just stay there. But it's actually so insane how Geek Fam is able to make these high impact plays, even with just 2 players. But speaking of that, Trisme, finding that knock onto Yuhai might be the only thing that he needs when you think about it.
Goes on
But
closing in.
his car is just exploded,
Yummy.
and Yummy's nade comes through. Baksu, Bensu so very low, and immediately deleted out of the way. Look at Yummy, he's absolutely going crazy right now.
Boom Esports is just tearing everybody apart. 12 points here. I think like they just need another 3-pointers, and they don't even need to care about the chicken dinner anymore. My name P does find Yummy though, so they have to basically pull back a little bit more. TEM is challenging DBD. They're the only ones that are fighting for the compound estate, and Yuhai does eliminate the final member of Bacon Time, making it 6 teams that are still standing inside of Miramar. Only 4 elimination points have been acquired by Bacon Time.
What the heck? Yuhai boy has been knocked at least 3 times, and he's still making this big, huge impact. And now you can see the members of Boom Esports unfortunately gets knocked out here despite their great run. But these compounds are all taken by members of DBD and TM. Geek Fam playing on the outer area, and this might be a good thing because
they
it's a
have
little
to
bit...
leave though.
Exactly, they have to leave. It's a little bit of a high terrain in front of them. They can be using that terrain to kind of hide, but let these two teams play against each other before they go forward, and immediately Mika gonna find a member of Box.
AUG in hand. Micah does have the firepower to offer. His Geek Fam is hunting out.
Look at My Name P.
But My Name P, the sole member of Buriram United, still surviving. And we've seen Buriram United making their way into the top 4 so consistently. Now it's Echo running out in the open, and they get caught out by the rest of TEM. 1 member out, but there is a Molotov that will burn Marmon out. So Zip knows that they're still inside of the warehouse. There's only a few exit options for Zix as well as Yen, and they have to make it quick. DBD will have Jimmy OP locking them down inside the same stack, but there's more shots coming from back. Yuhai! He does offer the damage. He does have 40 clip back into his M4 while Mike OP goes up towards the high ground instead. There's so little areas for them to work with. There's all open plains here, and TM choose to settle to finish off the fight against DBD before anything else.
It's better for them to do that because TM a little bit too aggressive right now. They want to take the space from DBD, but they might be in trouble here. But TM, yeah, they are stuck. They can't go anywhere. DBD is going to be pushing forward. But look at how Geek Fam is navigating. They just wait for anyone to go out in the public and just we clip them. Six nearly going down, but he's going to be okay. He does get a drop onto 1 member. Still has 1 more to worry about. Barely missing those shots, but Jimmy OP goes down. Finally ends 1 more, but now for DBD, they're dominating, but at the cost of your lives.
They didn't have to push into the compound, and that was their own demise of a decision, but it was still a top 4 finish and 5 elimination points for DBD, the best run for today. Geek Fam, 2 members out in the open fields. TM only with 3. My Name P can still try to squeeze into a top 2. And who knows, he might even clutch it out for that chicken dinner. Now, you could see TM, they have the advantage of some of these containers to still hide out. No more utilities coming out of Geek Fam other than 1 Molotov in hand for Micah. And My Name is as silent as he could basically get. He's just going to be waiting out for this. He heard those footsteps coming from Geek Fam. And he's just going to hide in this corner for as long as he can. The circle is still upon him.
Still waiting for that shift as everyone is just holding their breath in anticipation. Now for Geek Fam, I don't think they're aware at all that My Name P is over there, so he might be able to get a pick or 2. Or he can just stay quietly and let TM deal with Geek Fam. Regardless, I'm really liking this proactive plays coming through from Geek Fam because it's been really great for them how they're able to push out and then go back in, get a pick, go back in. Basically dwindling the numbers. It doesn't matter if they get those points or not. The most important thing is dwindling the enemy.
2 rounds in a row, we are seeing Geek Fam making it to the top 3. If they do get a 2nd place finish, or even better yet, a chicken dinner, that is going to be a statement play coming out of the Malaysian squad. Now they are challenging the rest of TM who are moving into the outskirts. They see that nade flying in. Micah does land a little bit of Molotov, but he comes in! He takes 2 down! He still survives! As he tries to heal himself up, Micah's pushing upwards. He spots him out. There goes Buriram United. There's not much time left. Bevy versus Geek Fam.
Oh my god, Mika on the crashing Geek Fam! Geek Fam managed to get 2 versus 4, and it's thanks to My Name P. What an insane comeback when you think about it!
My word! With some help coming in from Buriram United, Geek Fam closes it off despite having that disadvantage in numbers. And they bring it right back. Second place finish on the first round of Miramar. Now they are the ones with the dinner in hand.
It's so insane how 2 games in a row we've seen one player turn the tides for the majority team. And this is the plot twist that we all love to see, where strength in numbers, forget about it. Think about the one player and who you want to be nice to when you go to the lobby next time.
Oh my word, that was breathtaking. Oh, okay. Geek Fam, I guess like the past match, they helped out Boom Esports.
Yeah,
this time, they were paid in kind by Buriram United as well.
Paid forward.
So, yep, paid forward. Good karma. Overall, let's take a look at again. This is one hectic round of a fight where, you know, we've been questioning what kind of circle will be absolutely tough. This Northern-centric circles for today is just something else where we see
the
many of all
Valley of
these
Death.
pickoffs on the outskirts. FaZe Clan just making wonderful approaches where they managed to take down SM9 in a clean sweep. Then we have 4 rivals, which we thought, hey, they're from Crucible. This rotation shouldn't be hard, but they were in the center of attention. And this was basically 6 teams fighting each other out on its southwestern corner of the map. And despite that, Boom Esports, they don't care what numbers they have. They bring everybody else with them. They finish off the match with 12 elimination points.
It's a very double-edged sword when you fight against Boom Esports, because you may take them down, but they will take them down, yourself down with you. But now I really want to highlight how I would say the outcome for Geek Fam has been today. I mean, they never have more than 2 players still live. They still get these high impact plays. Throughout the entire time, they didn't play quietly. They want to play in the situation where we are going to be aggressive, we are going to try and get those picks. And the way they play is not too close with each other, allowing themselves to help each other out if they need to.
And arguably, you could say that Micah as well as Yuhan has been one of the strongest Malaysian duos that we see them close off matches in Miramar, even back in their local region where they were fighting up against M1SGPH. They show up big time where Geek Fam now having 2 back-to-back great runs inside Miramar. We'll see what was in store for them inside of Erangel, but TEM, like I've expected, they have done tremendous work. And also, I thought DBD would be able to offer even more, but with that push into that same compound where TEM was at, I felt like that really bit them at the back, but it's still a good finish. Nonetheless, Geek Fam with 24 points, TEM with 20, 16 for both Buriram United as well as Boom Esports, where DBD walks out with 13.
I think what's really interesting here is more of like DBD. At first, we saw Echo. He was a little bit too, I would say, overextending, trying a little bit too ambitious to make something happen with TEM. Now, TEM, when they know they have a knock, immediately they go and swarm around DBD. It's to the point that DBD was not able to answer. Now, the question is for my name P here. I was a bit concerned for Geek Fam because I thought what's going to happen is that as soon as Geek Fam gets pushed out by TM, he was going to get the picks onto Geek Fam, but it was the other way around. Regardless, Yuhai, once again, with those high impact plays, you can knock him how many times? So long as he gets revived, he will get those picks.
You know, there were so many risky attempts coming in from Geek Fam. They were running out in the open. There was also that Bacon Time member inside of the smoke, which, you know, it could have actually turned south for the team.
Yes.
Then there was that battle on the lower side with Box Gaming, which they managed to also pick up a couple of pointers. So I think like they were just having that adrenaline rush, and look at where Geek Fam is currently at. Top 3, and we're just seeing them skyrocket up the charts. Now chasing up to Infinity as well as FaZe Clan.
Yeah, so let's talk a little bit about our bottom side here as Bao Nam drops out by a lot here. They've been very unlucky when you think about it in the past games today. In terms of rotations, they're just getting clipped as soon as they walk by. Same goes for GD But for GD one thing that's great about them is that because they're so consistent, it's okay if they go out without any points in certain matches because they always have some points in hand, as opposed to like SLD, Ben United, even 2E.
That's right, and I think that we're also seeing, at the very least, the rise of Box Gaming.
Oh, yeah.
Overall, I think like they've been able to do decent. They don't have to come in with big plays or anything like that, but just making sure that they establish control overall. That has brought forward multiple points just by ranking itself. If you take a look, overall throughout this week, they only have 19 takedowns, and you don't really need to basically be flashy about it, right?
You don't.
Like, it's all about survival, and Box Gaming is doing it right.
But let's have a look at the recap for that match just now. So this is a very interesting situation because we were just talking about hard circles and we were presented with one, including this very interesting flight path.
That's right, and Geek Fam, you know that they usually drop in the rat. Like,
Finally!
time to make your predictions yet again before we, of course, kickstart that run. But man, the intensity inside Miramar is something else, which is why I always say Miramar is my favorite map of them all. Like,
To play or to watch is the
to
question.
watch and to play.
Wow, okay. Like for me personally, I don't
I
like
love
playing.
build-ups. I love build-ups like that.
It's too stressful.
Like
for
you say like, oh, Sandhawk, so fun, you get so many battles. That's only when you're playing classic games.
Exactly.
But when you're playing like ranked games and like, you know that every corner there's somebody out there, Miramar is quite the safe haven where you can take your time to boot up.
Yeah.
You can go in the city, unless if you're having few more pressures to come by the city, then
Yeah.
pet likely. But
Yeah.
when it comes down to preparation time and everything, I felt like this was the most balanced. Angle has a little bit more of a pressure cooker where you don't really have that much leverage of time and space given out.
But let's have a look at the teams to focus here. Now, TM has had a generally great situation in Erangel. They play those urban areas quite well, which has, I think, for this season have been the majority of the circles for this map in particular.
That is where I think it hasn't been a great week overall for them, and therefore they need to fancy whatever chances they got. 2 more matches for today before we slowly hit into the weekend itself. Of course, we have Group A, B, C, as well as D playing this time around, so won't be seeing any Geek Fam, Boom Esports, Bacon Time, as well as SLD. So a little bit of relief for Geek Fam to get to finally celebrate with a little bit of rest.
You know what's really interesting? On Group E, these have been the top performing teams throughout this week, including today, I think.
I would say so.
Yeah, they had some success, quite a lot of success when you think about it. They're always in at least the top 10.
Especially Boom Esports, right? You have that chicken dinner round on the first Miramar, then you have another amazing battle that we've seen. Like, they basically
have
took out
great, consistent eliminations. Yes, they've been really very good with that firepower. It's actually insane to see. They're like a whole new team this week compared to last week, where we saw hesitation coming through as they were trying to get compound.
They figured it out over the weekend.
Exactly. It's insane how fast they're able to do that in the middle of the week as well. It's just so great for them when you think about it. Now, with A, B, C, and D playing right now, I think when you go into Erangel, there's a lot of teams that you have to look out for. FaZe, obviously, Ego Esports, generally very well. GIDS, Vampire Esports. I think Vampire Esports really want to step it up today, because usually they would have a top 5, top 6 finish. They would also have some elimination points, but how many maps in a row have they been eliminated early, not even getting that early pickoff? And they always get early pickoffs, especially from Fluke.
Yeah, I gotta say that Vampire Esports, whatever their plan was to play aggressive, is really fit them back so far. Whether they caught out mid-rotation, but on that past round in Miramar, they were the ones battling for the spot against DBD, and I think they weren't exactly paying attention to what's going on behind them, as well as the other corners of the map. And that's a little bit of a bitter end for them, but you know what? Let's look forward to something new at the very least. I like how Buriram United plays, and my name has convinced me that, hey, Buriram United can start to find their wins inside of Erangel.
Yeah, Buriram United has had a pretty great success today. The way they play, a little bit more consistent in the past weeks. It just shows that they are getting better and better. FaZe Clan are very, very consistent. They haven't had a chicken dinner just yet. So I think they want to finish the night with 1, perhaps. So this is the best time for them to come through and come up on top. Regardless, though, I mean, in terms of points, they don't really need a chicken dinner. Their eliminations have been absolutely insane. They do pretty well in terms of placement points. So to them, it's like we're already full from all of this action. We don't really need the cherry on top. I mean, it would be nice, but it's just a consolation prize to us.
I think it's also to establish a status quo. Like, I am number 1.
Yeah.
Week 1, week 2, week 3, I want to be that number 1 team. Sure, that has been challenged by Infinity, that has been challenged by GB, but FaZe Clan, I think they're just the hungriest team that we're seeing for this week itself. Same goes to Boom, right? Like, if they do get like double-digit points, which I think it's very likely, currently sitting at top 3.
Yeah.
That's like what, 18 bonus points.
I mean,
18 bonus points confirms you to the grand final spot.
It's so great for them, because I feel like in the beginning they were a very, very different team. Confidence level not really quite there. There was a disconnect between the team. But what's really interesting was that I was kind of like tweeting at Boom Esports manager Shai, And I said, hey, the other day they got their first chicken dinner. They were getting these 3 kills with the shotgun. What an insane play! It's all yummy. And then Shai said, man's built different, which means that they know exactly the capabilities of yummy.
I'm very sure they know who could basically bring the team into the global championship. But of course, we want to keep seeing this consistency coming out of Boom Esports. For shout out to Shai.
Yeah.
Amazing individual. Of course, everybody back in the Boom Esports side as well of the organization. And of course, there's a lot to...
Boom Esports has a great year this year.
Yeah. Overall, of course, you look at all the other game titles that they participated, they've been making waves all over the world. And
they're showing the Indonesian pride.
I would say the same for teams like FaZe Clan.
And Alter Ego.
Alter Ego. Many, many more to come. But of course, we have to focus our eyes onto our matches that is coming into our classic map. Angle has offered plenty of different winners each respective day. And, you know, as of recent, we see a lot of Indonesian teams winning.
Yeah, I was going to say that. Erangel, the map of diversity. So buckle up, everyone. Let's see who will get the chicken dinner for this one.
You know, when the flare goes up, we're going to have a whole lot of good time here in the PMPL Southeast Asia Championship League, where we're seeing this flight path taking intercourse from the far west, heading to the east. Could be a nice intersection across this map, Pollyanna. And this allows everybody to get to where they need to be. So rather well balanced, where we won't be seeing too much of a hesitated movements coming from teams that are opting to drop into their desired location. We
No
usually see
Georgia
when it
Paul.
comes down to this kind of start, VP always get the initial dips. Georgia Paul, I think we'll still see FaZe Clan moving up in towards the northern area, but that will require a vehicle. And if they don't get a vehicle, yeah, there will be a lot of a problem for them, but looks like nothing's going to be stopping that for now.
I mean, even if they drop toward the hospital site, there are a lot of vehicles. They can just cross up to the northern side of Georgia Paul, where they can get more vehicles as well there. But VPE's early drop probably means that they want to try and get those early picks. And it's been very unlucky for them early, especially as they got caught, especially mid-rotation. They're not really aware of something happening right behind them. And this comes back toward that mental, right? Because when you're not having a good day and when you want to make something happen so bad, tunnel vision happens, and you're so focused on what's happening in front of you that you don't realize what's happening to the back, to the side. Map awareness just basically goes down the drain.
Well, of course, they always have to be on high alert all the time. And I like what Yoodo Alliance is doing. They send Rebel Boy onto the outskirts of Gatka to secure some vehicles, where he's putting himself in the danger zone against NFT Esports. And speaking of which was the one that does land it. So they will be making their safe way out of there. But Rebel Boy, you know, he's in... What an interesting area, as he finally breaks open what's underneath the basement. Hoping to secure some good loot out of it, as BN United having one of the most difficult week of their run. What do you seem to identify to be problematic for them thus far? Our first glider coming in.
I'm so happy to see this. This makes me so happy. I mean, sorry, so I got distracted by the glider.
Boy chill, weather report, boy chill. How's it going?
I don't know how to use this. I do that all the time.
Neither does boy chill. Neither does boy chill. Not even trying to land it perfectly on top.
Listen, it's an easy way to go down. It's the fastest way to go down.
I've tried it a couple of times. Sometimes when you crash like that,
yeah,
it flips all over, and then like you ended up getting knocked, and then you're calling for rescue, SOS. You just...
My teammates just say, you stay there. I'm not going to pick you up. I haven't had any nice teammates, man. Can you please queue with me?
Well, I've got rusty fingers. I don't think I'm all too reliable for that. Anyways, back towards Newsy of Infinity, the top player of the tournament thus far. I think we've said a lot about his capabilities.
He's a one-man army.
Yes, he is.
Him and Tony K. Okay. If we put him and Tony K in a 1v1, who do you think will win?
It's actually hard to identify, but in terms of reaction speed, I'll pick you Tony K.
Yeah.
In terms of game sense, Newsy has some of the best game sense of the match.
I would say in terms of aggression and taking up space, I would give it to Newsy. He's not afraid to push up. But for Tony K, as you said,
I would
reaction
say Tony
time.
K is never afraid.
I mean, Tony K likes to wait and see, you know? It's not a bad thing. It's more of a, what should I wait for the enemy's first reaction before I react to it?
Well, Tony K, of course, well, I guess there's no, as much as we can argue with this 1v1,
yeah,
we should ask the Thai fans who's currently watching the stream.
Can you
who
guys
think
please?
Who's better?
Oh, yeah. Let us know in the comments, and then perhaps we'll maybe summon Tony K and Newsy to have a 1v1 stream one day. Maybe.
I'm pretty sure it has happened before. All I have to do is give a call to Zephyr, the caster from Thailand.
What's it like knowing all these cool people?
Actually, what's it like?
Yeah.
They're just like everybody else, you know, like
Come on.
They have special talents, of course, but
What's it?
they're all humble, they're all friendly.
Aw.
I kind of wish I could speak Thai so I could communicate a little bit better. I was hanging out with G9 earlier through the year when there was the Southeast Asia Championship that was happening here in Malaysia. And I guess it really was a privilege to hang out with some of all these big names out there. Of course, those who have played PUBG Mobile in the early days or even watched the esports of PUBG Mobile would have known G9 to be, at that point of time, the best player in the world.
Wow. The
And
best player in
the
the
dude
world.
basically has quite the good life right now. And from what I heard, like they've been acting in some TV shows back in their...
They're acting too? Wow, that is so cool.
They're moving into acting. And of course, like he's opened up some Mukato restaurants back in Thailand as well.
Wow.
Which I would love to pay a visit.
Can I come with you?
If you ask nicely.
Can I please come with you? Woo. I'm just
If
kidding.
you buy the plane.
I know, I really tried to do the girl voice, but it didn't really work for you. You're like, nah, not today, Zerk. Regardless, I really want to talk about Yoodo Alliance as well. I mean, I think a lot of my attention was on 4 Rivals, especially after their run from the previous seasons, right? But I would say the pickups from Yoodo Alliance, well, rather the rebrand to this new team, has been phenomenal for them. You're seeing this brand new sort of like, what do you call that, gameplay, or rather synchronization from the teammates, very good chemistry on how they move, how they react. I mean, even if individuals that are this good, and sometimes you have teams that are just individually good, but playing together, not so much. You're not seeing the crossfires. You're seeing a disconnect in how they want to take these fights. But for Yoodo Alliance, they've been pretty well done. And they have some legendary names among them.
I won't put them in the category of legendary just yet for Yoodo Alliance.
Because they're too young, or?
I think they are still fighting to get up to that spotlight, right?
Right.
Like Yoodo Alliance... they have a couple of roster shifts throughout a couple of seasons, and
they're trying to find the secret sauce to that.
And I
perfect
think this
team.
is honestly one of the best seasons we've seen out of Yoodo Alliance overall, as they've been able to keep their composure. They've been able to balance both aggression as well as their defensive stats overall, and yeah, it does pay off. As compared to 4 Rivals, we know them for their aggression, not for their defense.
Yeah.
You know, like, I think, like, they've got certain things figured out, while Geek Fam, out of Malaysia, they are just the all-rounders, right? Like, they offer every single thing. And when you look into the other regions overall, like Thailand, they produce all-rounders everywhere. Like, even though you don't see some of all the other names that didn't qualify into the Southeast Asia Championship, you remember names like Purple Mood, and there's also so many other teams that are so talented. If you give them more slots, man.
Yeah, I agree with you with that. Because just because
they will
of
prove themselves.
Because it's just the way they play. It's just because when you have fought against the best in your region, and there's so many that play just like you, it's a whole new, different mindset when you come into the SEA Championship.
Yeah.
And for a lot of teams that that consistently scrim with Thai players, that play together with Thai players, it will adapt into your gameplay. Which is why when you come into, like, say, just local scenes, as Malaysia only, or maybe Thailand, or Philippines only, or Vietnam only, you see very, very different styles of gameplay. And I think that's why some of the teams, like a team from Malaysia, especially in the first few weeks, they try to figure out how exactly to adapt to something so different than what you locally have.
Yeah, and now with this circle being a little bit dicey, moving from the split of the island as well as the main peninsula, it will further move deeper towards the southern prison area. Many of these teams are already located by the corners of Milta, DX, SEM9, TEM, all into the battlefields. As you see, Buriram United planted themselves onto the lumber yards itself. Ego Esports have a lot of safety net by the northern point. Will be joined by 4 rivals later on. Yoodo Alliance the furthest away from the circle as they are making their way past ruins.
For SEM9, I think that they're still trying to figure things out. And I think we can speculate as much as we want about SEM9, but they are a team, as I said before, they're a team that has a lot of pressure on their shoulders, especially with a fan base as big as theirs. And they're just trying to figure out how exactly do we come back from this. End of the day, it's about kind of like thinking like, am I good enough to be here or not? Because that's kind of like my thoughts when I'm having that, when I'm not performing very well.
For players themselves, they know that they deserve a spot entirely here, because they have fought really hard back in.
And then, but the thing is, what I'm trying to say is that you can perform very, very well. Then suddenly you are met with this whole other team. They are just like, you know, when you are here in SEA, you're against the cream of the crop.
They always have to remember.
Exactly.
Southeast Asia is one of the best in the world.
Exactly.
When you put the global teams all together, like any given day, you pick the top 10 teams currently, they will still be able to match up.
Exactly. What I'm trying to say about SEM9 is that I really hope that they can shake that mindset of whatever they have here and just kind of think like, okay, this is a new map, new different way to play. How can we overcome this? How exactly can we change what's not working for us?
Play for the late game.
Exactly, and DBD has figured it out, and they haven't had a great start either. Box Gaming as well.
Exactly.
And it's always so nice seeing those teams trying to figure it out, especially toward the mid-season, because it catches everyone off guard.
Exactly, and you take a look at DBD, right? Like they managed to secure those 47 points, not because they were doing what Boom Esports do. Like they don't have a switch to flip, right?
Yeah.
Like I won't just say, oh, turn on aggression and everyone just goes on charging. Like the Malaysian teams will have to approach it very differently so that they can play for ranking points instead. Oh, spooky door.
I was
Halloween.
about to say that. It scared me.
Oh.
Be careful that your door doesn't open randomly tonight.
Sometimes it does.
Oh.
Strong winds.
You sure about that? You
Yes,
sure that's not
and I'm
something
sure that GD has got some troubles here.
Well,
That's
that
being
was
fired.
so fast that he moved into the location.
And of course, Suno as very, very prepared to take him on. Throws a grenade over the top side, immediately dumping off. And that dispositions Nishil. And now it becomes a 1 versus 1 between Sunas as well as Nishil.
That's a
GD,
Jason Bourne moment.
Yeah, I feel like there's a lot of parkour that they have to do here. More attacks flying up towards the top end of the rooftops while GD is going all out on this. But then again, you'll see the rest of BN United. They're starting to close into the city as they're preying on hopes that the entire city will be covered up by the circle itself.
Where's the other members of GD? Oh, they're close by. Okay.
Now, this is my concern. New circle appears to be on top of the hill.
Right.
How are the citizens of Milta get by? Because we see GD as well as BN United commit, but everybody else will eventually need to fight Infinity, has to fight Buriram United.
Right.
And speaking of which, TEM already getting some tags off. Some players are off those wheels. Everyone convoying, but more shots fired. 2 members of FaZe Clan down. And Vampire Esports also receiving the short end of the stick. Cody K does have a few mans marked up. It's DX that will find those scoreline, making 3-point turns and 3 points secured.
This is a great thing for them. VPE tried to make something happen, but Ravenclaw will be knocked down. Lamborghini trying to go for that pickoff. Stole it away from FaZe Clan, denying them that 1 point in their pocket. And thus probably denying another pickoff point for Tony K as he goes against Newsy.
Such ridiculous work coming from Lamborghini.
They always do this.
They have done it before. They will do it again and again. Like they know this is the best intersection when they see this circle. Everybody drives by. They got the DP spray. They got everything just to penetrate those tires and just send them off the track. Now Vampire Esports only has one. And we saw FaZe Clan. They walk away too.
Yeah.
And all these points not even secured by Vampire Esports.
No. What? You know, if I could rename the Xavier, I would call them the Kill Stealers because that's what they're so good at. And it's just such an opportunistic situation where they don't have to put themselves in danger to get those points. Regardless, NFT showing signs of life here as they pick up a member of SEM9 and suddenly Box will be the one that gets the pick off here.
Wow.
So sneaky. Everyone be kill stealing. Everyone's hands in the cookill jar. But Tuan does get caught out here. Harm, a little bit too aggressive. He's very low right now. I think he should be healing.
And this is the territory of SEM9. They always started off in prison. Now they find themselves in their comfort spot, but there's still more teams that are lurking around the corners, pushing upwards towards this prison hill, where 4 Rivals is finding their way into the spine of this section. Putra as well as Lord Harm will have to duel their way out, where Tuan found himself some safe refuge by the creases of this hill. So I'm not even certain if he will be able to go in to land some pickups, but Lord Harm will at least do so as he saves Putra from a very difficult situation against 4 Rivals. Voki's coming in.
Oh no, Voki is coming, but SEM9 is very much ready. They do hear the audio cues right now. Now, Vampire Esports a little bit too early. They were a little bit too aggressive, and it did actually bite them back in the butt. Putra coming in from the other side alongside Lord Harm, but the problem is the repositioning from 4 Rivals is making it so hard for them. Voki with the opening does find Pumburu in the end. Apul coming in from the other side. They want to find that cross, but eliminated already will be SEM9 with 1 elims.
I would say at the very least, they did manage to pull quite a strong fight against Ego Esports until the arrival of 4 Rivals have deterred them from pursuing for it. And you know who gets the last laugh? Ego Esports, Tuan. He's still alive, and I don't think that 4 Rivals know that they are around. Infinity as well as Buriram United, they enjoy the circle with so much benefits. They didn't have to move all too much, but this time around, Infinity says, you know what, Buriram United, you can have to heal. I'm taking the lower ground. BN United is going to do exactly the same. Alter Ego moving in from the very far corner of the south side. The only team to eventually challenge some of the members of Alter Ego. Tuan is revealing himself with those grenades lobbed upwards as he managed to revive Fit MT at the very least.
That's a good thing. Oh, he
Not
got
exactly
tagged.
the best, I guess.
It's a scary situation because to kind of like navigate through this terrain means that you're gonna have to be put out in the open. And 4 Rivals know this, so they covered a large area. So regardless of where they turn to, it's gonna be really bad. But Vaffel in a very scary position, so very low, but so is the other members of DBD. Now Vaffel about to get taken out by Yen. It's going to be Echo who actually finishes it off. Regardless, Daybot does get blown up into pieces, and he also Repo Boy at the same time. Also, Helton, what the heck is happening?
I absolutely love that he switches over to the bug instead. DBD takes over the compound, at least for them to hold Fortress for the moment. GD, they found themselves a couple of members of Yoodo Alliance as they take them down at 14. Yoodo Alliance walks away with at the very least 3 points before crashing out, while there is DBD over the top side of the hill, seeking refuge for the time being. Outlining the shots upon Tony Kane. That was a headshot against the top dog of Thailand. Beer 11 goes in for a refresh.
Oh my god, what a spray coming through from Barry, but he is actually reaping all of that damage from the blue zone as well. Some shots, no issue yet, but if you see that Jimmy OP does find some members of GIDS, but for the time being, Barry is going to have to go for that reset, but Soaz is pushing up. Trisme?
A little bit of a standstill moment for everybody else currently. Bensu does manage to end the rest of FaZe Clan.
My God!
0 elimination points coming in from FaZe Clan. Meanwhile, the rest of TEM are currently going on a lockdown of engagement against the likes of Box Gaming. Even JD will falter in this matchup itself. Won't be able to hold on to their position for all too long. Bensu now pushing upwards. It's going to be him against Mormon, but they do have the nades all cooked up. There's going to be angles coverage coming in from the side of Ansys as they hold the rest of Box Gaming back. And this is where TEM just finds so much more room here to flush them up. And the rest of Ego Esports have been depleted. 11th spot finish for them. And 4 Rivals shows a big time with 5 frags that have been acquired throughout the course of this battle, along with DBD.
It's actually insane. The rise of the underdogs is absolutely here. As we see, even Box taking down FaZe Clan. Now the circle is going down toward the southern side. Now everyone will be rushing downward. BRU and FaZe Clan side by side. But look at TEM right now on the aggression.
This fight has to be settled really quickly because both of them are the furthest away. That grenade does connect coming from Bevy. And this is the time for TEM to shine as they break through the doors, if there's any at all, as they break their backs instead. Box Gaming cornered up, nothing to gain out of his 10th place finish.
This is the second time TEM has taken down Box Gaming. But right now, Yen on the aggression, he still wants to get Vavbel. Still unhappy. This has been quite a while now. We've seen that they haven't moved from here, trying to get that pick off onto the other members of NFT. But surprisingly, Infinity still very quiet early, and they haven't moved a single inch, being so very safe right now. But look at BN getting a pick onto Appy. Appy immediately out of the game, despite the great fight they had. Ramon's pushing out here, and Ziggs is the one that is in trouble. Has to get the reset. Oh my God, by the skin of his teeth, as the other members of NFT almost going down, and he finally lobbied.
Ziggs managing to clutch it out in a split second. And that clutch wasn't really snapping his crosshairs across. Infinity has been able to reposition into the lower grounds as they predicted the circle. Absolutely right. NFT finds the players of DBD on the outskirts while the rest of TEM are also approaching ahead. NFT can't hold this angle for long, but they really want the lives of DBD hiding inside the shack, but they won't be able to do all too much against them when there's so many trails of smoke moving up ahead. Where TEM, they found themselves a new place to hide. They're pushing up against the rest of Buriram United.
I love this wormhole strat that they've been doing, but BN is on the aggression. They found other members of 4 Rivals. A-Pool will go down to D Xavier regardless. 9th place with 5 ellipses is really, really good, but Boychill in trouble right now as he's getting shot at by DBD Yen. But look at this push up. Well, what a shot to his face. Boychill is on an absolute rampage, but Nuzi will trade him out in the end.
Nuzi so quick on the reaction once again. Finding himself 2 elimination points in this matchup, and FaZe Clan didn't manage to get any at all. While Infinity continues to dominate from the lower grounds, they are trying to spot out members of the side of TEM. Logan now lands a couple of mini 14 taps across, but they won't be able to damage any member of TEM just about yet. Bevy trying to run himself across, and he spots out Mormon. The whole team exposed to Infinity. They break open the vehicles. The Dacia won't work anymore. Kangzo finds the rest of PA United as Rabbits will find the other side of the angle to take out the rest of TEM.
What an angle that he's actually abusing here. It's absolutely nasty. Takes out 2 members at the same time, and all they're doing is just sitting in that little mushroom house. Regardless, Boychill does go down, but it's going to go down to the play zone. But NFT ended at the same time. But oh my God, what a nade! Finds TEM as well, as Infinity playing the proactive game this time, wants to take up space and those kill points.
And we saw how Infinity has gotten the whole intelligence against TEM. And they were just disadvantaged. There's no place for them to hide. Great nade coming in from Nuzi, not even needing a single drop of bullet. And now they have to flush out DX out of the sniper bunker's nest. And Frankie is holding on to the lower ground. We will soak that damage. Rabbit couldn't move out in time. He gets shot by Kangzo from the back as he tries to jump out of that window. Now Tigers basically pinning them by. They are being wrapped around. Every single attention is being drawn towards DX side. And Gatini trying to make this one work. Lamborghini will be able to just hold on for now. The smokes blocking the vision, but Mela says, I will go head first with this UMP in hand. Just clearing out the lower side. And instead, grenade comes in from the top side of the bunker. Lambo lobs one downtown.
Oh man, Mela soaking a lot of damage from those nades. Loving how DX is just abusing the small area and those smokes. Regardless, Kengzo will be opening up toward BN United, but the nades do come through. Lamborghini just shifts over to the other side. Frankie's a little bit low on health, but it doesn't really matter. Here comes Nuzi for the pickup. Those smokes are just gonna be so good for them. Barely misses them in terms of the fire as well. No problem to pick up Mela, and they move backwards.
DX, despite them being outnumbered, they still pull up quite the long defense inside of the shack itself. Alter Ego somehow surviving with all 4 players finally arriving to battle against the rest of the squads. 5 teams remain, and look at majority of them having healthy members for a side compared to DX that has been blown up by members inside of Infinity.
Oh, man.
Now battle begins between both BN United as well as Alter Ego. They're going to be focusing their attention onto their western end instead. And of course, Gatuni finally gets the flames burning up against DX. 1 member left for the Savior. Can he pull off a miraculous play?
He is absolutely slippery to deal with, but right now, Lamborghini finally goes down to Mela. Regardless, 7 eliminations for 5th place is pretty huge for BN United. This is not a great situation for them because they're trying to push inside, but they're getting sandwiched from 2 different areas, and so is Infinity. Logan gets the heal, but 1 member already knocked down. Nuzi wants to go on the aggressive here.
Wow!
Coming for the flag, but what a nade from Fnatic as they are going to be taking away this bunker from Infinity, and the damage coming through from Alter Ego is a little bit too much, and he spots out Nuzi at the same time.
Pombi makes it all work for Alter Ego Esports, shutting down Infinity. And now, just across, it's BRU who has held on for the longest. And they are the only ones that should be able to have the firepower to offer up against Buriram United. But the problem is, Buriram United, they have to circle just across them. Pwn. They do have those angles though. It's all about the disciplines of Buriram United. Happening right now, it's 2-2 split coming in.
Oh
my goodness, Kengzo! He gets those angles against BN.
What a shot from Kengzo, abusing this higher ground, but they forgot that on the other side is Alter Ego, who has their eye and watching them so very intensely. But this 2-2 situation from them may just save their lives.
And it was a 4v4v4 battle amongst all of the teams that were involved in the top 5 except for DX. And now Buriram United says, okay, we'll push deeper into the lower ground and they will rely on this terrain. We see Ronaldo approaching closer and closer to the side of BN United. Kengzo still tries to find an angle. He tried to go in for the exchange. MineAP getting clipped time and time again, just drawing them back.
Look at C-Sky. This is a very, very scary flank, and Alter Ego has no clue that he's there. 1 nade might just spell their doom. He cooked it up a bit, does put in some damage to Alter Ego, but it does show him his reaction. But C-Sky reacts quickly, does find 1 member of Alter Ego. What a shot, but he is going to be answered to as Kengzo is trying to make something happen in return.
He tried to transition the spray into 3 different members, and he managed to only clip 2, but that will still bring back all these numbers into the hands of Buriram United. Now finding themselves 6 kills, and they will eventually draw blood. MineAP still retaliating, refusing to back down. Multiple times being knocked. Now Silence is the only one left coming from BN United. Best performance out of this Vietnamese team. C-Sky gets eliminated. Potato, they are going on that 3v3 exchange. Oh my
man,
goodness.
He's so very low. And immediately
gets spotted out.
Yep, by Tiger. He's very quick on that. Kengzo has been the heavy hitter. Unfortunately goes down. It's down to only 2 members of Buriram United left. Now 2 versus 2. Unless Tiger manages to get the pickup, regardless.
They can go for the final ban.
Ego, oh my god, that nade nearly drops out 2 members of Alter Ego. He cooks up another one.
This should be it.
Into Fnatic. No, it doesn't. He's still very much safe. This plays come through. But 1v1 now. We wanted to see one, but it's not necessarily against the 2 members that we wanted to see.
They managed to at least get the revive through. Kengzo still alive though. And Fnatic didn't have time to heal up. That grenade took out too many health bars off of the fallen members. And it's really down to Tiger. He sees those movements. There's still a little bit more, but he finds the angles and he will be able to find so much more. Buriram United could celebrate their first chicken dinner here into week 2. Molotov just to block him from moving any further. But this circle will eventually devour Alter Ego.
they are gonna get another pickup against his teammate. So this might be a good thing, but Fnatic is not scared, but coming in ring around the room. He gets one, but he's so very low. He has to go for the reset, but the push up from Kengzo might be too much as Buriram United get their first chicken dinner for tonight.
What a tactical matchup this is. Every team was pulling out of their minds, and Buriram United, with their stronghold of a defense, and MyNameP, I think he's fallen 4 to 5 times in this matchup, and he refuses to give this chicken dinner away. Buriram United celebrates this grand victory in Arangel.
It's absolutely insane looking at how much Kengzo has done for the team. Big impact on whatever he does. There's always an answer to every single pickup to his team. He will go for that pickup in return first before finally going for that reset. That man is just insane, not afraid at all to play and abuse all these small little angles that he can use.
And I just love the approach that they played throughout those hills where we thought, okay, sure, they have the high ground for the longest of time, but eventually move downwards and they still managed to get so many takedowns. It was impressive to me. And same goes to DX, where they were basically getting a lot of this emulation coming into the early game. We see the battle of the emulations between 4 rivals as well as 7-9, with 4 rivals coming up on top. FaZe Clan, despite getting the damage done, they didn't walk away with any points.
It's actually insane how DX played that, but end of the day, it turned into battle of the bunker, battle of the mushroom house. As we saw, the area just kind of like shift hands 3 or 4 times between so many different teams. Now for DX, I'm really liking that they haven't changed their approach. All you have to do is a watch and see method. But at the end of the day, it's a little bit hard when you have a team like Infinity kind of like flushing you out. But Alter Ego, quiet in the beginning, but aggressive at the end. I know, it's a cursed area with so many deaths, and everyone was just fighting for that.
Kengzo, like you said, has did so much damage to members of BN United for the most part. And Alter Ego took that chance to be able to secure a couple of all these knocks towards C-Sky only and also MyNameP. And it went down to the final straw here.
It's a very critical situation.
Could have actually clutched this too. He chose to die for it, and he's got nothing to lose. And I just love that do or die situation where Alter Ego was almost getting their hands on that chicken dinner, but BRU, they just have those strengths in numbers, and if Alter Ego did manage to revive one, it could have been a solid chance.
Yeah, and we also saw that Kengzo was trying to go for the revive. That's the reason why Fnatic actually pushed up forward without resetting. Honestly, if he had a different angle compared to Kengzo, it would have been a whole different story. Regardless, we've seen so many close fights for that chicken dinner, and this, you just add that to the repertoire of how many close matches we had. As BRU, I think for the most part, if we look at the stats, it's very similar across the board. But in the end of the day, when we go into that kind of terrain play, high ground will always have the advantage.
That's right, 25 points secured by Buriram United, and we see impressive run coming in from Alter Ego as well as BN United, where BN United was looking for these points all these while throughout the day. They finally secured it as they tied the numbers up with Infinity as well as DX in this matchup. The most eliminations other than BRU, we are seeing it from DX itself, where those pickoffs through those rotations was sublime until they got themselves in that shack. Whereas the majority of all the other teams only walk away from an average of 3-pointers each.
I think what's also really insane is the fact that DBD and 4 rivals, they only have 1 rank point each. The rest were all just eliminations, which just shows that they are already committed to the idea of needing these points in order to move forward if we're not going to be able to get those placement points. But Kengzo, again, just gotta really just say that he has been insane throughout the entire tournament, where he has been getting all of these big frags, really nasty angles and corners, great push-ups, and with 45% team contribution, honestly, I'm not surprised, as the other teammates are just basically the distractors as he is trying to go for the backside. I mean, C-Sky has always been the one for the flanks, but whenever C-Sky gets caught out, you see an immediate answer from Kengzo.
Yeah, and Kengzo, he was the one that suppressed the approach coming in from BN United, because that is the direct threat coming in from them. We see a couple of all these grenades flying in, and most of these bullets flying through the places, and Buriram United, despite not securing any early chicken dinners, eventually when they do find it, they will tie it with FaZe Clan. 80 points, only 2 points shy of Infinity that has been able to climb back to the top.
Infinity is a team that really just goes for those eliminations, but BRU and FaZe has overtaken them. Regardless, we're seeing a shift again in the top side and a shift again on the second page, and now we're seeing a lot of the bigger teams like we saw have been performing, like SLD, 2E, Yoodo Alliance are now finally going down. NFT as well, not being able to find the answer to this shift in playstyle that we're seeing from a lot of teams for this week. But VPE though, I'm really glad to see them finally finding a match that they're doing really well, standing up on 12th place, which means that, okay, to them, they're like, okay, at least we can breathe a sigh of relief for this week because we didn't play bad the entire time.
And we're also seeing the rise of Indonesian teams, Alter Ego, GD, and also not forgetting Boom Esports that did secure a chicken dinner today. Despite this round not favoring themselves, they've been able to match up to the aggressiveness that's being displayed by teams coming in from Thailand, and that's what we just absolutely love to see.
Yeah.
We're, of course, coming from MY as well as in Vietnam, they've been able to do quite a lot, especially in this matchup, BN United. I think like they definitely deserve a little bit more recognition. As we move into the recap, it's interesting to know both BN United as well as Alter Ego,
Same spot.
they drop so closely.
But
They're fighting for those vehicles all
exactly. They're always almost similar in terms of rotations, but one went toward the north, one went toward south. And look at that. After that is the same rotation area from both these teams, but Alter Ego is a little bit smarter. They took their time. That's why I was questioning where exactly are they? It's a little bit late into the circle, but they were okay with that because they don't want to take these early fights, especially against a team that is as aggressive as BN United.
But you also remember the fact that both of them tried to take each other out inside of the middle of the town.
Oh,
and
yeah.
just decide, you know what, BN United, I say is, you can have this town. I'm just going to leave and I'll fight for that circle and we'll meet halfway. Instead of meeting halfway, they meet
at the end,
near the finish line.
Yeah.
And I would say
a
that
tale
itself,
of friendship,
power of
rivalry,
united in rivalry.
yeah. I can imagine how that's gonna go, but it's a really fun kind of storyline going through, almost like a, you know, when you play this game, you have a rival, right? And you're like, oh, I'll see you at the grand finals. Yeah, you too.
Some may not have just one rival; they have 4 rivals.
Funny. Think of that. Rivals have been performing pretty well today, but you know what else performs really well? Our official smartphone partner, Realme, with the GT Neo 3. Neo Speed Awakens, one of the best phones you can have for PUBG Mobile. If you are looking to play PUBG Mobile competitively and you want something that allows you great speed, great power, great frame rates, this is the mobile phone for you.
That's right, and of course, with all of that, you could also check out all these great deals that we do have overall. And speaking of great deals, you can grab this GrabFood voucher by just scanning that QR code. If you're a first-time user, you can key in PUBGM and you'll be able to enjoy 50% off GrabFood orders. Terms and conditions do apply, so make sure you read them though. And of course, we still have one more game on our way.
Yeah.
Ash, but I believe we need at the very least 5 minutes. That was a technical game, and we definitely do need a little bit of breather, so see you guys in 5 minutes.
Lumi GT Neo 3. Neo Speed Awakens.
Welcome back to the PMPL Southeast Asia Championship Fall. My name is Contra. This is Tash. We're going into our very final game of week 2. Well, actually week 3. Day what? Day 2. Day 3? Day 2?
Day 2.
Man, it feels like it's running forever, but we love how it has been going thus far. But, of course, with that being said, there's so many teams really battling it out for their tournament lives, and teams are basically getting themselves into best shape. I can't say for everybody though, but BN United, they managed to claim some important points out of that round.
It's interesting to see them actually come back on top, but let's have a look at the summary of just now's match. And this is where things get very interesting as BRU and AE show a very, very different outcome. AE a little bit quiet in the beginning, going for that placement points, only showing themselves to at the very end of the circle, as opposed to BRU, who was basically ramboing their way through so many teams, just to get themselves the high ground.
That's right, and look at the amount of damage. It's absurd of how they have been able to deal with all the other teams out there. And
that's like half the team damage total. Kingzo, what the heck?
Like, this is like, what? A total of 5 elimination points at the very least.
Oh, yeah.
All accrued, but then again, I would say it's majority coming in from knocking down members of BN United multiple times, and it's still relatively important for them to secure the chicken dinner, and we'll still see Newsy on the board along with Lamborghini. Unfortunately for 20K, he had a little bit of a slide in that past matchup. Let's see whether or not can FaZe Clan catch up. This time around, it's A, B, C, as well as E, whereas we don't really see signs of how they would basically slow down their tempo heading to this matchup. But at the very least, Group D taking a break. We won't have DVD, Box Gaming, Vampire Esports, as well as GD. Speaking of which, Group D today wasn't having the best day of all.
I mean, VPE did manage to come back a little bit, but
a little bit.
Yeah, a little bit, but you're not still seeing that consistency that we saw from the previous weeks coming through from them. For the rest, I mean, GD was knocked out so early earlier. DBD was not bad. I have to say they've been consistently toward the middle side, so it's not necessarily a bad thing. It's an improvement overall. But for Box Gaming as well, the rise of these two teams have been very phenomenal compared to what we saw in the beginning of the tournament.
That's right, and I believe that despite the consequences that they are under, they should be qualifying themselves into the Grand Finals, which is something that they will rather focus on. This is more of a practice scrim for them, but you know what? You gotta practice your driving skill because we got a lot of great vehicles offered up in PUBG Mobile. This is the first ever original PUBG Mobile sports car. The Facilious, with true speed comes real attitude.
What do you mean I need to practice my driving? I'm a great driver. I can already see myself driving this car, and I'm gonna be very, very careful with it as I kind of like zoom through Erangel or Miramar. But you know what else I want to zoom into? Strange Town.
Strange Town. Before you've seen the glimpse of that spooky door open up, and of course that takes you to this round here, and enter if you dare.
It looks very, very fun, and I wish that in Southeast Asia we don't really celebrate Halloween, but we do have like small little events of it. But it's really cool to see if we had like all of these. But you know what else we have? Should we have all of these? a kind of place where we talk about our A skill. And I think it's really exciting as, I don't know why, but I'm kind of guessing that as we go into A skill, it kind of like shows what you're the best at in the game and it highlights that.
And overall, like, you guys can basically figure out what is your A skill, show us what you've got in PUBG Mobile, and you could also show your friends that you've earned the Clairvoyant Fox set as well as Midas Fortune set by securing the new Royale Pass that's up available in the stores. It doesn't really cost you too much of a bomb. You just have to play the game enough and grind for these sets.
It's always fun to get this. Yeah, because it makes you more motivated to play. And speaking of play, to get that, you can also try out the new map, which is the Nusa map, an island map, which is just one of the most interesting mechanics I've seen. With you know, burning on buildings to fight to reveal a player, with the zip lines, with the tactical crossbows. It's a whole new experience on how exactly you want to play and approach PUBG Mobile.
That's right, and of course you can also land yourself some cool voice packs coming in from your favorite players as well as influencers of PUBG Mobile. My favorite has to be Pew Pew, and of course, who can resist the sweet voice of Baby La? Or if you just want Tony K telling you what to do, man, you better listen to this guy because he has been top fragging all day long.
Yeah, but Bubba Boy as well might give you the top frags that you need. Quasa Elemental Tiga is what you want to look out for. A local, I would say, studio here based in Malaysia with our own superheroes is something to be celebrated as we see a celebration of a crossover between this local studio.
That's right, and speaking of local, if you guys are in Malaysia and currently is studying, but you love PUBG Mobile so much, why not take your chance here at 40,800 ringgit to be won in the second qualifier of the PMCC 2022. If you register now, you have a chance to go up against the best of the nation in the PMNC 2022, and that is a direct qualifier to the PMPL.
It's always really exciting to see all of these things, not only to show off to your course mates, but also to figure out how exactly you fare against the rest of your campus. Regardless, we are now going to the final match of the day, and let's have a look at our predictions because I need to see, and I'm going to go for Geek Fam. I think I predicted this a little bit too late because they were a little early just now with that.
Well, better late than never, I would say. Same goes to Infinity as well. They did really well throughout the course of the round, where consistently we see them on the top 4, and this time around, first, it's just great showing all together coming in from Newsy and Co. So I think like it's just about time they
Newsy and Co.
Newsy and Co.
Wow.
Yeah.
You really.
Also, the brand new company.
It does. It also shows that, you know, like his friends are just supporting him the entire way.
I think it's not just that. I think like we've seen some great plays coming from Nella.
Logan, yes, and Gotuni as well.
Yeah, Gotuni especially. In the early game, he has shown up so much that he's managed to pick up quite an astounding number of takedowns. But overall, like these two teams, they are the top performers of their respective regions, and they're expected to shine bright.
Speaking of shining bright, I'm wondering which team will be kind of vying for
SLD?
this final. Yeah, I mean, yeah, that's
like Diamond.
To be fair, yeah, it's in their name. But, you know, just now I was about to say that VPE, they're not playing this round, right? I think they're going to be very happy, at least a sigh of relief, that at least they ended the day with one good game. Now, for the rest of them, I think for teams like 4 Rivals, they've been really good with that survivability. I'm just really hoping to see a little bit more frags from them. And for Sem9, I just want to see them go past that early game aggression. If you can survive that, I'm pretty sure they would at least get a top 5 finish.
Indeed, it will. And overall, we've seen so many of all these great applications heading to the late game. And that circle inside of Milta was so challenging. I can't wait to see what the final map has to offer as we dive into Erangel once again. You're watching the PMPL Southeast Asia Championship League.
Every day is just so exciting because every time we hit match number 5, I'm just like, wait, where did all the time go? It was just so fast. And I feel like every day the matches just get faster and faster as the urgency from these players increase, trying to give themselves an idea or a way to kind of climb up to the top to make it into the top 16.
That's right, and it's definitely a red alert situation for teams like Sem9. BN United understands that, and they managed to clinch themselves a top 3 finish, and that kind of pull them a little bit more of a safety point. Still not out of the rate just yet, but so long as they consistently do this, they should be able to be safe by the end of this weekend itself. Now the flight comes in, and Infinity will slowly float towards the Milta side, while the X goes into the direct middle of the map. SLD tries to take over the areas of the JD, it seems, but they will slowly float towards the Gatka side. And we're already seeing Kwang having a little bit of a, well, not 60 degrees of separation, but just a little bit more of a, how would I even put it? A little bit more of a altered course compared to his teammates. Fighting for those vehicles. Is Yoodo Alliance opting to do the same?
No, not again.
Oh.
What is up?
Very familiar.
I mean, at least it's like, okay, round 1 is like your warm-up. You try to understand how exactly to take this spot, and round 2 is where the real thing happens.
It's the second chance for Sem9.
Exactly.
They've been deprived of that dinner. I want to see them win. Sure, my vote was on Infinity, but I think like they fought hard for it, right? Like last time they met, it was 4 rivals that cut across that prison section. And speaking of 4 rivals, they also do have great access to that circle itself. So these 2 Malaysian teams will enjoy the benefit of this past 2 game circle, but we didn't really see them pull through into the late game, taking too many fights at the same time.
That's what I meant when what the problem is when you have the circle early. You fight with so many teams trying to get into your spot.
They take it for granted.
Exactly. I mean, not just take it for granted. It's more of like, because you don't rotate as much, you don't have as much resources as well. It's also another downside as well. So because you're fighting so many times, you run out of bullets, you run out of health kits, you run out of resources like throwables and smokes as well, which is sort of the reason why it's okay to kind of let go of the middle of the circle just to kind of get those resources and come back later if you feel like you're smart enough in order to do it. I think like in terms of like DX has been the smartest, because if they don't have the circle, they wait on the side and they just say, okay, let them fight. You know, like those, like, you know, when you see Godzilla fight, like let them fight the kaiju battle. That's what happens, and they just kind of go.
Godzilla versus King Kong.
Exactly.
We had that collaboration before.
I know, which is the coolest part. And then you just go for the snipes and just get those points. And it's been doing wonders for DX, giving them 62 points in total. And let me be real here.
I just love the descriptions. Yeah, go ahead.
I mean, let's be real here. For DX, it's kind of like group work, right? You kind of like do the minimal amount of work. They say work smarter,
I would still say it's a lot of effort.
Exactly.
It's not really the minimal. It looks easy for us. But what if we're in the battle?
Yeah, I mean, that's what I said. It's work smarter, not harder. Sometimes people say like, oh, you got to work hard to get #1 in your class and get all the points and stuff like that. You have to work really, really hard. But like, why should I go through all that trouble when there's a shortcut through? It's like doing a math equation, the long way and the short way, right?
Exactly. Like, as a student, Tash.
Yeah.
What type of student are you?
Shortcut student. I'm lazy.
Okay. I love that you're so honest with that.
I gotta be honest.
I am a smart student. I was also a lazy student, but I have managed to score in my papers.
How do you do that?
I learn.
Wow. I was gonna say that lazier students, they find innovative ways to get to the top.
So long as you can digest information well enough, and then you utilize it well enough, I think that's a pass. You know, like I mean, more than a pass. Like if you really truly understand it, you get great results. But I'm not saying kids don't do your homework, right? Like you have to still do your homework.
I mean, do your homework smartly.
Yeah, I mean, like you have 24 hours in a day. Make sure you spend that 24 hours really well.
You know what's my best way to motivate me to do homework?
What's that?
You think like this. Man, the faster I do this homework, the faster I can watch anime.
Well, you get the privilege to watch anime. I don't.
Your mom took away the TV?
My dad.
Wow.
But he passed away when I was 12.
I'm sorry.
So I have my TV back on 13.
Bro, what? Don't just drop that bomb on me. I'm not ready. So you need my condolences. You need a hug.
Don't worry. I think like I'm old enough to accept reality as it is.
Dang.
It's not as gloomy as it seems. I mean, like we all grow from experiences. We learn from experiences, and teams need to learn from all these experiences as well. And therefore, I feel like the most adaptive team out of all big in time. Sure, they haven't been the most stellar team that has been popping off on the radar at #1 all the time. But you know, like they played smart. Like just like what you've imagined it to be, that student, that's just a know-it-all. He just doesn't want to do that homework, right?
It actually reminds me of my friend.
In Sanok, they proved that.
Yeah, I was going to say that. I have a friend who's always sleeping in class. And you would think that she's the laziest student at all. Like, she doesn't know anything, doesn't do anything. Every time exam comes, she has 100 points.
Wow.
It's just so unassuming, right?
Yes.
Exactly. It's kind of like what we see from teams like GD, GID. You don't necessarily pop up and do huge plays, but their consistency puts them at the top.
But they can pop off.
They can, but the problem is like, do I want to or do I not?
Do you show your true colors in these early battles of the league? Because there's still the grand finals where you don't want to be entirely...
You don't want to put all their cards on the table.
Exactly. You don't want teams to read your movements. And I think like one of the teams that have been doing that has been Geek Fam. Like, no direct points of drops. But I do believe that by the time grand finals come, we'll be able to see something different.
What's Max doing?
Looks like Max is trying to reach the peak here.
Yeah, figuratively.
I'm not sure if this is peak performance, but I think like this is at the very least peak content.
What's happening? Why are you up here?
Oh.
Oh, that's so smart.
He sees the vehicle. Nobody stashed that away.
Okay, hang on. Usually what my mind thinks when I see this bridge is that you should go under. You know, there's a way underneath. But it doesn't necessarily mean the safest. But what Max is doing is he knows that the whole bridge is clear, but making sure on the other side no one is there.
And we've seen a lot of teams gatekeep this area, and in particular it was Infinity, but Infinity is busy with something else. Logan is trying to scout out ahead while Lord Harm's doing exactly the same as he sniffs out that Logan's hiding inside of the shack.
How does Logan smell like?
This is going to be a chance here. Not landing though.
I was about to say, how does Logan smell like?
I love how we just pause to like see whether he gets it. We expected a lot more.
Here comes Newsy.
Oh, he brought the biggest backup.
Exactly. Big brother Newsy is here. Better back off. It's like you're getting bullied by someone. Like, I'm gonna call my big brother, and you're gonna be sorry.
Yeah, I mean like there ain't no bullies around the block, but
would you say that Tony K is a bully?
He's not. He's too young to be one.
Is Newsy the bully?
Well, he does have scary eyes.
He does. I mean, he does have scary skills.
He doesn't need to bully you. He just has to stare directly at you. And you know you should not mess with this guy.
Oh, yeah. Newsy is
You don't need
sharp.
to speak Thai. In fact, if he opens his mouth and speaks Thai,
you
know you're running. You know you're running.
Have you ever spoken to him before?
I have not met up with any player from Infinity other than Logan.
I see.
The time that I met up with Logan was back in the days where he was playing in the PMCO SEA League with Illuminate the Murder.
Right.
And that was...
That's a long time ago, actually.
That was about 3 to 4 years.
Yeah.
3 years, I would say.
He has great character development when we think about it. And it's one of the great team shuffles I've seen. I feel like Infinity with this team has been really, really good. I don't necessarily feel like, you know, sometimes when you go into a team and you start trying to figure out like if there's something wrong with them, if there's something I could nitpick from Infinity, it's gonna be nothing. They're just at peak performance. They're doing so well in terms of how they play, how they communicate. One of the best teams I've seen so far in terms of chemistry.
Yeah, I would say that TEM could also reach the same level of performance as well. On the right time and right place. I think like the only struggles that TM does find themselves in is plenty of times in the mid-game onwards where they're about to cut into that sector where areas are just crowded up and they don't really have much options available. Frankie and the rest of DX are planning the same plot, planning themselves into this section where they're hoping for teams to cut by yet again. I think teams have learned their lesson.
They're going to see Sem 9. Look at where Rabies is.
Yeah. I don't think like he's going to go further up north. He's just going to see if he gets a glimpse of anybody. If one bullet flies coming in from Sem 9, that's where the rest of DX will focus their attention. But over here, attention towards FaZe Clan. One member down, MR5. Bites the dust. Tries to go for a U-turn. Vin Torres moves up ahead. No. He does get shot, but Snap will be in exchange as well. Coming from another off angle, DX picks them off.
Tony K is still very, very healthy. Throws a smoke just to give Ventura a little bit of cover. Now we have Barry as well, so it's not going to be an issue to get the pickups here. But you know who's in trouble? Well, still FaZe, because DX also wants to join in on the fight. And DX has always been so quick on the ball when it comes to these third-party long range especially. And a lot of them has been from Lamborghini, who's just so sharp when it comes to these things.
And FaZe Clan should have learned from the past match itself. The last time that they passed through this section, they got punished by DX. And this time, one pickup comes in from the side of SLD. They will have to lift the sector. They have vehicles being blown up. Now, Victorious loses that helmet, still wearing a level 1 vest. Not really the best equipments to be heading into the late game skirmishes. Meaning to say, FaZe Clan, it's either they need to win those battles or they just have to buy time, find areas to loot up. Because I don't think that this could pull them further ahead.
So SLD is not done with FaZe. We have Kwang just trying to get some info on how exactly want to come through. But with Ventura's outside of the area, it allows for those crossfires to come through, back up as well. But for SLD, they are in a situation where they can see pretty much everything. They even managed to spot out 4 rivals.
Yes, indeed. But then again, it's quite a distance separating some of these teams out there. SLD received the same treatment as Ventoris early on.
Yeah.
So he doesn't get himself the advantage in terms of some of these gears. No
down.
helmets for them.
Oh, it's from Damrud.
Damrud finds one member of SEM9. I believe that was Adams that was knocked out. And despite them holding on to these hills, look at this widespread coming in from the side of SEM9. This 2-2 split is a little bit wide, which is a cause for concern. But at least it's still relatively too early. The circle this time doesn't pull towards the south side of Milta. Instead, the prison sector that SEM9 starts off with will be the center of attention. Same goes to the mansion area. Geek Fam rotating by. Infinity not too far away too. Newsy lying in wait. Yuhai better be careful because he's driving past the lumber shacks, which is where Infinity is about to strike.
It's a very interesting situation for SEM9. Because just now we saw, the problem is when you are going to go for these long-range shots, you better be trying to get at least a knock out of it. Because you don't want to give away their situation. Yep, there was a knock earlier. For the members, Geek Fam wants to go on the aggressive. He also wants to go for the pickoff. We always see that answer coming through from them. But it's a little bit too dangerous for them to kind of push up. So Damrud will be going toward the bottom side. But Nuzi gets tagged. Not too sure from which team.
Well, it seems like the exchanges are also coming in from BN United at the same time. Though they are a little bit further away, the rest of Infinity just gauging into action.
That's a lot of pressure coming in from them.
And they managed to still suppress the rest of Geek Fam to be lying right down under.
Oh,
all these sort of smokes not even helping them out.
Because their sprays are just so aggressive in such a wide area, it's a little bit hard to even get those pickups. Regardless, for Geek Fam, they have to play it safe. They have to play it patient because behind them is another team. Yeah, DX can be their savior, can be the reason they're still alive. But for Infinity, you know they're a team that wants to push up and get those pickups if possible. And this is the most aggressive I've seen them early throughout the entire day and even yesterday.
Indeed, Geek Fam has been able to land those 4 strikes for many times. Infinity aren't too deterred by these early game skirmishes. That's one team that Geek Fam aren't willing to go blow for blow for the moment. Yoodo Alliance arrives, and that's where SLD might just have to give way. Going back to the buggy is where SLD would have so little time. Sprays coming into effect, but Kwang managed to stay afloat for now. Drops off with enough speed. Boom Esports remaining silent from the multi-power section. And this is a little bit dicey for Infinity as more and more teams coming up closely. TEM further down into the prison section won't be able to contribute for now. But you see so much utility usage coming in from teams that are inbound to the circle.
Boysil, the first one picked off here. Gonna be Kengzo once again. He has been absolutely sharp when it comes to his team. Great with those pickoffs and great when it comes to pushing up and putting in the pressure. For NFT today, it's just been a very unlucky week for them, at least for day number 2. They haven't seemed to have found their footing just yet, been really unlucky in terms of their rotations, getting picked off one by one. By the time it comes to at the end of the, I think, circle number 3 or 4, they're dwindled out to maybe just a Vaffle left, and it's not how much that he can do as he tries to push into the circle.
I just loved some of these players' positioning. Look at Nine Noisy, though. The rest of the members are still inside of the Pavka. Meanwhile, the other teammates are moving in from the
Amstel
section.
got the care package there.
Yeah, they can try to lead it up, but it's a little bit too risky. Meanwhile, Bloom Esports planted over on the south side of the sector of Shelter. Kwang unleashes some flurry of bullets, not able to connect towards Akta. Spots out that vehicle.
Oh my god, what? You saw Kingzo get the kill steal onto Pamburu? Because it was not his kill. Man, he is so proactive. He wants to do exactly what DX has managed to do, and Octa will be the one knocked out first. It's going to be by Smep. And I'm really liking that SLD has been very aggressive, and they seem to pick a fight with every single team they run into. Now, Mormon gets a picked off onto Tiger. Going to be really good. As for DX, they were trying to go a little bit aggressive onto NFT, but NFT playing the defensive role. April now in trouble, shot out by Vavel.
So Vel getting those angles here, just trying to pick on DX at the same time, having Ramones holding off the other side of the angle. Keep in mind, though, NFT is not really in the safest of position. They're just relying on smokes. Once it does subside, Bacon Time also does get a glimpse of them by these trails drawn, hunting for the longest time.
Oh, look
That's
at
a couple of stones for them to work with. Harm finds one. Adips will be able to secure that against Boom. Bobo Ho comes back into the picture here, and Yummy gets tagged out as well. SLB doing so much work in this early game. Ramones finds one against BAC. One member knocked out. Geek Fam now having all these grenades flying in. Alter Ego comes in from another direction as well.
What a push. Oh my god.
Two eyes down.
It's just a great shot coming through. Ponbi on the aggressive wants to push up. He wants to secure those kills, but there is another member. Geek Fam down there. Not a great situation for him, as he does get knocked down. Snipes playing ring around the Rosie, spots out one, but look at that double swing from the team to make sure that they secure the kill.
The jump shot not being effective for the side of Snipes. Geek Fam just being obliterated by the rest of Alter Ego. Two great rounds in a row coming in from the Indonesian squad. This time taking down the top dot of Malaysia instead. Alter Ego now have to approach this slowly, as BN United is also very close by. Tuan of Eagle Esports fending off against Ventura's exchange of grenades coming in from the other sector, while we see TEM taking on SLD by the corners of Prison. Trongzin all alone. Top coming in from Olio, supplementing onto this engagement between SLD as well as TEM.
Look at this fight between 2E and FaZe as well.
Wait, what?
Not too sure what happened there. Probably a lag for us, but it's going to be a push up from FaZe as Tuan, the last remaining member standing, just running for his life right now. They do want to secure it, but they do know where exactly he is. Those throwables are great at zoning him and just kind of like boxing him into the area. And it's going to be very, very rough to run out because of the long-range capabilities that FaZe has.
And they're finally finding that grenade connecting on top of him. Run as you can, but you can't hide. Ramones being knocked out. So Vel, the only member left from the side of NFT Esports, still remaining inside the blue zone. And keep your eyes on Buriram United again. This whole eastern corner of the map, they have dominated for so many rounds. They managed to clinch that chicken dinner in the past, and they will try to do it again. While the rest of the teams will have to scatter their way into the circle. So many teams over the south side. BN United, despite them camping out on the lower end, it hasn't seemed to be a point where they're able to even make a move.
Olio as well gets tagged here by TM. TM on the aggressive right now. We've seen them just kind of like mow down so many teams that passed their way. Now for Sem9 taking this fight against Boom Esports just now was very surprising to me, and like a good surprise, by the way, because I want to see them play aggressive, and this is exactly what I wanted to see. Newsy will be the one to lead the charge against them, pushing up right now, but we also see Infinity on the other side. It's just a sandwich of Sem9, and it's not in a great way as Newsy with those sprays come through, and Sem9 immediately gonna find Lord Harm going down. They were about to leave the area, and suddenly they have to find another way to get their teammate back up, and it's not a great situation. The nades do come through, and I think the best thing for them to do is just kind of cut their losses and just move away.
And Sem9's taking a little bit too long to rotate away because of this current locked out by Infinity, but they finally get themselves into the wheels. But they're turning away. Victorious gets caught out by Alter Ego. The slow movers getting themselves so many takedowns, making it 6 as it works out for Alter Ego. FaZe Clan this time left with only 2 players to fend off. And currently, Alter Ego has the most points in this matchup. Infinity also closing in on 5 corners apiece as they find themselves depth and the rest of 7-9 to go down.
It's a very scary situation, but this aggressive Alter Ego is just very fun to watch. Barely able to stand up alive, and Lamborghini will be the one to steal it. Lamborghini, come on!
Oh,
come on, man!
This is what makes it work for the side of DX, and they will do it time and time again. Pombi dropping a Molotov right underneath. Appy won't be able to clip him just yet. Grenade does land on top of Potato as well as Pombi, not enough to take their health bars off. While there's so many smokes being utilized, Infinity having troubles of their own, going up against the rest of Buriram United, while TEM is also supplementing some damage. SLD bows out, 11 plays. And Appy trading back and forth, but not seeing the results just yet. They're all proning under their bellies, but then again, he spots him out, he gets the shred, enough to take down Pombi.
Oh man, he needs that point, so he's going to be repositioning himself. This is a great situation for him, but he finds Potato as well! This is a very, very scary situation for Fnatic. What are you going to do? Are you going to just try and get the revive?
Clutch.
I want Appy to push up if possible, get that kill. He just sprays through. He finds them in the end, but the split he gets it! Appy 1 versus 3, what a play!
And he's got 6 takedowns for the team out of the 7 points that 4 rivals have acquired. This man is insane. And 4 rivals, they make it cut into the top 7 here. Buriram United still dominates though. 9 points accrued in this matchup. DX so far away. The blue zone's going to close out. They have to find a way to make the cut, though. They only have these containers. They can't even hide out. Tony K is having the same casualty and damage being done. Taking time, dropping like flies, and it's a perfect header coming in from Buriram United. Nine Noisy trying to challenge that statement coming in from Buriram United. But how long can he hold out? Only 2 members left for the side of Bacon Time. Now he spots out Tiger inside of the shelters of the grass. But then again, nowhere is safe.
Look at Appy. He finds Tunny as well. What a beast, I have to say,
He's
from
a demon.
him. He is a demon, but Nuzi, wow! Cold.
That's a
cold. Yeah, that's a beast, and that's Nuzi as well, doing work of one person, trying to take out the other members of BRU. Thorn inside, but
Fire in the hole.
trap up the
Too
nade.
late.
Unfortunately, it's gonna be
Might
end of
have
the day.
stole it away.
Yeah, I know.
His own teammates.
Yeah.
Still counts.
Yeah.
13 points, Buriram United. This is just the best round that they had so far. Can they get 2 chicken dinners in a row? They have the numbers advantage. And just look at everybody screaming out for help. Lambo doesn't have any more resources. He's just by the edge. And Nappy,
he
I
goes
think
down.
of all the solo players, he has been the best of them all.
He is a man on a mission, and he is absolutely delivering. Not only is he in a top 4, he has had 8 eliminations in total. 6 of them were his, I believe. Regardless, now with 3 members from BRU, they can just try and dwindle down the numbers from so many different sides. But it looks like Appy has his sights onto the member of Baonam. It's going to be Max that he is trying to focus on, but unfortunately, his nades are not really clipping onto him.
Yeah, there's still a little bit of cover coming in from the vehicle that Max LV is currently hiding
Oh,
at.
my name's here.
And he is just going to be sneaking up upon Appy. I think they have a rough idea of where the rest of Bacon Time is currently located. They don't really have to deal with them just about yet because they do have the numbers to take on Buriram United. Despite having 3 members here, with this widespread of the other players that are lurking around, it's a little dicey. The good thing for Appy is that he finds himself that ghillie suit, so he can blend into the terrain very, very well. Max LV, he could slowly play this one out, and if he crawls closer to Bacon Time might not even enjoy the current duo that they have.
It's really great to see that for Bacon Time, Almstyle as well as Appy have that ghillie suit. Just gives them a little bit more cover. Hard to spot out compared to the rest. Now, for Buriram
Ooh,
United, they
popped out,
can
though.
play together, but these different players from different teams can be the kind of change in their way. He does know where exactly Api is. Gonna
Kaboom.
flush him out. I think it might be hitting a little bit too backwards, but he does clip him a little, so little is better than nothing at all. For Max as well, but Mining P spots out Amstel. This is a great situation as they dwindle down the numbers, but Amstel manages to survive by the skin of his teeth. Another nade cooked up here as Kengzo pushes up. He wants to get Api out of the way because he knows that Api has been doing some really big impact kills.
And he's been basically keeping his eyes very closely. The angles that Buriram United has is just too much. And having this leeway where the rest of the squads just don't really seem to have a clear-cut answer of how to get into the circle. Max LV a little slow to creep right in, but he has to do it real soon though. Same goes to Appy. Not too sure how much can the ghillie suit award him for now. Speaking of all these ghillie suit that comes in for a package, BRU, they find themselves in their back package, but instead it's really not noisy. Finding themselves at AUG. Now they have the artillery to work magic against Buriram United. Tiger and the rest of Buriram, they're dropping into all these grenades. They still have a lot of smokes to expend, and they finally spot out Max LV, and that's making time, at least securing one. Add that to 2 points, making it into the top 3.
For Max, it felt like he was just trying to wait for the final moments, but because he wasn't very proactive, his position has been actually spotted out because Api was shooting toward him. Regardless, Amstel, not afraid to move very, very noisily, repositions himself. Mining P slowly making his way toward bacon time. This is a good thing, by the way, because it gives the teams with the most amount of numbers that fight that they want to do.
On the run.
Yeah, he's running. He's repositioning to a different spot.
He's just gonna go on a little bit of a road race right now, hoping to mow down some units if he can, but he repositions to the back. This is one of the slower tempos of the map that we get for today, but I am enjoying every bit of it. Remember how back in Miramar, that singular target, my name P, clutched it and got the win for Geek Fam?
Yeah.
What if it's Appy this time around?
I really hope.
Instead.
I really hope so. I really want to see, you know how I said earlier, I really love it when the team has the least amount of players comes out with a plot twist. And I think a lot of viewers love that too. It's like such a different change in tempo. It's very fun to see. But the question is, where is the circle going to go? It looks like it's going to go toward Buriram United. And everyone has to push upwards. And this is very, very scary as Buriram United will wait for everyone to walk into their crosshair.
Noisy still has his backpack on. He should drop his backpack though. And as they manage to run over 9 Noisy, he's popped one out. And oh my goodness, Happy gets one back. Amstel goes in a rapid. He takes one down for the side of Buriram United. And that's where Amstel goes in for the
I can't believe it! I can't believe it! 4 rifles just kind of catching us off guard! What a way to come back! What a way to come back on top!
Outnumbered and not outgunned. 4 rivals have finally got their ticket dinner.
I want to hug you right now! This is absolutely insane! One of the most insane chicken dinners I've seen of my entire casting career here!
And what we have
PMPL.
just mentioned have just come into fruition. The biggest win by a solo unit, and Appy has done it all. He had some elimination overall, and now with the chicken dinner, even more. I couldn't believe my eyes. We got to look at that highlight again. The cameras went all topsy-turvy. All the actions were happening at the very same time. And 4 rivals out of the other units. Incredible.
I am in shock because I didn't think that 4 rifles was gonna make it. As soon as their numbers dwindled, I was thinking, okay, perhaps a 5th place spot, but it's not entirely the worst thing in the world.
The top 3 already.
And then they got into the top 3, and I thought, okay, that's fine. I guess you can just go for placement. It's cool. And then out of nowhere, Api just playing it very, very smart, allowing the other teams to fight first, dwindling down the numbers, and all he had to do was play the waiting game, play the game that GX played.
The thing was, you saw Buriram United, they were overzealous. We had Kengzo on those wheels, and he did run over one member of Bacon Time. He almost got Appy as well. How he played that out. Look at his outstanding plays coming from this gentleman. Like, He even pushed upwards when he was against all odds, and despite that, still challenging Max LV. Those grenades flew in. Now watch this moment. Kangzo drive by. He runs into the crosshair of Appy, and then after that, the rest of Bacon Time strikes back. Take one down. Almstein's hunting out for the rest, and then he lands that final strike onto Bacon Time to secure this chicken dinner.
It was more of timing more than anything because Bacon Time was so preoccupied by Buriram United.
He thought that he was run over.
Exactly. He did not realize that Appy is still very healthy and that punish onto Kangzo was absolutely impeccable. It was just so very close. But look at this travel distance from them. Insane.
I mean, travel distance aside, you know what's insane to me is that
Dude,
Buriram United threw that round.
They did. They got a little
threw
bit too
that
aggressive.
round. It shouldn't ever happen. That circle was going to shrink to them.
Exactly.
They just had to wait.
They didn't have to move.
26 points.
This is all single-handedly Appy, all
10
alone.
points. I think this is the most that we have gotten out of any individual.
Exactly. This is insane coming from him because at first they were very, very scattered. But for Appy, you know, there is an advantage to playing alone, is that you're thinking for yourself. You're no longer thinking about your teammates. And in this situation, remember what I said, it's really hard to go against a 1v1 or just one player because you have no clue where they are. In this situation, Buriram United had 3 different teams to worry about. 71% team contribution is the highest we've ever seen in this tournament. He practically played this solo.
It's not even supposed to be 71. It should be 95%.
99.
99, if you will. I mean, give the other guy credit, right?
Okay,
Like,
fine.
there was that one takedown, but this guy himself had elimination points, making it 11. He does it all.
He got 10
7.5 MVP points. This is the craziest number.
It's actually so insane. He was basically the whole team. We were talking about Nuzi being the 4-man. Take that away. Give it down to Appy because he just soloed this whole thing by himself.
All right, Tash. You got to calm down and take a seat right now.
I'm shaking. I am shaking right now.
And my question now is, where does Four Rivals position after this chicken dinner? Now you see that gap being established by Nuzi, and that's also due to the fact that FaZe Clan has made multiple decisions that have hurt the team overall in the early phase of the game. So, not to fret, fans of FaZe Clan could still wait for the rest of the week to see whether he could basically match up. Remember, Tony K could also pull off what Appy did. Maybe not at this crazy outplay, but of course, he will be able to stash it up time and time again. But we're going to be looking at the MVP race. Of course, we got Nuzi as well, Tony K. Let's talk about the rest. We got Mela of Infinity and also 2 members of TM, Mormon and Onsens.
I mean, when you look at the MVP race, we've seen a step up, a huge step up from Mormon to bring TM forward, especially in how he leads the team, how he leads the charge. In a lot of situations, Mormon has been one of the, I would say, band-aids for TM. Whenever they do an oopsie, Mormon is there to make sure that the team comes back into the right situation. Now, when we look at the weekly rankings right now, Buriram United still kind of solidifying their spot on the first place, but Four Rivals from the second page all the way up to 8th place is one of the biggest phenomenal things we've seen, from 25, maybe 20 points in the beginning of the day and now up to 70. This is a huge statement from them, showing that they needed a few, maybe some 2 weeks, 3 weeks to come back on top. And this shows the same pattern that we've seen from previous. Regardless, BAC going up as well and FaZe still maintaining, but Infinity unfortunately will go down to 2nd place. But honestly, I wouldn't be surprised if they were to come back.
You know what's great?
What?
Heading into the later stages, we're going to be having an interview with Four Rivals.
I am
probably so.
I am so excited.
I would love to ask the very first question if you don't mind.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
I know. I'll let you gather your breath, but overall, great improvements coming in from so many teams. We see Bacon Time moving up. DRU currently takes the #1 spot. Then you have BN United now on that 13th place. SLD has moved up to the 17 mark here. So I would say this is definitely the winds of change being brought forward heading into week 3 itself.
Wait, hang on. Winds of change.
That's just... okay. I don't feel any changes though. Just a little bit of a error, but of course, I believe that we are ready for an interview, and please welcome on board for Rivals.
Nice to meet you again.
Nice to meet you too.
Aw. Okay, so
It's great to have you back.
I know. It's always fun to have an interview with Geek Fam. Okay, so I have so many questions for you. Coming from the performance of Geek Fam today, we saw a 2 versus 4 versus 1 in the second or third match of the day on Miramar. So we saw the performance between Mika and Yuhai. What did you think of their chicken dinner? What went through their minds?
I think as we all know, dia orang dua tu memang bocah dua maut kan. So memang itu memang kerja dia memang patut chicken lah game tu.
Okay, so even though they were at a numbers advantage, what Ajim said is that they were known as the kids of death when it came to the team. So it was their job and it was already expected.
Yeah, and overall, I think like today we see a really aggressive playstyle coming in from Geek Fam that you guys have been able to also take a lot of early engagement and win many of all these trades. Is that the current practice for Geek Fam heading into week 3 that you guys are hoping to do a lot more of an aggressive approach against all the other team, or is this something that you give full freedom of how the rest of the team plays for the entire week 3?
Actually, for the team from day 1, they need to score 100.
Okay.
Then they want not achieve. Then we brought it to day 2. Then they must meet the 100 first. Then we set up the next target lah for them. So they need to go for the goal lah.
I see, and of course, it's still in the middle of the week. There's still a few more match days heading into the weekend. I believe that your boys should be able to reach that 100 mark. But for yourself, is there something that you wish to see more of coming in from your own players, be it anything at all?
For me, I cuma nak diorang chicken lagi banyak sebab I look this SEA Championship as a training ground before they go to PMGC. So right now, macam tu lah.
Okay.
Tak boleh nak cakap banyak sebab ada lagi berapa hari lagi kan. So biar diorang fokus untuk grand final nanti. Then dari situ kita tengok macam mana nak buat apa untuk PMGC nanti.
Alright, so basically what they're trying to say is that this is basically a training ground for them as they go into PMGC. There's still a few more days for them, so he doesn't want to say too much. Now, my final question for you, Ajim, is that how confident are you that Geek Fam is able to make the top 5 to go to PMGC?
Confident
Very confident. Okay, I'm liking this confidence. Thank you. Alright, thank you very much, Ajim, for the interview, and I wish you guys luck going into PMGC. Bye.
Alright, take care, Ajim. Thank you very much.
Oh my god! We had the most insane chicken dinner today and I can't get over it!
That's right, and remember, we still have more chicken dinners for those of you guys back at home watching. If you think this is crazy, we know that Friday, Saturday, Sunday, we have a lot more offerings coming in. Before we even close off the night, let's take a look yet again at the most impressive chicken dinner we've seen from a solo player in this match.
I really wanted to say something before you continue. Is the fact that remember we said that this is a second chance map?
Yes.
And 4 rivals took that in stride.
That's right. And, you know, like we thought, oh, maybe it's M9, but overall, 4Rivals didn't really show that they were performing in the worst way possible. Miramar runs, they did it well. Inside of Erangel, they did even better. And you saw they were trailing right behind Buriram United, and for some reason, they managed to get past Buriram United. And that's also how they have lost members due to that rotation. They took those fight on the southern side, and if this one-man army has taken everybody on board. Took out Max LD too, by the way. And then Bacon Time, and the final member of Buriram United.
I wanted to say that, you know, when your team members go out early, right? Do all of them kind of stand behind the last player? Like, yeah, Abby, yeah, you can do it! Or are they like the backseat gamers? Like, Abby, go here,
They usually backseat a little bit.
Right.
Like, when you're in those moments, like, you know it's a clutch or crutch moment.
Yeah.
It's like, you let him do his thing. You give full trust your teammate, and that's how it all played out. So, Abby, you better put that on TikTok, put it everywhere else, because that is a chicken dinner of a lifetime for 4Rivals. I think that we've had about enough chicken dinner for today. We'll see you guys tomorrow again. Same time, same place for more action here in the PMPL Southeast Asia Championship Finals. But first, Tash, you want to say anything before we close it off?
Oh yeah, it's my final night here for PMPL. So to all the teams, I'm rooting for you guys, and I want to see more really cool chicken dinners from everyone. So anyways, I'm Tash Buddy. Hope you guys still enjoyed the end of the season, and I'll see you guys probably next one. Bye-bye!
All right, take good care, and of course, have a good evening. So, good night, sweet dreams, we love you.